Chapter 1. This is an era of broken etiquette and bad music. I swear for the rest of my life I will give up my fief, I will not marry, I will not have children, I will only be loyal to my king, even if I grow old, become handicapped or have a mental breakdown. My life will end, I will not change it until death. The knight knelt on one knee, a pure white cloak draped over his shoulders. The enameled white scale armor was intricate but simple, it was as pure as a white land covered in snow. Aegon the Conqueror placed black fire on the knight's shoulder, a satisfied and relaxed smile appeared on his face. I accept your oath, from this moment onwards, the 7 of you will be my lifelong companions. The king and the knight had fulfilled their oath. In the first generation of Kingsguard, 2 of them died in battle to protect the king, the rest served the king honorably until they died of old age. Time flew by and close to 300 years had passed. Generations of Kingsguard donned the white robes that represented glory. Among them there were legendary figures like Dragon Knight Ymont and Tall Duncan. There were also scum like Letcher, Lookhammer who had many lovers and illegitimate children. There were even Kingsguard who cuckolded the king they swore loyalty to. Their deeds, no matter good or bad, were recorded in the Book of White Knights, White Codex. When the White Codex was flipped to the page of Jaime Lannister, the glory and humiliation of the White Knights in the past came to an abrupt end. The 16-year-old White Knight pursed his lips with an inexplicable smile. Ignoring the king's struggles and cries, he grabbed his head full of silver hair and used a golden greatsword to cut open his neck with bulging veins. The blazing blood of the true dragon flowed under the Iron Throne like a venomous snake. The history of the White Knights came to an end, they existed in name only. This time, the sacred oath was broken without any punishment. With this precedent, Pandora's box silently opened to the Westeros. Countless traditions that were regarded as absolute in the past seemed worthless in the crazy game of power. The loyalty of a vassal to his lord, the responsibility and obligation of a monarch to his subjects, the ancient rights of a guest, the sacred covenant. Luckily in the Dothraki Sea, which was far away from the Sunset Continent, Westeros, the ancient rules were still worshipped as sacred. At least the widowed Khaleesi did not have to die. She could go to Horse King City and be a shut-in. Oh my God, how did a virgin like me become a pregnant woman who is pregnant for 10 months? How did I become a pregnant mother? The 26-year-old graduate of the College of Surgeons woke up and transmigrated into a 14-year-old pregnant girl, Dany Liz Targaryen. No matter what his previous identity or name was, it didn't mean much at this moment. She became the Queen of the Undulls, the Loiner, and the First Folk, the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, the Protector of the Realm, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the Breaker of Chains, the Queen of Meereen, the Princess of Dragonstone, the Immortal, the Mother of Dragons, Misha, the Silver-Haired Queen. Alright, now she only had 2 titles, Born of the Storm, and Khaleesi of Horse King Drogo. It was still too early for her to be called Dragon Mother. The most important thing was, how was she going to survive after Khal Drogo died? Drogo's illness had already seeped into his bones, and he was even under the influence of dark witchcraft. Even Bien K would not be able to save him, much less a rookie surgeon. Dany Liz, who had a new core, rubbed her big belly. She cast aside all distracting thoughts and started to pay attention to the environment of the new world. The golden sun was scorching the earth like a furnace. In front of him was an uneven and poorly planned field. There were stalks that were half green and half yellow, thick and long ears of rye that were beginning to fill with milk and low-lying soybeans. Here and there were vegetable fields planted with fruits and vegetables. The silver-maned mare walked past, and from time to time she could hear the popping sounds of bean pods being stepped on. Dany tilted her head to avoid the glaring sun and muttered softly, "What a sin. It's already time for harvest, but we just had to meet this group of Dothraki." Khal Drogo's Khalasar had close to 50,000 roaring warriors, and the entire army added up to more than 100,000 people. The Dothraki were a standard horse-riding people. Every tribesman had at least one fine horse, and the 100,000 tribesmen meant that more than 100,000 horses trampled across this land. The low rumbling of hooves seemed to be announcing loudly that this year, the Laza's land would be completely barren. In fact, the Laza, who were scornfully called sheep people, did not even consider the problem of their own harvest. In front of the Khalasar, the strongest horse king on the grasslands, their minds were already firmly gripped by the fear of death. Turning her head to the side, Dany saw a dilapidated farmyard for the umpteenth time. The residents looked at them uneasily from the walls made of plaster. Their almond-shaped eyes, similar to those of the Dothraki, flashed with great fear and hidden deep hatred. Located in the south of the Sea of the Dothraki grasslands, on the south bank of the Laza River, there lived a small and weak tribe. They were somewhat similar to Dani's tribesmen with bronze skin and almond-shaped eyes, but in comparison to the tall and barbaric Dothraki, the Leza, who were mainly farmers, were short in stature, had flat faces, and had a gentler and more cowardly temperament. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of hooves came from behind, and Dany tucked her long silver hair behind her ear. 7 or 8 riders came out from the back of the group. The centaur riders looked like Wuxia Nuzan warriors with thick and dark braids. However, the Dothraki did not have a moon gate on their foreheads, and there was a string of bells in their braids that represented victory, jingling as the horses galloped. Quickly flipping through her memories, Dany recognized them. Khal Drogo's blood guards, Kaholo, Hag and Kiso. The rest should be Khal, Jacko, Pinocchio and Khal under Drogo's command. Blood guards, Khal's personal guards as well as his companions and brothers, the blood of my blood. Other than the Khal's horse, they can share everything including his wife. In Dothraki, a wife is not even comparable to a horse. Fortunately, Drogo did not want to share his wife, so Dany and Rhys escaped. Khal, leader of the Kars. A large nomadic tribe is called the Khalasar, and a Khalasar is usually made up of many smaller tribes. The smaller tribes are called Khal, and the leader of the Khal is called Khal's deputy, so he is called Khal. They ignored Dany and walked past her to Drogo's side. Jacko pointed at a stone manor and asked, "Khal, there is a tribe of shepherds around here. Should we go and take them down?" They were here for Drogo to join the hunt. The Dothraki were a nomadic tribe. They had no industry, handicrafts, or manufacturing. Everything they needed was stolen. After countless generations of evolution, the most barbaric and tyrannical robbing genes were born. Drogo's head was dizzy, and his consciousness was almost in chaos. He looked up and recognized the people in front of him with difficulty. His cracked mouth opened and closed, and his voice was almost inaudible. "Yes, Dany felt bitter. According to the plot, this cheap husband was about to die, and she was going to be a widow right after she transmigrated. It was not that she missed this cheap husband that she had just met, but the problem was that the centaur system was too fucked up. Fat Martin had studied the nomadic tribes of the Celestial Dynasty, and the Dothraki he wrote were almost a combination of the Qing Dynasty and the Mongols. But Dany would rather transmigrate to the Qing Dynasty. In the Qing Dynasty, if the emperor was on the brink of death like Drogo, she would be overjoyed. Her next step would be to become Xiao Zhuang or Zishi, depending on her wishes and methods. Unfortunately, the Dothraki did not like this. In this tribe, there was no concept of a queen or empress, and it was even more impossible to rule from behind a curtain. "Khal is sick. Can't you see?" Dany patted the horse's belly and walked a few steps forward, ignoring the Blood Brotherhood and Casco's cold eyes. She shouted, "The surrounding villages are all small, and there is no value in attacking them. At least, Khal doesn't have to do it himself." The tall haggle looked at Dany cruelly. "Khaleesi, you have no right to speak here." Smack. Dany raised her hand and lashed out with her whip. The tip of the whip sliced through the air with a crisp and clear sound. However, her body was bloated and her movements were too slow. Hag leaned back on the horse and easily dodged the whip. "You dare hit me?" With a whoosh, Haggo unsheathed the Iraq scimitar at his waist and stared at Dany with bloodshot eyes. Dany only sneered and looked back at him without a trace of fear. She said in the Dothraki language she had inherited from her predecessor, "I am Khal Drogo's Khaleesi from the noble royal Targaryen. You dare to draw your sword on me?" She was not stupid and bold. After briefly reading the memories of her predecessor, Dany realized that the Dothraki were not cowed by soft tactics. The harder and more ruthless you were, the more the other party would treat you as a human. Yes, cowardly people and weak tribes were not considered human in the eyes of the centaurs. For example, Dany, Rhys's brother, Viserys. For example, the Leza people who were wantonly plundered were called sheep people. Of course, being tough did not mean being reckless. As Drogo's blood brotherhood, Haggo would never harm Khaleesi, who was pregnant with Drogo's child, in front of Drogo. Moreover, Dany was not alone. In just a few words, her bodyguard rushed over on horseback. Big Bear Jorah Mormont agilely rode his horse and came before Dany in a few steps. He drew his sword and looked at Haggo and the rest sternly. Behind Dany, her Kars also drew their bows and pointed at Haggo expressionlessly. Drogo had the entire Khalasa, which was made up of many Kars. Luckily, Khaleesi also had her own Kars. Dany was both Khaleesi and a pirate. Alright, her Kars were too small, with only 100 or 200 people. They were mainly there to protect her and take care of her daily life. Kahalo, who had grizzled hair and a face full of hideous scars, glanced coldly at Danny and Rise and said, "Put away your weapons. Hago, you will represent the blood of my blood in battle. Remember, you must harvest as many heads as possible." Drogo was 30 years old this year, and Hago and Kiso were about the same age. Only Kahalo was the oldest. Even though he looked like a young man, he was actually more than 50 years old. When Drogo was young, Drogo's father's enemy had stolen little Drogo, and Kahalo had risked his life to save the little horse king. It could be said that Kahalo was almost half a father to Drogo. Drogo's cars were managed by Kahalo. In other words, Kahalo was still a pirate. Therefore, he had the highest status and prestige among the Blood Alliance guards. Hearing Kahalo's words, Hago's face turned red. He spat on the ground angrily, turned his horse around, and trotted away. Kiso and the rest of the pirates glanced at Danny and Rise with wolf-like eyes before following their horses. As the neighing of the war horses faded into the distance, Kahalo calmly said, "As the leader of Kalasa, Kal must lead the charge against the enemy. He should also be the first to scale the walls of the goat people. This is his responsibility and also his honor." Danny was grateful. She knew that old Kahalo was explaining things to her. Of Drogo's 3 Blood Alliance guards, he was the only one who was the kindest to Danny. Or rather, he was the only one who treated Danny as Drogo's wife. The other Dothraki only saw her as a noble breeding tool that Drogo had bought from Illyrio. The Princess of Dragonstone, the Targaryen born of the storm, meant nothing to the centaurs. Danny Rise forced a smile and said, "With Kal like this, I'm worried." Kahalo raised a hand to interrupt her. "You should be worried that the pirates will start raiding without Kal's permission. Although your worries are useless." Danny watched bitterly as he rode away. Soon, the screams of the warriors and the cries of the goat people, mixed with the stench of blood and fire, reached Danny's ears. Standing on the hill, the lush grass crossed the bridle around her calves, tickling her soft skin like a baby's lick. Looking around, she could see pillars of smoke rising from the flames of war, like fingers reaching into the sky from the nearby Raza Manor. Danny Rise held her big belly and closed her eyes sadly, trying not to think about how many pregnant women like her would be slaughtered today, and how many children and women would be taken as slaves by Drogo's Khalasar. This is a cruel world. Danny Rise's little cars was busy. Some were leveling the soil on the hill to make it easier to set up stakes and set up tents. Others were standing on carriages, carrying down large chests that contained Drogo and Danny's blankets and belongings. The Khal's camp was located in the center of the Khalasar, with the hill Danny had chosen as the center. Yurts were like mushrooms after the rain, suddenly filling up the fields in sight. The centaurs were unwilling to live in houses made of mud and stone. They were used to living in tents. The scene of more than 100,000 people working together seemed to be full of vitality. It made Danny, who had been depressed since she first came to this world, a little interested. "Sir Yora, accompany me for a walk." Yora Mormont, nicknamed Big Bear, was from the northern Westeros. He was the son of Old Bear, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watch at the Great Wall, and the uncle of Bear Island Lolita in Game of Thrones. Because he sold slaves, he was about to be beheaded by the Guardian of the North, Ed Stark, and fled to the mainland of Ursos on the other side of the strait. When Danny Rise married Drogo, he had sworn allegiance to Viserys. After Drogo put the gold crown on Viserys' head with melted gold, Big Bear became Danny Rise's sworn knight. When he first joined Drogo's team, Big Bear was dressed in the standard Westeros knight attire: sweater, wool trousers, inner shirt, leather armor, and plate armor. After living on the plains for nearly a year, he began to get used to the centaur's attire: leather sandals, main leggings, a Dothraki sleeveless leather vest, and a bronze medallion belt. "Khaleesi, aren't you going to check on Drogo's injuries?" Yora walked side by side with Danny Rise's little mare, followed by 4 young Dothraki knights. There are more than a dozen hairless people around him. It's too crowded. After they leave, you and I will go check on him again. There were 2 kinds of people in the Khalasar who specialized in medicine: the infertile women and the slave eunuchs. The herbalist women healed with potions and charms, while the eunuchs used knives, needles, and fire. They were collectively known as the hairless people, among the centaurs. Among the tents that almost covered the land, there were slaves and women hugging firewood. There were also the cries of livestock being slaughtered. There were people carrying wooden buckets to fetch water from wells and rivers. There were also people taking out grindstones and carefully sharpening scimitars for warriors who had just finished a battle. There were also long-haired Dothraki warriors giving orders. Barefooted children ran and played in the crowd. The stench of sweat, horse dung, blood, and the aroma of roasted meat tortured Danny's nose. After turning around a yurt, they saw a large group of knights laughing and messing around with a dozen naked women in an open space where firewood was being piled up. Even when they saw Daenerys on the silver horse, they had no intention of covering up their actions. Drogo's Khalasar had more than bronze-skinned Dothraki. Aside from the warriors, there were more to serve their slaves. White people like Dany, fairer milk people, red-skinned eunuchs, black people from the Summer Isles, and the Ashishan of the Shadowlands were also dark-skinned. It was difficult for Dany to distinguish their race from the little memory in her mind. Even the Dothraki were not all the same. The centaurs ran amok on the continent of Ursos, taking slaves from many races. They did not have a concept of marriage and liked to fool around based on their desires. Their racial lineage was already a mess. The only thing was that all Dothraki had almond-shaped eyes. Khaleesi, you seem to have changed a little. Did something happen? Korra had felt that something was wrong with Dany since the afternoon. Seeing that she did not stop the centaurs from pulling the women as she usually did, he felt even more strange. Well, Dany Rise was originally a kind little girl. The first time she saw the women being held captive by the Dothraki warriors, she went over to stop them, full of pity, and even suggested that the Dothraki warriors take them as their wives. This went against the traditions of the Dothraki. The Dothraki warriors had the right to deal with the slaves they had captured. It was their right to make them strong, kill them, and sell them. Even the Khal could not interfere. Besides, the normal Dothraki did not have a husband and wife system. The Horse King's wife was an exception. I understand what you mean, but even if I stop them without Drogo's support, who will listen to me? Dany Rise looked down. This Korra was indeed the #1 bootlicker under the Dragon Mother's skirt. Such sharp senses. After all, since she transmigrated in the afternoon, she had been watching more and talking less, trying to imitate the behavior of the original owner. Khaleesi, as long as you give the order, I will kill them. The centaur youth Aggo raised his longbow and shouted. Drogo still doted on his wife. While the cars he gave Daenerys were small, there was a group of outstanding young warriors within. Aggo, Quero, Jogo, and Ricarlo even had the potential to become Bloodridge Guards. Blood Guards were warriors that were 1 in 10,000, almost equivalent to the captains in Genghis Khan's army. Sir Korra's pupils contracted as he warned, this is someone else's Kars. If you dare to attack, you will die. He knew the temperament of the Dothraki. They would do what they said without hesitation. I am not afraid of death. Aggo's black almond-shaped eyes widened, his aura undiminished. We are not afraid of death, the remaining warriors roared. If you cause chaos, you might hurt Khaleesi, Korra said, pointing at Dany's big belly. This topic was a little awkward. Dany looked around and suddenly raised her whip, pointing at a fat black man. You stop. The black man was about 40 years old, with a round bald head covered in sweat. He showed a humble smile and asked, Khaleesi, what orders do you have? Quack, quack, quack. A large white goose flapped its wings, struggling between the thick fingers, occasionally using its yellow beak to peck at his rough arm. I want this goose, Dany said. The Dothraki ate horse meat as their staple food, believing it to be the best food in the world. But after thinking about the original owner's memories, Dany Rise felt nauseous at the thought of horse meat. Changing the topic was one reason, but improving the food was another. The large beads of sweat on the fat black man's bald head became denser. He had a pleading look on his face as he refused with difficulty. Khaleesi, I am Lord Jake's chef. Because Madame Lilith is not used to horse meat, I found a few geese in the shepherd's manor with great difficulty this afternoon. I really have no right to agree to your request. Smack. Ah, Aggo was furious when he heard that. He whipped the fat man without any explanation, causing a centipede-like crack to appear on his right cheek. Bastard, even Jake himself can't refuse Khaleesi's request. The fat chef covered his face and squatted on the ground, whimpering. Even the white goose in his hand had escaped with a quack, so how could he continue the conversation? The entire process happened quickly. Dany's mouth opened and closed, but the whip had already been lashed out. There was no time to stop it. Who wants to steal my goose? An angry shout came from the sky-blue tent beside them. Chapter 2. The brown leather curtain of the yurt opened, and a sweet smell of laurel perfume and urine wafted out. A woman with a big belly walked out with the help of 2 centaur girls. Dany was stunned at first glance. It was not a Dothraki vest, but a light lace dress from Myr. The yellow color made her skin look even fairer. She had long silver hair that reached her shoulders and hazy purple eyes. If not for the memories in her mind, she would have thought that she had met another member of the Targaryen family. John and Irene had cried out, "Strong seed," before they died, hinting at King Theon's tragic life as a cuckold. This was because people of the same bloodline often had the same physical characteristics. For example, the House Baratheon had black hair, the Tully family had red hair, the Lannister family had golden hair, and the Targaryen family had silver hair that was almost transparent. But in reality, silver hair and purple eyes were also the main characteristics of the Valeglia people. Ever since Valeglia was destroyed by a volcanic eruption 400 years ago, the ancient dragon civilization had collapsed, and the bloodline of silver hair and purple eyes began to spread across the continent of Ursos. It was not surprising to meet a woman with silver hair and purple eyes in the Khalasar of the Horse King. So it's the Khaleesi. Unlike the petite Dany, the silver-haired woman was tall, with big breasts and buttocks. Her square face was also very big. She was a very typical Western woman. She was also older than Dany, close to 30 years old. The woman's gaze was strange. There was a strange mixture of mockery, pity, jealousy, smugness, and viciousness. Dany did not like it. She frowned and asked, "You are Lilith? Madam? Jocko's wife? Ah, maybe I will become a Khaleesi soon." Lilith raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Khal Drogo was dead, and his Khalasar would choose a new Khal, and his wife would be a Khaleesi. Actually, in Dothraki, Khaleesi were not worth much. Not counting the Colossus on the grasslands, just Maong City alone had close to 100 Khaleesi, Dash Kalim, whose husbands had died. Just a few days ago, Drogo had arranged for a group of Ma-Min warriors to escort the two Khaleesi to Vistos Lake. They were Ogo and his son, and the other was Khal of Kalasa. Dany's warrior, Kars, wasn't very smart and didn't hear the malicious curse hidden in Lilith's words. Furthermore, she used Valeglia, so the centaurs didn't understand much. Otherwise, he would have lashed out with a whip or shot an arrow through the woman's belly. On the other hand, Ser Jorah's gaze turned sharp as he said coldly, "I have never heard of Jake having a wife. Even Khal Drogo had many women. Unfortunately, only Princess Dany Rhys became a Khaleesi." He emphasized the word princess, hinting at the importance of her identity. Lilith's expression changed. She seemed to have thought of something and was so angry that her body trembled. Her plump lips were tightly pursed into a mean arc. After a while, she stuttered in Dothraki and said to Dany, "Khaleesi, do you want to violate the glorious tradition of the great Dothraki and wantonly steal the spoils of war of other warriors?" As mentioned before, the original Dany was very kind and brave. Because she couldn't bear to see the centaurs humiliate the captive women, she forcefully snatched them from the centaur warriors. The women who were saved weren't very grateful to her, but the Dothraki who had their belongings stolen hated her to the core. The act of stealing the spoils of war of warriors seriously violated the traditions of the Dothraki. "It's just a goose." Dany clumsily untied a silver medal from her waist and threw it on the ground. "You can't refuse the Khaleesi's gift." As a gift in return, the white goose that had just escaped from the fat chef had its neck pierced by Kueluo's arrow. The arrow had penetrated its neck and sunk 10 centimeters into the ground. The goose let out a miserable and weak squawk, its blood-soaked snow-white feathers fluttering weakly. Dany pointed at the white goose. "It's mine now." Not only did the Dothraki not have a marriage system, they didn't even have finance. No, forget finance, they didn't even have a currency. There was no equivalent currency, no trade. If they needed something, they would either rob it or give it as a gift from other tribes and cities. With 100,000 Khalasars at their gates, not a single city on Ursos dared to refuse gifts. It wasn't as if the centaurs didn't have gold, silver, and other metals as currency. They forged gold, silver, and copper into metals, and strung them together to form a belt around their waist. Then, just like what Dany was doing now, they would exchange gifts and trade with each other. For example, Dany Rhys herself was a gift from her brother, Viserys, to the strongest Khal of the Dothraki Sea, Drogo the Horse King, with the help of Governor Illyrio of Pentos. The Dothraki Sea, the grasslands to the east of Ursos across the sea from the Westeros. The grasslands are so vast that in summer the grass billows like the waves of the sea. The powerful and primitive Dothraki people were born there. Strictly speaking, Dany Rhys was sold to Khal Drogo like a slave. Viserys gave Drogo a gift, and according to Dothraki tradition, the Khal had to reciprocate with a gift of equal value, 10,000 howling Dothraki warriors. Or Drogo could lead the Khalasar to sweep across the Westeros and help House Targaryen restore their kingdom. In other words, he would help Viserys' crown. But the arrogant Dothraki had a bad habit. "If you give me a gift, I should give you a gift in return. But when and how I give you the gift was up to me." Viserys was even more eager to restore his kingdom than Murong Fu in demigods and semidevils. Seeing that his sister's belly was so big that she was about to give birth, not only did Drogo not give him any soldiers, he also had no intention of helping him restore his kingdom. He began to harass Jianghu in every way he could, as if he was a debt collector. Splashing paint, robbing and selling off his family's property, harassing him with phone calls, threatening his family's safety, cursing in front of his house, beating him up. Of course, there was no paint or phone calls in the world of Ice and Fire, but Viserys used a similar method to mimic all of these actions. He beat up Drogo's wife, who was his own sister, and scolded Drogo in public for being a traitor. Well, he didn't know Dothraki, so he cursed in the common language of the Westeros. Drogo couldn't understand, and because of Dany Rise's status as the Khaleesi, the others didn't translate for Drogo. Stealing dragon eggs and selling them for money wasn't a big deal. When Dany Rise heard about it, she even planned to give him 3 of her dragon eggs. What was even more outrageous was that Viserys even brought weapons into a place like the White Tiger Hall of the Dothraki people. At that time, Drogo was having a meal with a few khals. In front of countless people, he pointed his sword at Dany's belly and threatened Drogo. "If you don't help me restore my kingdom, I'll stab your wife and son to death." Unfortunately, Viserys had the ruthlessness of a lone shark, but he didn't have the background or power of a gang. Drogo was also not an ordinary person who was obedient. In fact, Drogo didn't want to be a lone shark. It was just a custom of the Dothraki people. They roamed the Dothraki Sea as the seasons changed. Every year they would make a trip back to Horse King City and ask the Dash Khaleesi, similar to priests and wise men, to predict their fate for the coming year. Viserys was in for a tragedy. Drogo's belt was strung with gold medals, which were thrown into a metal pot and melted into liquid gold. You want a crown, don't you? You poured the liquid gold on your head and your brain was almost melted. What a miserable sight. The gift trade of the Dothraki people was just that fucked up and cruel. Therefore Lilith couldn't refuse the Khaleesi's silver medal. The big white goose went to Dany. Before leaving Jake's tribe, Dany stopped the little mare under her and put her right hand on her waist. She turned to Lilith, who was gritting her teeth, and said, "You've been in Drogo's Khalasar for some time now, right? Since we're talking about tradition, you should know that there are no Khaleesi in Dothraki who can ride a horse, even if she's pregnant." After saying that, she rode away on the little silver horse. Everyone in Dothraki had a horse and had to know how to ride one. The first thing Dany Lilith did after becoming Drogo's Khaleesi was not to learn the Centaur language, but to get used to life on horseback. Of course, there were carriages in the huge Khalasar, but they weren't for normal people, nor were they reserved for nobles. In Dothraki, only eunuchs, crippled people, pregnant women, the old, the weak and the young would ride in carriages. Dany Lilith was almost 10 months pregnant, but she still rode a horse. Khal Drogo's wounds were infected, and he was under the influence of dark witchcraft. Even though his consciousness was blurred, he still rode a horse by instinct. The more noble a person was, the more they couldn't leave the horse's back. When they first saw the Dothraki Sea, Dany was attracted by the wave-like grassland and ordered the Kars under her command to stop and rest. In the end, Viserys couldn't stand being ordered to do so. As a burden brought by Dany, his household register was on Dany's Kars tribe in name. So, he awakened the sleeping dragon's fury, and planned to whip his sister to vent his anger, just like he had done many times in the past 10 years. P.S. Sleeping dragon's fury. Viserys thought of himself as a true dragon and often used this term when he was angry. Well, as a beggar prince of the last dynasty, he could only vent his anger on his young sister. Dany was always Viserys' punching bag to vent his anger. Even though Dany was sold to Drogo like a commodity, she had her own Kars tribe immediately after she got married. How could Ago and the others allow Khaleesi to be beaten? That time, Viserys was stripped of his right to ride a horse by Dany. The Dothraki who saw him walk back to the Khalasar gave him a sarcastic nickname, Khal Rhaemar, the King of Sore Legs. The next day, Khal Drogo suggested that Viserys ride in the carriage. Viserys happily agreed, thinking that Drogo was apologizing to him for Dany's rudeness. Viserys then received a second insulting nickname, Khal Rajat, which meant King of Carriages. It was clear that not being able to ride a horse in the Khalasar meant that one was greatly discriminated against. Looking at the silver medal lying in the mud, and then at the smug Dany riding away, Lilith bit her fat lips so hard that they almost bled. "Before the Khalasar leaves camp tomorrow, prepare a horse for me, a silver mare like that bitch," she yelled at the female slave beside her. Chapter 3. Danny led the 5 knights of Yora Ago to the outskirts of the Khalasar beyond Jakoka's camp. A group of women in painted Dothraki waistcoats were weaving straw curtains. Their rough, cracked fingers were deft as they plucked the upper heads of whole wheat sprouts, tossed them into a dustpan, and wove the half-green, half-yellow stalks into the long curtains as if they were knitting a sweater. The yurts of the Dothraki were mostly made of straw curtains. Even the fabric used to make clothes was pitiful. They wore leather waistcoats and jackets. Most centaurs did not have cloth to make tents. When they saw Khaleesi arrive, the women and children beside her were expressionless. They did not greet her respectfully, nor did they look at her with venom. "These are the slaves we captured from Ogo's Khalasar," Yora whispered. The Dothraki ecology was extremely cruel. About a month ago, when the old Dash Kalan prophesied that Daenerys would give birth to the steed that rides the world, in Vistos Lake, Khal Ogo and Drogo were drinking and having fun in a tent, as if they were a pair of dearest brothers. About 9 days ago, the two met again on the banks of the Lazar River, a few thousand miles away from Vista Thraki. Khal Ogo was leading his Khalasar to besiege a Lazar town, and Drogo happened to pass by. Needless to say, Drogo led his roaring warriors to join the battle at the first opportunity. Not to help Ogo, but to attack the rear of his army while Khal Ogo was busy attacking the town. After wiping out Khal Ogo's tribe, Drogo took down the Lazar town that was on the verge of collapse. In that battle, Drogo killed Ogo and his son with his own hands, and even cut off the head of one of Khal Ogo's blood riders. Fighting 1 against 3, he paid a small price, only losing a piece of his pectoralis major. Drogo's strength aside, his actions showed the Dothraki's ruthless way of survival. There was a scene at the beginning of Kung Fu where the leader of Crocodile said to the leader of Axe who was about to cut him down, "Wait, did you forget? I treated you to a meal." Drogo and Ogo had more than just a meal together. Unfortunately, all friendliness and peace only existed in Horse King City. Under the shadow of the Mother Goddess, every grassland centaur in Vistothrak were brothers. All disputes were set aside, and after leaving the sacred grounds, there was only the most blatant survival of the strong and elimination of the weak on the Dothrak seas. Drogo not only killed Ogo and his son, but also reduced all the women and children of Kalasa to slaves. At this moment he was going west along the Lazar River to sell them to the Gith slave owners in Slave Bay. A burst of noise and the sound of whips whipping brought Danny back to reality. Unknowingly they had already walked out of the outermost perimeter of Kalasa. Under the yellow evening sky, a few manners of the Raza people were struggling in the rolling black smoke. The fire was crackling and roaring. Under the collapsed dry mud walls, warriors in painted vests were galloping back and forth, waving the long whips in their hands as they shouted and urged the survivors to leave the smoking ruins. Danny saw many mothers with numb and lifeless faces. They staggered with their crying children, and under the whips, they walked towards Drogo Kalasa's slave camp. There were only a few men among them and most of them were crippled and elderly. Almost all the adult men were dead. The Dothrak warriors consciously made way for Danny and her party. This attracted the attention of the people who were resting at the base of the mud wall. Soon they came up with Hago, whose face was covered in blood. "Khaleesi, are you trying to steal other people's slaves again?" Hago sneered. Suddenly he had an idea. He grinned at Danny like a wolf and lifted the hemp rope hanging on the saddle up high. As he expected, a nauseating stench of blood rushed towards him. Danny's pupils shrank to a point in fear, and she could not help but gasp for breath. It was a series of human heads. Some young, some old, some with fear on their faces, some with anger even in death. Sticky dark red blood dripped slowly along the hemp rope that tied the hair, soaking Hago's thigh that was hanging on one side of the saddle. Some of the heads were cut in half neatly. Some of the necks were jagged as if they had been cut several times before they were cut. Danny also saw a head with a white spine hanging from the neck that was covered in black blood. Could it be that Hago had cut the edge of the blade and pulled the head that was cut in half from his shoulder? Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. Danny's ears seemed to be filled with shouts of accusation and curses. Danny, who had seen such a cruel scene for the first time, was unsurprisingly frightened to the point that she was almost possessed. God had mercy on her. This morning she was still in the bright and sunny Medical College Square, receiving her Master of Surgery degree. Sir Yora hurriedly urged his horse to Danny's side, supporting her to prevent her from swaying and falling. He helped her catch her breath, and then picked up the water skin and poured water into her mouth. Danny was like a rag doll. She was tortured by Yora and Ago for a while before she finally caught her breath and woke up. She tried hard to hold back the tears and fear in her eyes, trying hard to fill her eyes with murderous intent. Then, she tried hard to raise her head and forced herself to look at Hago, who was still holding the string of human heads high. Gradually, the cruel smile on Hago's face faded away. He lowered his head as if he was bored and hung the heads back on the saddle. But just as he lowered his head, Hago seemed to be annoyed by the quiet and gloomy atmosphere around him. "Calixi, what are you looking at?" He could not help but raise his head and roar at Danny. Danny's eyes were now completely devoid of fear and confusion. Her violet eyes were clear and cold, like a cold spring. "I'm counting to see if you have cut the most heads. Unfortunately, Pinocchio has 2 more than you." "You?" The veins on Hago's neck bulged. He was just about to flare up at Danny, but he immediately shut his mouth. He nimbly dismounted from his horse and walked quickly to Pinocchio's side. He faced him and started counting the heads in a low voice. After counting for a while, he started counting with his fingers with a confused expression. Danny could not maintain her cold expression anymore. The Blood Brotherhood was indeed very strong, but the Song of Ice and Fire was a world of low magic and low martial arts. The strongest individual martial arts could only fight against 10 people. A strong warrior would start to feel exhausted after killing 7 or 8 people in a row. Whether it was Hago or the 10 or so caskets, none of them had obtained more than 20 heads. But Hago actually counted with his fingers that were as thick as a carrot for almost a minute. In the end, he returned to his saddle and held his own string of human heads to compare with Pinocchio's. The top student Danny Rise was right. Hago had indeed lost 2 heads. Bam! The bloody human heads rolled on the ground, covered in a thin layer of dust, like the chaff on a fried chicken drumstick. Hago threw his string of human heads away angrily. He pulled out a woman in her 30s from the group of shepherd slaves beside him. He ignored her cries and struggles, and did not care that Calixi was right in front of him. He immediately took off his sheepskin shorts and rode her. The woman's cries seemed to be his glory. He even raised his head and smiled proudly at Danny Rise. His smile was ferocious, cruel, and full of provocation. Everyone knew that Calixi had once violated Dothraki tradition and forcefully saved a woman who was being humiliated in public. Danny Rise knew that this was a war between her and Hago. She should leave as if nothing had happened. This was the best choice for her and the poor woman. Hiya! She kicked the horse's belly lightly, and the little silver horse left with light steps. Hago cursed a few times in Dothraki dialect to vent. Entering the battlefield, the dying horses were startled by Danny Rise. They raised their heads and neighed at her. There were also moaning wounded. They licked their dry lips and called out, "Calixi, please give me some water." However, before Danny could do anything, a jackarang trotted over. "I'm sorry, Calixi, for disturbing you." He smiled apologetically at Danny Rise. With a flash of his blade, the young man slit the neck of the wounded soldier who was begging for water. Accompanied by the sound of arrows of blood spurting out, the wounded man's eyes dimmed as he screamed. There was no pain or fear on his face, only faint regret and doubt. It was as if in the last moment of his life, he was only wondering, "Why don't you let me drink a mouthful of water before I die?" Jackarang and Dothraki were people who specialized in relieving the wounded. They shuttled back and forth on the battlefield, harvesting a series of heads from the dead and the dying. There was also a group of little girls carrying baskets running happily behind Jackarang. They looked curiously at Danny Rise for a while, then giggled as they walked towards the corpses. They extended their blood-stained little hands to pull out the arrows from the corpses and threw them into the baskets. The arrows that were in good condition would be kept for next use. The arrows with broken tails would be inserted with feathers. The broken arrows would also be retrieved with metal arrowheads. When they returned, the slaves or women would put them back on the wooden poles. Lastly, there was a group of skinny and hungry wild dogs with ferocious eyes. They first tried to sniff the corpses in front of Danny Rise. When they raised their heads and saw that she did not stop them, they bared their fangs and tore into the corpses. There was always a group of wild dogs following the Kalesa, as if forming a unique ecological chain in the sea of grass. Similar things had happened many times. The dogs were used to it and thought that Danny Rise was used to it. Ugh! Danny Rise threw up on the horse's back, scaring the wild dogs into retreating. They did not even bother to chew on the warm white muscle meat in their mouths. "Calixi, it's late. Shall we leave?" Sir Yora held her shoulders and advised her with a worried expression. "All right, let's go back." This cruel world had unraveled its veil on Danny Rise without any scruples. In the shortest amount of time, she had a sufficient understanding of her current environment. Chapter 4. When Danny and Rise returned to their tents, the hairless men who had treated Drogo were still there. A few horrifying women with wrinkled faces spread their legs that were as dry as tree roots, their messy white hair swaying with the ritual dance. Their mouths, which were missing teeth, were wide open as they sang an ancient Dothraki song. Their voices were sharp and piercing. They sang and danced around the naked man on the bed. The flames on the bonfire beside them followed the rhythm of the song. Sometimes a 2-meter-high orange flame would jump up abruptly, and at other times, it would almost be extinguished, leaving only the flickering of the charcoal. Danny felt her scalp tingle. She stood at the door with her legs frozen like concrete pillars, unable to move a single step. This is just the Dothraki witch doctor's dance. It's no big deal. You're still the dragon mother. It's just a flame wave, maybe it's the wind, she told herself. Roar, on the bed of fur, Drogo suddenly let out an inhuman howl. There was only one emotion in his voice: extreme pain. Danny had seen him smiling in the face of injuries that were 10 times more serious. Even for a burly man like Jianghu, having a layer of skin cut off from his chest was only a superficial wound. Even if the wound was inflamed and infected, even if the germs had penetrated deep into the organs, she should still be groggy and unconscious. Although she had just graduated, she had dozens of internships and knew that inflammation would not stimulate the pain nerves like this. She thought back to the time when Millie Master had treated Drogo's wounds. Every night, Drogo would be in so much pain that he would kick and punch the air, tearing the sheepskin blanket apart several times. Danny was completely sure that the witch doctor was doing this on purpose. She wanted to use the cruelest means to take revenge on the Dothraki. There was no doubt that nothing would satisfy her more than letting the Khal die in extreme pain and endless suffering. No, she was not satisfied. Danny Rise rubbed her belly. The witch doctor wanted to sacrifice Drogo's son to the devil and make his Khaleesi suffer for the rest of her life. Drogo, who was groggy during the day and struggling in pain at night, was quickly forced to drink 2 large bowls of poppy wine by a few centaur women. Poppy milk, a milky white liquid extracted from poppy flowers, has the miraculous effect of relieving pain and anesthetizing. It was the most commonly used anesthetic in Westeros and the 9 free trade cities. The witch doctor did not know how to make poppy milk, but he did know how to make poppy wine, and the effect was about the same. These hairless people were definitely worthy of the title of Mongolian doctors. They had not received any formal training, and it was only because they could not have children that they became part-time doctors as a side job. They also did things like cooking and herding horses and sheep. Their medical skills were extremely poor, and they had almost no witchcraft. They could not treat slightly more serious injuries, nor could they get rid of the witch doctor's black witchcraft. Danny was sure that they did not realize that Drogo was under witchcraft. After the hairless man bowed to her and left, Danny Rise came to the bed with the help of a maid. "Jichi, find me a dagger, a sharp one," she said to the maid. When Danny Rise married Drogo, she received a lot of gifts, including 3 maids from Viserys. The Dothraki girls Jichi and Eerie, and the blonde, blue-eyed Rhys Doria. Jichi and Eerie were about the same age as Danny, 14 years old. Both of them were captured as slaves when their father's Khalasar was destroyed by Drogo. Doria was older, only 20 years old, and was the head of a famous brothel in Rhys. They were not ordinary maids. Eerie was good at horsemanship and was responsible for teaching Danny Rise how to ride. Jichi was proficient in the common language, Dothraki and High Valeglia, and taught Danny Dothraki. As for Doria, she trained the ignorant little Danny Rise into a master of horsemanship, commonly known as Old Driver. Jichi moved quickly and found a 30 centimeters long dagger from a large purple wood box with a red copper frame that was half the height of a person. The brown bone hilt, the dagger wrapped in a brown leather scabbard, curved into an arc like an Iraq scimitar. "This is Drogo's dragon bone dagger, Calixi," Jichi said. Shing. The dagger was unsheathed and brought out a snow-white waterfall under the light of the dark red torch. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, did not have a single gap. Danny Rise's smoky purple eyes flashed with satisfaction. "Good dagger." Seeing her bending over the butter candlestick raised by Doria, seemingly ready to cut open the gauze on Drogo's chest, Ser Jorah hurried over and said softly, "Calixi, your hands and feet are inconvenient, let me do it." "My hands and feet are inconvenient? Do you think my master's degree is fake?" Danny glanced at the big bear from the corner of her eyes and waved her blade over the candle flame. She skillfully cut open the filthy silk cloth that stuck to her skin. Underneath was a layer of wet blue mud and hard patches of fig leaves. Layer after layer, over the past 7 or 8 days, The hairless men had repeatedly smeared more than 10 layers of Dothraki's holy medicine mud paste on her skin. Saying that they were Mongolian doctors was an insult to Mongolian doctors. Yura turned his head and looked at Danny with surprise and doubt in his eyes. The dressing was cut open easily and flexibly, and it was hard to imagine that it was done by a pregnant girl who did not know how to use a sword. The top layer of dressing was still wet, but the bottom layer was as dry as a sheep's mud wall. Under Danny's rhythmic tapping, it easily broke into pieces like a mud wall. Removing the pieces stuck to the flesh and peeling off the purple-black fig leaves, gradually, a rotten smell mixed with a sweet smell filled the spacious yurt. The smell was so strong that it made it hard for them to breathe. Doria covered her mouth with one hand, her face swollen, and the thick butter candle in her other hand kept shaking. Yura hurriedly reached out to take the candle, and Doria immediately took a few steps back, trotted to open the leather curtain and went outside to vomit. The wooden tray in Erie's hands was full of peeled mud and leaves, stained with pus and blood, and small pieces of rotten flesh. At this time, Drogo's injury was fully displayed in front of Danny. The left side of his chest was pitch black, and the rotten wound shone under the candlelight. As Jianghu breathed rapidly and laboriously, his chest heaved up and down. Purplish-black pus and blood flowed out into 3 forked streams, drenching the pure white lamb wool blanket beneath him. The sweet stench became even stronger, and it made even the tough Korra feel nauseous. "Calixi, Calixi." Sir Yura looked at Danny, who was standing on the spot with a pale face, and then looked at Eri and Jichi, who were covering their noses and turning their heads. His mouth opened and closed, and he shouted a few times, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. When Danny came back to her senses, she asked Eri and Jichi to prepare hot water, strong alcohol, and other things. Yura immediately grabbed her arm and said anxiously, "Calixi, did you see it? Your husband is about to die." "I know, I can guess that his chest must be filled with dirty pus and blood, and Drogo's heart is soaked in the purple-black poisonous blood. Even if the black witchcraft was expelled, this kind of injury would definitely kill him in the modern era where medical science is advanced," Danny and Rise thought silently. It could even be said that he is already dead. The witch hoped that he would suffer more pain and torture, which was why she used the strange black witchcraft to keep him alive. "What are you trying to say, sir?" "Child, let's leave before he breathes his last," Yura advised. "Leave? Where to?" Danny stared straight at Drogo's chest and asked blankly. "To Asha in the Shadowlands. That place is located far to the south at the end of the known world. It is said that it is also a prosperous port. There, we should be able to take a ship back to Pentos." Sir Yura hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is your Karsh tribe trustworthy? With just the 2 of us, I'm afraid." Hee. Danny Rise's pale smile turned into a bitter smile. She shook her head and said, "Sir, you are thinking too much. We can't leave. It is difficult to protect our own safety with fewer people. If we bring the Karsh tribe, it will be too conspicuous. Do you think the 40,000 howling warriors are blind? Go to Asha? Even a grown man would not be able to withstand the pain of a journey of 10,000 miles. Danny, a pregnant 14-year-old girl, might as well just stab herself." Sir Yura looked at Danny's big belly and frowned. "Your Highness, even if it is for the child, you should try to escape from this place. The Dothraki submit to Khal Drogo's might, but that is all. They will never follow a crying baby. This is completely different from us Westeros. When Drogo dies, Jake, Bono, and a dozen other bandits will immediately start fighting for the Khal's position. Drogo's Khalasar will fall apart and kill each other until the final victor emerges." "And then?" Danny asked with a blank face. Sir Yura could not bear it. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, "The new Khal will not leave his opponents alive. Your child will be taken away the moment it is born and fed to the dogs, just like what Drogo did to Ogo and his son." This Danny was stronger than Yura had imagined. Other than her face being even paler, she did not fall into hysterical despair. "I still have about a week. I still have about 7 days to give birth. If Drogo dies before then and my child is not born, will they let me go?" Danny asked hesitantly. "I am Khaleesi. According to the Dothraki tradition, no one can hurt a Khaleesi who has lost her husband. At most." Danny gritted her teeth and said the last sentence with difficulty. "At most, they will send me back to Vistarasco and become a member of the Dash Khaleesi." Sir Yura was shocked and said in disbelief, "Are you willing to die of old age in Maang City?" Then he shook his head in pain. "It is useless. Didn't you notice that the Dash Khaleesi in Maang City do not have children? After so many years, has there not been a Khaleesi who lost their call while pregnant like you? It is just a baby, and a baby who has lost his tribe. Danny's purple eyes flashed with fear as she said in disbelief. Sir Yora smiled bitterly and asked, "Do you still remember your brother, Rhaegar?" 14 years ago, on the eve of Dany Rise's birth, her eldest brother, the Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, died on the banks of the Trident during a battle with the usurper. Her father, Mad King Aerys, had his throat slit by the White Knight who should have sworn to protect him and died tragically under the Iron Throne. On the same day, Prince Rhaegar's child, Dany Rise's nephew and niece, the 3-year-old Princess Rhaenys, was split in two. Prince Aegon, who was still an infant, was plucked from his mother's head. Amidst the Crown Princess's anguished wails, he was smashed against the stone wall like a melon and smashed into a bloody pulp. In the entire Targaryen dynasty, only Dany and Viserys were left, and now only Dany was left. She was even worse off than Murong-Fu. At least she still had 4 retainers and relatives. If the Westeros who worship chivalry are like this, then the barbaric Dothraki. After a pause, Yora said, "One more thing. At the foot of the Mother of Mount, the Dash Khaleesi prophesied that your child will become a steed that rides the world. His future achievements will be enough to strike fear in any enemy. No one will let you go at the risk of him growing up to take revenge." Chapter 5. There were many prophecies in the Song of Ice and Fire, and more than 90% of them came true, including the Dothraki old woman's prophecy to Dany Rise. Her child would ride the steed of the world. This steed was not a prophecy that she would give birth to a horse. The Dothraki had a different kind of affection and worship for horses. They drank mare's milk when they were born, ate horse meat and drank mare's milk when they grew up. They rode wild horses when they were alive, and when they died they would kill the best horse to be buried with them. Steed was the Dothraki's metaphor for a strong boy. Unfortunately, the prophecy was wrong. Dany Rise did not give birth to a child, or rather, her child was not a boy but 3 dragons. Dragons, the limit of the world's power, were they not riding the steed of the world? Dany Rise, who had watched the hit TV series Game of Thrones, naturally understood the old woman's prophecy better than Korra or anyone else. But she could not say this to anyone, nor did she dare to say it. If she said it, the dragon eggs that were originally unnoticeable might be snatched away, and she might even lose her own life. Even an idiot would know that dragons were far more dangerous than any powerful call. Damn it, if the prophecy was so accurate, why didn't they know how to prevent black witchcraft? The witches in Maong City were too biased. Well, Drogo's death was also a relief for the second generation, but the problem was, she had transmigrated at the wrong time. Dany Rise quickly erased the dark thoughts in her mind. Since she was already here and knew about the witch's evil plan, she would never let the child be aborted again, let alone sacrifice the child to the devil. Losing the baby might save Khaleesi's life, and the child was not hers. It was already hers now, so she had to keep this child. Dany made a decision in her heart, and once again rejected Korra's plan to elope with her. Going with him was a dead end, and there was an 80% chance that they would not be able to leave the grasslands. When Eljiki brought hot water, red wine and other things, Dany used the red wine to wipe Drogo's wound, but it was almost useless. Purplish-black pus and blood kept flowing as she wiped. After half an hour, Dany had no choice but to soak the silk in poppy milk and boil it, and then firmly wrap it around Drogo's chest a few times. It couldn't cure him, but it could numb his wounds and reduce his pain. Instructing Eljiki to clean Drogo's body with a cotton cloth, she also instructed Doria to move out a chest. It was a 30 centimeters wide, tall, and 1 meter long box decorated with bronze cedar wood. "Doria, put my bed here." Dany pointed at the bonfire in the center of the yurt. Khal's yurt was very big, at least 200 square meters. There was a circle of open air at the top of the yurt, and there was a fireplace, built with iron plates on the ground below. The raging fire in the fireplace soared, bringing warmth to the cool night. "Won't it be too hot if we're so close?" Dolia asked hesitantly. "I'm not afraid of the heat." This was the truth. The moment she arrived, she realized that the Targaryen family's true dragon body was real. At least, Dany Rise did not feel the scorching heat of the sun. While Doria was making the bed, Dany opened the cedar box. It was filled with soft velvet, and 3 large stone eggs lay on top. They were about the size of a bird's egg, but compared to the monochromatic bird's egg, the stone eggs that Dany's fingers caressed were much, much more beautiful. In her previous life, she was born into a normal family, and had never seen top-grade jewelry with her own eyes. However, she was 100% sure that the Titanic's Heart of the Ocean and the Queen of England's sapphire were not even comparable to dirt compared to the 3 dragon eggs. These 3 dragon eggs were a wedding gift from Governor Illyrio of Pentos. They were fossilized dragon eggs from the Shadowlands, and had existed for millions of years, and had been fossilized into crystals. They looked like they were made of high-quality porcelain, glaze, or glass, especially the rich and colorful patterns on the surface, so exquisite that one would think that they were inlaid with jewels and diamonds. The 3 fossilized dragon eggs were covered with small scales, and as Danny's fingers fiddled with them, they reflected the setting sun and emitted a metallic luster. One of them was dark green with bronze spots, and nurtured a green dragon. Another was pale milky white with golden stripes, and was a white dragon. The last one was black, like the ocean at midnight, with vibrant dark red waves and whirlpools. As Danny caressed them, the dragon eggs began to emit heat, and the scalding heat from them made her so comfortable that she almost moaned out loud. "Doria, come and touch them. Are the dragon eggs hot?" She retracted her hand and turned to the maid. Doria didn't understand. She rubbed the 3 dragon eggs back and forth and asked doubtfully, "They're cold, just like before?" Danny waved her hand and let her prepare dinner. That big fat goose. Danny ate a small half of the 4 to 5 caddies of goose, 1 leg and half a breast. The goose meat was stewed with turnips and apples, and it was surprisingly delicious. Danny dipped the black bread in the soup and ate almost 3 caddies of food in a daze. This little girl's physique is ridiculously good, and her skin is tough and durable. Could it be because of the true dragon bloodline? Burp. Doria, give the rest of the goose meat to Sir Yora. Iri Jichi, help me wipe my body, Danny said tiredly after a burp. Iri and Jichi were Dothraki, and were more willing to eat roasted horse meat. Doria had a small appetite, and was full after half a bowl of soup. Sir Yora, on the other hand, was a foreigner like Danny, and was not used to horse people's food. After bathing and watching Iri feed the unconscious Drogo a big bag of thick mare's milk, Danny prepared to sleep. There were only 3 people in the quiet and empty tent. Not far away, Drogo's body twitched from time to time due to his nerves being stimulated by black witchcraft, and he occasionally let out small and rough moans. Danny slept on the side of the bed closest to the bonfire, and Iri was sleeping on the same bed as her outside. Every night, the 3 maids took turns sleeping on the same bed as her to take care of her daily needs. The centaur girl was very careless. Her call was about to die, but she fell asleep as soon as she covered herself with a feather quilt. Danny's naked body was pressed tightly against the 3 dragon eggs, as if she was absorbing the energy that represented life and origin power. This wasn't an illusion. The dragon egg really did have the effect of helping with the healing of injuries. Danny Rise was a princess of a fallen kingdom. A few months before she was born, her father and brother's thrones were stolen by the usurper Robert Theon. If not for a loyal old knight who took her and Viserys to Braavos, she would most likely have followed in her nephew's footsteps, smashed against the wall and broken into a red and white pulp. Before the age of 5, with the old knight's care, she lived a comfortable life as a commoner for a few years. After the old knight died of illness, her younger brother took the young Danny Rise and began to wander through the 9 alliances. From the age of 5 to 13, they fled tens of thousands of miles, no exaggeration, tens of thousands of miles to avoid the usurper's assassins. The silhouettes of 2 silver-haired Targaryens appeared in the narrow streets and dark alleys of several cities on the western continent of Ursus. At first, the governors, lords, and business tycoons who ruled the free trade cities were happy to welcome the descendants of the Targaryens. But as Robert Theon sat on the Iron Throne more and more firmly, the doors that had been opened for them closed one by one, and the siblings' lives became increasingly difficult. In the past few years they had pawned off all their jewelry, even their mother's crown. The money they had earned was quickly spent, and they became the laughingstock of those who knew them. In the taverns and alleys of Pentos, people gave Viserys the nickname Beggar King. As for Danny Rise, she was cowardly and timid, and did not even dare to ask others what they called her. As a result, Danny Rise, who lacked food and clothing, was stunted from a young age. She was like a bean sprout with no breasts and no buttocks. She lived in fear of Viserys' wrath of the sleeping dragon for a long time, and even appeared submissive and hunched like a little old woman. If not for the blessing of the world's most beautiful bloodline in ice and fire, Drogo would not have liked her. At first, Viserys was worried that his sister would not be able to sell. Well, every Targaryen was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Their family inherited their appearance and temperament. Her menarche came at the age of 13, and she had never ridden a horse before. In the beginning, the difficult life of a nomad was almost unbearable. Danny Rise seriously considered suicide in order to escape. It could be said that in the world of ice and fire, Danny Rise was the most miserable. Compared to her, the people of the wolf family paled in comparison. Dead father, dead mother, dead brother. Was losing the country, the Northern Territory, bad enough? Danny Rise had already experienced it. Putting aside the hatred of the country and family in her personal experience, she grew up without food. It was not easy to meet Drogo, who was genuinely good to her, but in a few days she lost her lover, her backer, and her son. The future would continue to be miserable. The people of the wolf family still had a chance to turn things around, but she kept falling into a bottomless abyss and never stopped. Who dares to be more miserable than me? Alright, I digressed. Back then, Danny Rise was injured physically and mentally. She was on the verge of death and almost committed suicide. And the thing that changed her physical and mental state was the dragon egg. Through the soul communication with the dragon and the dragon egg in her sleep, her injuries healed overnight. From her body to her soul, it was as if she had been cleansed, glowing with vitality as if she had been reborn. This was a fantasy world. There were dragons and magic. Danny Rise's bloodline was different from that of mortals. Little baby, give mommy strength. Dragon baby, give mommy strength. Danny Rise held the black dragon egg and muttered softly as if she was chanting a spell. She was still using Mandarin. Other than the continuous waves of heat, there was nothing wrong with the dragon egg. Danny Rise placed the dragon egg beside the feather pillow. Chapter 6. Bang. Burning pain. It was as if a sharp blade was scraping her bones. Danny Rise's forehead was covered in sweat, and she almost couldn't help but yell and retract her hand. However, she still stopped her subconscious impulse. Her palms kept holding the unpredictable flame. Her motor nerves and muscles were not burned, and her slender and fair fingers were not charred and dripping with oil like roasted chicken feet. She succeeded. She had successfully inherited the talent of her predecessor, the Immortal. Fire is power. Danny Rise endured the burning pain and said faintly. She could continue with her plan now. Danny Rise had always known that she had a high resistance to heat, but she had never tried to burn herself with fire. She had no choice when she hatched the dragon. Because although her body was resistant to fire, she still felt the same pain as when a normal person was burned by fire. I'm not afraid of pain, Danny Rise told herself. She buried her hand in the bright red charcoal as if she was stewing sweet potatoes, and kept repeating, I'm not afraid of pain, hoping to hypnotize herself by counting sheep. Sweat soaked her hair and dripped down her hair onto the pillow and blanket. After stewing in a daze for half the night, she licked her dry lips, retracted her charcoal hand and pushed Eerie, who was half rolling off the bed like a dead pig. The blanket was spread on the ground near the bonfire. Eerie was too hot and unconsciously rolled away from the fire. Calixie? Eerie slept soundly and woke up quickly. She was a good candidate to be a maid. Get me some water, Danny Rise said in a hoarse voice. Do you want to go to the river to get water? Eerie hesitated. Danny Rise was stunned for a moment before she understood. The horse people rarely had the habit of storing water and drinking unboiled water. Tea leaves were even more invisible. Forget it. Give me 2 bags of mare's milk. The horse people rarely drank water. They were nomads and didn't have a fixed safe water source. Every time they drank unboiled water, it was a risk to their lives. If they could afford it, they were more accustomed to using milk and horse milk to quench their thirst. In the Middle Ages on Earth, the European nobles who hadn't seen tea used low-concentration wine to quench their thirst because unboiled water had bacteria. To the Dothraki, mare's milk was no more valuable than safe raw water. After drinking almost a liter of horse milk that smelled like horse urine, Danny Rise felt extremely comfortable as if she had been reborn. Eerie put in a few more bundles of firewood. She lay on the pillow and pointed to the pile of firewood in the corner. Calixie, your hair is wet with sweat. Isn't it too hot? Ellie hesitated. I'm fine. Sweating makes me feel good. She waved her hand. Danny was glad to see the flames begin to lick at the tower of logs, and she was kind enough to give Eerie a blanket so that she could find a comfortable place to make her nest. After Ellie fell asleep, she simply lay down on the woolen blanket and propped her 2 slender white feet on the pile of firewood. When she first put it on, the flames burned her and made her mouth hiss. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in a daze. In her sleep, Danny Rise came to a strange place. 4 pillars of fire stood around her and the world was a sea of flames. She wandered in pain and joy. After an unknown period of time, a black shadow shrouded the sky above her. When she looked up, she was stunned. A giant dragon with black scales was looking down at her with eyes that looked like lava pools. Its body was so huge, its head was like a mountain peak, its eyes were the size of swimming pools, and its wings were so big that they could cover the sky. Unlike her predecessor who passively accepted the dragon dream, the previous Dani Reese would feel uneasy about the abnormality of the dragon egg. This Dani was more mature and purposeful. She placed the dragon egg close to her skin and kept roasting herself with the flames. Other than training her adaptability to the flames, she had a more important goal: to resonate with the dragon's soul. She had to be Mother Dragon. Transmigrating to this fucking world, it was almost impossible to survive without a dragon. So she was only shocked for a moment before she happily opened her arms and hugged her. She even shamelessly shouted, "Are you a black dragon? I'm your mother. Remember me and contact me every day. If there's anything I don't know, quickly give it to me. By the way, where's your brother? White dragon and green dragon, where are they?" Boom, the black dragon opened its mouth that could almost run a horse carriage. Blood-red flames mixed with black smoke shot out and completely engulfed Dani below. She felt that her skin was scorched and blackened. Her necrotic flesh fell off piece by piece. The blood in her veins boiled and evaporated. But it was completely different from the pain when the firewood burned her. There was no pain at all. Instead, there was a feeling of being cleansed and tempered. She felt that her body was strong and sturdy as if she was reborn. Ding dong. The scene of the black dragon spewing flames seemed to have been paused. In the sea of flames in front of Dani, a golden frame that looked like a movie screen suddenly appeared. There were Chinese characters on it. Character: Dani Reese Targaryen, 14 years old, body, very weak skill, extremely weak bloodline talent. Mother of Dragons, awakened, transmigration mission. Liberate the slaves mission reward. According to the completion of the mission, the character will be rewarded with a learned skill or awakened talent. Character card? This was a character attribute card. Everyone who had played the game knew that. Dani Reese was no exception. System? She asked tentatively. Immediately, a message flowed into her mind. This was an innate treasure that was born in the chaos before the creation of the world. It can help the owner of the divine artifact to travel through time and space and collect the origin of the worlds to achieve the ultimate transcendence. Then another message came. Do you need this treasure to have a high level of intelligence to simulate the system that the owner mentioned? Treasure intelligence? Forget it. I'll be more at ease if you're just a divine artifact without an independent consciousness. Dani immediately rejected it. Then she began to study her character card with the help of the chaos treasure in her mind. First, her original name was abandoned and she was now Dani Reese, a legal identity that was recognized by the heavenly axiom of this world. Secondly, her character attributes were very weak. Her physique was weak and her skills were weak. After thinking for a while, she realized that the so-called skills were just the ability to hunt rabbits that she inherited from her previous life. Shooting rabbits with a bow and arrow, the kind that misses 9 times out of 10. This is so fucking awkward. Did my master's surgical skills get eaten by a dog? On the other hand, that bloodline talent is very powerful and useful. Mother of Dragons, awakened, beginner 1. Immortal. Normal flames may cause varying degrees of burning pain depending on your adaptability to flames. However, flames are the partners of the Mother of Dragons. They will not harm your body. 2. Dragon hatching. Bestow flames and spirituality to the dragon egg. Thus, the dragon egg that retains the origin of the soul will be fossilized, the dead dragon egg and the healthy dragon egg will hatch into a young dragon. 3. Dragon dream. You and the dragon are 2 parts of the same body. Your soul can fuse seamlessly with the dragon. When you're unconscious in your sleep, you can resonate with the dragon's soul. P.S. Lastly, she still had a transmigration mission. It was not to restore her country, protect her unborn son, or have a happy ending love story with Jishua. It was only to break the slave chains of the continent of Ursos. At this moment, I have finally become the complete Dani Reese Targaryen. After lamenting, Dani fell asleep in a daze. The next morning she was woken up by eerie screams. Khaleesi, Khaleesi, are you alright? It's all my fault for sleeping so soundly last night. I didn't even hear your cries for help. Looking at Dani Reese, whose legs were buried in the soot, the centaur girl was scared to tears. After a moment of confusion, Dani woke up from her sleep. She quickly lifted her legs in front of the little girl. Other than the soot stains on her fair and tender skin, it was still soft and chubby. What's going on? Eerie asked in shock. I am the Targaryen of the Born of the Storm. I have the bloodline of the true dragon, Danny said with a straight face. But your brother? Eerie pouted and brought up the true dragon Viserys, who was burned to death by the golden liquid. You will understand in the future. Help me change. Chapter 7. Unlike modern people who usually stayed up past midnight, Ma Min went to sleep at dusk and woke up before dawn. When Danny Rhys got up, dressed and walked out of the tent, Drogo's khalasar was already boiling. Women were shouting to children, soldiers were giving orders to pull out the tent, horses were neighing, the grayish-black smoke and the steam from the iron pot blurred Danny's vision. The horse meat boiling in the hot water, the fresh and warm horse dung outside the tent, and the broken grass under the horse's hooves mixed together to create a strange and lively atmosphere. According to the yolk-red sun that just emerged from the horizon in the distance, Danny guessed that it was not more than 5 o'clock in the morning. She did not know if she guessed correctly because she did not even know the season here. The world of ice and fire did not have fixed seasons. The maxim of the House of Stark, "Winter is coming," was not a joke, but the most severe warning. Here it was often a season for several years. If the cold winter with no harvest lasted for too long, humans would die of hunger even if they did not freeze to death. Every time there was a long winter, more than half of the Westeros in the northern region would die. If they were even more unlucky, the long night would come, and 90% of the entire continent's population would be wiped out. Breakfast was mutton soup with barley, onions, carrots, turnips, and mutton sprinkled with pepper, saffron, and other seasonings. It was stewed for more than an hour. Long before Danny woke up, her maid had already started cooking. Danny ate a big red copper bowl that was as big as a lunchbox in the canteen. After eating, she was surprised by the appetite of a pregnant woman. Or was it because she had awakened the constitution of the mother of dragons and resonated with the soul of the black dragon in her dream last night? She was not sure if her constitution had been strengthened, but she was full of energy when she woke up early in the morning. Danny Rhys, who was following behind Drogo's black horse, looked down at the black dragon egg in her arms and thought. Less than half an hour after breakfast, bathed in the golden-red morning light, the huge khalasar slowly moved forward like a dark cloud, leaving a mess behind. It was as if a brown stain was smeared on a green curtain. Cows' hooves pointed in the direction of Colossus' advance. Jianghu was even more groggy than the day before. When he woke up in the morning, he did not even recognize Danny. Not to mention mutton porridge, he did not even drink much mare's milk. His once tall and sturdy body was visibly shriveled, and it was almost only his skeletal frame that did not collapse. By noon, the lush green grass and wheat fields of the farmers gradually became sparse, and finally disappeared without a trace. Instead, they were replaced by low hills and yellow-brown gravel. The merciless blazing sun was like a local tycoon who had suddenly become rich, wantonly releasing light and heat. The ground in front of her formed a distorted air fold in mid-air. Sweat flowed down from Danny's chest like a thin stream. The only sound left in the world was the steady clatter of the horse's hooves, the soft ringing of the bells in Drogo's hair, and the whispered conversation behind him. Jianghu, who was in a daze, lost his sense of direction. He deviated from the Raza River basin and gradually went deeper into the red wastelands in the south. However, the direction in which Khal's horse head was facing was the direction in which the horse people were advancing. The horse people only had breakfast and dinner. If they were hungry at noon, they would gnaw on jerky on the horse's back. The reddish-brown horse jerky was light and thin, and the muscle fibers were clearly visible. It was completely original. It was something that could not be eaten even if you had money in your previous life, but it was so hard that it almost cut Danny's mouth open. She could only suck on a mouthful of mare's milk, puff out her mouth, and wait for the jerky soaked inside to slowly soften. In the end, she actually tasted a strange sweetness. Thud, 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 the sound of horse hooves approached from afar. Danny looked up. Aji's warhorse stepped out a thin line of reddish-brown smoke and ran from afar to Jianghu. Calixi, it's a wasteland ahead. There are no signs of people or danger, but it seems like we're going in the wrong direction, Agu said to Danny after glancing hesitantly at Jianghu. The khalasar did not blindly charge forward with call. At every moment, there would be scouts scattered in all directions. While they were scouting the environment, they were also trying to prevent other khalasars from ambushing them. Danny Rhys rode her horse to Jianghu's side. Just as she was about to remind him to change the route, her pupils suddenly contracted. She pulled the reins and made the little silver horse turn in a circle. During that time, Danny Rhys looked at the situation around her. The horse people were struggling to move forward in a dark red desert. She immediately had an idea. Don't ask anything. Continue forward. Go ahead and find a suitable place to set up camp. After Agu left, Danny Reese looked at Carl Jianghu beside her worriedly. Their conversation was not soft, but he did not react at all. Swarms of blood flies slowly circled around Jianghu. The buzzing sound of their wings reverberated around Danny's ears. Blood flies were as big as bees. They were heavy and slightly purple in color. They gave off a sticky and disgusting light. They lived in swamps and dead ponds, feeding on the blood of centaurs and horses. They also laid eggs on rotting corpses and dying animals. Jianghu used to hate them. Every time a fly approached, he would reach out like lightning and grab it. He had never failed before. He would then hold the fly in his large palm and let it buzz wildly. Finally, he would squeeze it tightly. When he opened his hand, the fly would become a red mark on his palm. At this time, a blood fly was crawling around his horse's hip. The horse angrily swung its tail, trying to chase it away. The other flies flew around Jianghu, getting closer and closer. However, the call did not react. His gaze was fixed on the brown hills in the distance. The reins hung loosely in his hands. Later, a blood fly landed on his bare shoulder. Another circled for a moment before stopping on his neck and crawling towards his mouth. Carl Jianghu swayed slightly in his saddle, the bells at his hairline ringing softly. His mount continued forward at a steady pace. Finally, a bold blood fly crawled up his long beard and onto his cheek, stopping in the crease next to his nose. Carl Jianghu swayed in his saddle and slowly leaned over. Danny, who had been watching him, reached out with her left hand like a snake and pulled him back. The swarm of blood flies was startled. They scattered for a heartbeat before circling back and stopping on him. The next moment, the whispers in the crowd behind them turned into a clamor. All the centaurs were shocked. Carl almost fell off his horse. Carl, who fell off his own horse. Carl was the leader of the Khalasar. He was the focus of everyone's attention. His actions seemed to be under a magnifying glass. A Dothraki who couldn't ride a horse didn't even have the right to be a normal centaur, let alone the leader of the tribe. Shut up. Carl is still on the horse. Danny turned around and yelled. She even let go of Jianghu's right hand after she finished speaking. Jianghu had already woken up from the fright. He could now control the reins. The moon of my life. For the first time in a few days, he consciously looked at Danny. It was also the first time he called out to his lover. Danny Rise felt awkward for a moment. She searched her memories and said, "My sun and stars, do you want to stop and rest?" Her face must have been twisted at that moment. However, no one paid attention to her expression. Jianghu's blood riders had already rushed over. Blood of my blood. Blood of my blood, how are you? Danny Rise didn't wait for Jianghu to speak. She immediately announced, Carl has orders. It's already late. We'll set up camp here. Here. Hago looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. It was about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. He then looked around. The plants were withered and brown. It was uninhabitable. He glared with his ferocious triangular eyes. We can't set up camp here. Women have no right to order us to stop, Kiso said. Even Khaleesi is no exception. It's Khal Drogo's order. Danny Rise faked an imperial edict. Old Blood Rider Kahalo looked at her deeply and said to his 2 companions, find the nearest water source and set up an oval-shaped camp between the Khal's palace and the lake. Kiso was stunned. He then left with Hago. Then Kahalo began to order people to build Jianghu's grass-curtained palace in the shadow of a hill. Soon, news of a stream being found came from the front. The large group of people passed by Danny Rise and continued to move toward the water source. Save me water. I want to drink water, save me. A faint cry for help came from a wooden carriage passing by. The voice was weak, but it gave Danny a sense of familiarity. Silver-haired Rise. After returning last night, she had heard about Rise from Doriana. Like Doriana, she was a prostitute that Illyrio had bought from Rhys. She was a gift from Drogo to Jacko when he got married. However, Doriana was the current top prostitute. Rise was almost 30 years old and could only be considered the former, top prostitute. Now she was lying alone on the rattling wooden carriage. Blood dripped from her lower body and soaked her dress. One of her golden sandals had fallen off. Her pale calf swayed unconsciously with the shaking carriage. Wait. Danny Rise stopped the woman driving the carriage. Covering her nose to cover the pungent smell of blood, she asked, What's wrong with her? Why aren't you treating her? Where's her maid? She keeps asking for water. Didn't you hear her? Khaleesi, Madame Rise fell off the horse. The black woman looked hesitant. She did not know how to continue. Danny Rise was stunned. Did Rise really try to ride a horse today because of what she had said to provoke her yesterday? In fact, even the bravest Dothraki woman could not continue to travel long distances on a horse when she was close to giving birth. Therefore, in the tradition of the horse people, pregnant women would not be discriminated against in carriages. Danny Rise was a special case. She had always had Long Meng's help to heal her body. Her skin was a mess. Seeing that Danny Rise was still looking at her, the woman continued in an ambiguous tone. Because of her inappropriate words, Jacko stripped her of her status as his wife. Now she is just like me, a slave. Naturally, she has no maid. The hairless people also do not know how to treat slaves. What did she say? Danny Rise asked. In fact, she had some guesses in her heart. Before the skinny black woman could reply, Rise on the wooden carriage groaned in a daze. My child, call Jacko's son. Save him. He is the future call of the Jacko tribe. I am Khaleesi. Save me? Is this woman really from a brothel? Why is she so unsophisticated? The black slave immediately fell to the ground in fear. His numb face was filled with fear. Spare me, Khaleesi. I will drag her out and feed her to the dogs. Feed the dogs? Danny Rise asked in disbelief. Jacko asked me to drag her to the outskirts of Khaleesi and feed her to the wild dogs, the woman said. Is Jacko crazy? She is pregnant with his child. She can't give birth. The black slave pointed at Rise's slightly deformed belly and explained, she fell off the horse in the morning. Jacko originally sent the hairless people to take care of her, but she kept bleeding. The doctor also said that she could not be saved. But she insisted on not dying. She kept saying some outrageous things. Chapter 8. Lilith fell off her horse, but the fall was not serious. She was riding a short filly like Danny, but she was going into premature labor. Premature labor was not a big deal, and the due date was only a few days away. The key was that the fall had caused the fetus to be in the wrong position, and the fetus would be stuck in the womb. The Dothraki hairless men were blessed by the horse god for the most common knife wounds, and they had given Lilith a death sentence. Send her to my palace. Danny's violet eyes flashed with a dark light, and she turned to the maid behind her. Eerie, get someone to isolate a corner of the palace and do not disturb the call. Drogo's grass curtain palace had to accommodate the daily meetings of the Khalasar leader. It was 200 square meters wide, and there was enough space for a pregnant woman. The black slave woman and the centaurs were not surprised by Calixi's actions. Danny Lilith had offended a group of Dothraki warriors in order to save a shepherd woman who had been raped. Lilith was one of the centaurs after all. Well, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a horse, follow the horse. She made a mistake and said something she should not have said, and she should be punished, but she has also bred a new seed for the Khalasar. Tell Jake that if this woman gives birth to a strong boy, her crime will be forgiven, but if it is a girl, I will give her 20 lashes and demote her to a slave. The slave woman received Calixi's orders and hurriedly went to report to Jake. Danny Lilith had just returned to the tent when Sir Jorah asked her to dismiss the maids and servants, and said with a serious expression, there are rumors everywhere, all of the Khalasar. Khal Drogo fell off his own horse. He did not, retorted Danny. Because you supported him, I saw it, his blood riders saw it, and the Khalasar behind you all saw it. His bear-like face was covered in sweat. You know his situation better than I do. Even if he can fool them today, what about tomorrow or the day after? Soon he won't even be able to climb onto the horse, and then? A Khal who could not ride a horse would not have the ability to rule, and Calixi, who was alive and kicking, as wise as Juga, was also useless. I've already made my decision. Don't bring up the idea of escaping again. Leaving will only lead to death. Pausing for a moment, she looked straight into Korra's eyes. Sir, you are my knight of oaths. I hope you can keep me safe in the upcoming turmoil. There is no doubt about that. Before I lose my life, no one will harm you. Jorah Mormont nodded solemnly and made a promise. But if we lose Drogo, his Khalasar will immediately fall into chaos. If I'm alone, I'm afraid. Don't worry, my Kosh tribe will cooperate with you. Danny looked him up and down. He was wearing a bleached Dothraki vest, and his bare skin was red from the sun. He was wearing loose striped sand silk trousers, and riding sandals that were tied to his knees and exposed his toes. His sword was hanging from a zigzag horsehair belt. Other than the braids without bells, he was completely dressed like a centaur. From now on you must wear the knight's armor, she said. Yes, I understand. The big bear nodded in agreement. Lilith's scattered cries for help came from the innermost corner of the straw curtain palace. Danny Lilith sent the big bear to change his equipment. She lifted the cowhide curtain and went outside the house. On the hill next to the straw curtain palace, Kahalo stood high above. He shouted with a serious expression and commanded the tribe to set up camp. It was obvious that he was worried about Drogo's injury and was in a bad mood. Danny waved him down and said, "Kahalo, go and find Millie Master." "Which?" He spat. "I won't do it. Khaleesi, you have no right to order me." Although Danny Lilith had saved Millie Master, her status as a slave did not change. She should be with the other sheep people in the long line of slaves. For Lilith, our hairless people can't heal her. Why don't we let Millie Master try? She told him. Kahalo stared at her from his horse. His eyes were as hard as flint. Witches are women who sleep with demons. They are evil, cruel, and soulless. They perform the darkest and most terrible witchcraft. At night, they will look for men and drain their energy until they die. Trusting them is the stupidest thing in the world. Fear the ghosts and avoid them. The Dothraki were not proficient in black magic, but they had developed a smart and applicable tradition over thousands of years of life evolution. If it was not for Danny Lilith, an outsider, who intervened, Drogo might not have died of inflammation in his wound. Danny touched her belly and advised, "I don't trust her, but if she can save Lilith from a difficult birth, won't the safety of the child in my belly be more assured?" The Allblood's mouth opened and closed. He looked at her with pity and left without saying anything. He thought she did not know about the Dothraki tradition. Danny Lilith's eyes were deep as she watched the old man's figure disappear into the yurts. She turned to call for Eloy, the first woman Danny rescued outside the mud wall of the town of sheep people, a shy sheep girl. After bathing and changing clothes, Danny sat quietly beside the bonfire in the center of the camp. The flames were blazing and the heat was overwhelming. The maids could not stand it and were all sent away by her. It was afternoon, the sun was high in the sky, and the weather was unbearably hot. After a while, Kahalo carried the short sheep witch in his hand and strode in. Millie Master's clothes were tattered, her face was swollen, blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, and one of her front teeth was missing. It was obvious that she had been beaten up before she came. After instructing Sir Yora not to let anyone in, she handed Millie Master a cup of mare's milk and asked, "You said before that you are proficient in the art of childbirth?" Millie Master wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and took the cowhorn cup. She gulped it down before she panted and said, "Mistress Silver, my mother was a former priestess. She taught me songs and spells to please the High Shepherd God, as well as how to make holy smoke and holy ointment with leaves, roots, and berries. When I was young and beautiful, I followed a caravan to Asha by the shadow and asked for advice from their magicians. Ships from countless countries gathered in Asha, so I stayed there for a long time to learn the medical skills of the foreign people. A moon singer from Jujesnai taught me her song of childbirth, and a woman from your riding people taught me the magic of grass, corn, and horses. There was also a scholar Marwyn from the Sunset Land, Westeros. He cut open corpses and told me all the secrets buried under the skin. He was a sea turtle who had studied abroad and had obtained several doctorates in medicine. Millie looked at Jianghu on the bed 20 feet away and explained helplessly, "I am proficient in many medical skills, but Jianghu gave up on my ointment 7 days ago." Danny Lilith interrupted her and pointed to the screen in the corner of the room. "There is a pregnant woman who fell off a horse. She is the one you are treating today." "The other Mistress Silver?" Millie Master seemed to have heard about Lilith as well. She raised her head and pointed at Jianghu on the bed with her chin and asked, "Do we not need to treat this great warrior on horseback immediately?" Danny Lilith looked down and stroked her belly. "Don't worry about the call. My child is about to be born. You must use Lilith to prove your ability in obstetrics and gynecology." "As you wish, Mistress Silver," the witch answered honestly. In order to avoid affecting Jianghu, the straw bed where Lilith was placed was separated from the main body of the palace. In other words, a small straw curtain room with a door was built next to the hall. She did not need to pass by the Khale's bed. Separated by a thick straw curtain, there was also a wooden screen from the Midsummer Islands. There were hundreds of lifelike and colorful carvings of rare birds and beasts on it. It was a gift from the Trade Federation to Jianghu. Millie Master began to sing a strange song in a language that Danny had never heard before. It was soft and melodious like a girl's song, but also like a passionate poem. Was it the childbirth song taught to her by the moon singer of Juxne? Or was it the sorcerer's spell of Shadow Yasha? As the song entered her ears, Danny checked the items around her again. The black dragon egg, the crossbow with a taut bowstring loaded with a metal-tipped arrow, Zhuji's dragon bone dagger, the needle and thread for sewing wounds from the hairless people, poppy wine, and a large piece of cotton cloth that was boiled in water and dried under the scorching sun. The poppy wine was rubbed on her belly. Felt cool. She bit a piece of cork with her teeth. The dagger cutting her belly did not seem to hurt that much. At least it was much easier than grilling a beauty's leg on charcoal last night. Dragon baby, you are the pinnacle of the world's power. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been revived with your arrival. You are the god of this world. I need you to give me strength. Sticky blood stained the blanket under her. Danny's face was pale. Her forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. She seemed to be in a daze. The piece of cork in her mouth fell from her open mouth. Suddenly, the warm fossilized dragon egg between her knees became as hot as charcoal. The stimulation of the heat cleared her mind like never before. Under normal circumstances in modern hospitals, a cesarean section would take about half an hour. This included the anesthetic process in the early stage. Danny was in a daze for about 20 minutes. Then, a bloody baby boy appeared in her arms. Covering his bloody mouth, Danny steeled her heart and poured a small glass of poppy wine into his mouth. Riding the horse of the world, a little anesthetic won't hurt you, Danny whispered to him. The little guy fell asleep. He hugged the white dragon egg with both hands. The dragon egg was boiling hot. Another 15 minutes passed. The witch next door was still singing. Danny held the black dragon egg in her left hand and wiped the blood on her body with her free right hand. Then she threw all the blood-stained cotton cloth and blanket into the burning firewood beside her. Thank you, dragon baby. Danny caressed the fine scales on the dragon egg lovingly. Her heart was filled with gratitude and love. Just like how Bran and Stark could feel the emotions of Summer, his direwolf's name, at any time, she also had the closest soul bond with the black dragon when she was on the verge of death. Daenerys could now control the process of entering the dragon dream. Chapter 9. A loud noise came from outside the tent. Daenerys, who was sitting cross-legged in the fire with the black dragon egg in her arms, opened her eyes in frustration. She was disinfecting herself. A temperature of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius was more effective than any antibiotics or penicillin. Well, it was cleaner and had no side effects. Clenching her fist, Danny Rise felt lighter and stronger than before. She stepped out of the fire and washed the stains on her body with boiling water. She picked up the down bundle that she had prepared earlier, which was made of duck feather pillows. Soon, Danny Rise, who looked exactly the same as before, lifted the cowhide curtain with difficulty and walked out with her big belly. The scorching sun was setting in the west, dragging a long shadow behind the hills. The weather was hot and windless, and a group of Dothraki warriors were hiding in the shadows of the hills. Outside Drogo's straw palace, a circle of guards stood like javelins. Sir Jorah was like a tin can, placed 3 meters outside the camp gate. He was arguing with a Dothraki. The man pointed his scimitar at him and scolded, "Coward, the cowardly Undulls have retreated back into the tin." Undulls was the name the horse people gave to Jorah Mormont. The story of A Song of Ice and Fire had 3 storylines: the Great Wall of the northern region of the Westeros, the biting cold wind, the threat of the other to the entire human race; King's Landing, the capital of the Westeros, the game of power; Ursos, the 9 free trade city-states, Danny Rise's slave liberation. In other words, the core of the plot was located in the Westeros. The continent of Westeros was made up of 4 races. 1. The Aboriginals, the children of the forest, giants and other fantasy races. They had a history of millions of years, knew magic and used stone tools and were completely primitive. Now they mostly lived north of the Great Wall. 2. The ancestors, the Aboriginals who migrated from Ursos 12,000 years ago. They were the first generation of invaders, the descendants of the ancestors in the northern region and north of the Great Wall. 3. The Undulls were invaders from the continent of Ursos 8,000 years ago. They brought the Iron Civilization and the faith of the 7 gods. 4. The Loinans who came to Valeglia 1,000 years ago to hide from the dragon and magic civilization, super civilization similar to Atlantis. They did not have a civilization of a higher level, so they could not invade the Westeros, who had developed a civilization of knights. They could only choose to integrate with the relatively desolate Dorne, the southernmost Westeros, the desert and the Gobi. Therefore the title of the king of the Westeros is king of the Undulls, the Loiner, and the First Men. Jorid Mormont was the Count of Bear Island in the northern region. He should belong to the ancestors and not the Undulls. However, the Knight civilization was started by the Undulls, and Knights were almost the main impression the other races had of the warriors from the Sunset Continent. Korra was even dressed as a knight. Alright, Korra might not even be a knight. Knights originated from a type of belief the seven gods had anointed them with holy oil, and they had been sworn by another regular knight. Jorid Mormont, the Count of the Northern Region, the First Men, believed in the old gods and not the seven gods. He had received complete knight training, a set of knight armor and a warhorse, but he might not be a knight. For example, the House of Stark in Winterfell, from Duke Ned down, none of them were regular knights. The primitive tribe on horseback, the Dothraki, thought that those who wore iron armor were cowards. Wearing iron armor equals being afraid of death equals being cowards, that was probably their logic. When the centaur saw Dany walking out of the tent, not only did he not restrain himself, he laughed even harder. Korra pressed his sword with his left hand and pointed at the Dothraki warrior with his right hand. He scolded back unceremoniously, "You primitive trash horse bastard, you don't know anything. My plate armor can be exchanged for 100 of your dog heads." Sometimes he cursed in Dothraki, directed at the centaur himself, and sometimes he cursed in the common tongue of Westeros, with a northern accent, venting his anger at the Dothraki race as a whole. He spat out all sorts of profanities, none of which the others could understand. Because he had been wary of the centaur warrior, he immediately noticed the change in the centaur warrior's gaze. He turned back to glance at Dany and Rise, and guessed that he had completed his guard duty for the day. He pulled out his two-handed sword and rushed towards the centaur warrior. The centaur warrior had been waiting for him. He did not attack earlier because this was Cow's tent, and if he dared to barge in he would be shot by the guards like a porcupine. The centaur warrior that Dany thought was a small fry was so fast that her eyes could not keep up with him. His Arak scimitar danced in the air, forming a curtain of silver blades. Korra was wearing a full body armor made of dark gray fine steel. The huge helmet was pulled down, revealing only the two slits of his face. Below there was a throat guard, knee guard, gauntlets and long boots. They were all shining with a metallic luster. Even though he was wearing such a heavy armor, his movements were not slow at all. His two-handed sword was swung like a fan. Ping ping bang bang bang, the two of them exchanged blows. The sound of swords clashing was as dense as the sound of raindrops on a banana leaf in front of the window. Yellow sparks could be seen flickering between the swords and Sir Korra's armor, like fireflies dancing around Korra. The entire process seemed long, but in reality, Korra took 3 steps back in an instant. He held onto his sword with both hands, and the sound of heavy panting traveled into Dany's ears from below the helmet. The centaur warrior fell onto the red sandy ground, his 4 limbs struggling as he groaned in pain. Dark red blood flowed out from his chest, but it was quickly swallowed by the cracked earth, like a gluttonous demon. Dany estimated that Korra had been stabbed at least 3 times in the 4 to 5 seconds of battle, but he was completely fine. Perhaps there were fresh dents on his steel breastplate. The centaur warrior had the upper hand all along, but at the last moment, his breathing slowed down and he was stabbed in the chest. Khaleesi. Korra and his Karst bodyguards greeted her one by one. The centaurs in the shadows pointed at Dany with a relaxed expression. They had also mocked the cowardice of the Undulls, just now. Now their comrade was struggling on the ground about to bleed to death, but they seemed to think that he deserved it. They did not care or sympathize with him at all. Khaleesi, you left the witch alone in the Khaal's palace? Kahalo rode over and criticized angrily. She's not with the Khaal. She's helping Lilith with her labor. Didn't you hear her labor song? As she said that, she instructed Aggo to lift the grass curtain outside the labor room. The scene inside was immediately revealed to everyone. Millie Master was singing a mellow ballad of the land of Moonshadow while caressing Lilith's swollen and glistening belly. It seemed that she was helping Lilith to adjust the position of the fetus. On the simple bed made of rushes, the pregnant woman's square face was as white as wax. The hair on both sides of her temples was wet and her teeth were clenched tightly. The veins on her cheeks were bulging. She was moaning in pain and the faint smell of blood passed through the curtain and hit the onlookers in the face. Half an hour was more than enough for a cesarean section, and 4 to 5 hours was not considered long for a normal labor, especially if it was a difficult labor. The witch had been singing for more than an hour and her voice was a little hoarse. When she saw the grass curtain lifted and everyone looked over, she shook her head at Dany who was 30 feet away. She did not stop singing the labor song and hurriedly reached out to close the curtain again. Seeing that the witch did not use black magic, everyone quickly turned their attention away and continued with their own business. Water, water. The Dothraki warrior who was lying on the ground and waiting for death begged for water. Dany walked over and threw a bag of mare's milk on the ground. She then instructed the maid Eerie to remove his painted vest. She remembered that she was a pregnant woman with limited mobility and could not lower her head to feed him water, let alone squat down to check his injuries. His sternum blocked the sword and did not hurt his organs. Dany Rise looked and ordered, "Eerie, go and press that cotton cloth on the wound to stop the bleeding. Chui Luo, call the hairless man over and stitch his wound up. Khaleesi, he has failed in his challenge against the Undulls. He should accept his fate. Do not move him and do not treat him. Whether he lives or dies will be decided by the horse god in heaven." "Everyone knows this." "Everyone knows this," the maid Eerie replied. "Everyone knows this," Jogo agreed. Dany glared at Chui Luo and said unhappily, "Do you want everyone to know that you disobeyed Khaleesi's orders?" Chui Luo also widened his almond-shaped eyes. Seeing the determination in Dany's eyes, he muttered something indecipherable and rode away. The sun was like an injured animal, spilling blood on the barren land and falling below the horizon. Millie Master, who had studied in many countries and received many medical diplomas, really impressed Dany Rise. Before nightfall, the first child was born. It was a silver-haired boy with the bronze skin of the Dothraki, almond-shaped eyes, and light purple pupils. Dany Rise crossed the wooden screen of beasts and used a dagger to cut open the thick grass curtain. She took the naked baby from the witch's hands through the gap. "Khaleesi, it's a twin." "There's another one," Millie Master said in a hoarse voice. "Continue." Dany dawdled for almost 2 minutes before turning around the screen. "Wash him with hot water." When they reached the hall, she wrapped the baby in a woolen blanket and handed it to Jiki. When the second child was born, Jacko also came to Drogo's grass curtain palace. "Haha, a boy and a girl. The boy is big and the girl is petite, symbolizing the sun and the stars. This is an auspicious sign given to me by the horse god in heaven." Jacko was in high spirits, holding a baby in each hand. The boy in his left hand was facing the sun that was about to disappear from the horizon, while the girl in his right hand was facing the star of the horse god in the dark purple sky in the east. The string of bells tied to his beard jingled with ambition. Watching Jacko and the others leave happily with the children and Lilith, the witch, who had just finished washing herself in a small tent, muttered in confusion, "How can he tell that the boy is bigger? Aren't they about the same size? These stupid centaurs are so strange." Shaking her head, Millie turned and walked toward Drogo's grass curtain palace. Having proved her ability perfectly, she had obtained the right to become Khaleesi's valet. Before Khaleesi's child was born, she had to follow Khaleesi's little Cass and could not leave without permission. It was Kiso and Hago who did it. The Khale's blood riders could share everything other than his mount. Jianghu did not allow them to touch Dany, but they had been taking all of Dany's maids. They had not been so overboard before, but now, everyone knows that the Khale is about to die. According to Dothraki customs, his blood riders will live and die with him. Kiso and the others saw that their lives were coming to an end, which is why they became so deranged. "The dead have nothing to worry about," Sir Jorah told her with a tired expression. He had been the one who had suffered the most in the past 2 days. He had not taken off his heavy armor from the moment he put it on. During the day, he stood guard outside the door, and at night, he propped up a chair at the door, a gleaming sword across his knees. "And this place is barren. The stream 3 miles away has almost been drained dry by the horses. Most importantly, there is no pasture. The livestock can't hold on any longer." Jorah rubbed his dim eyes and said with some despair, "The Dothraki will definitely not watch their horses starve or die of thirst. Soon they will make a move. If not tonight, it will be tomorrow. I did it on purpose. I deliberately watched Jianghu go in the wrong direction. I deliberately chose this barren land that could not sustain the existence of the huge Khalasar for long. Because I hoped that when the Khalasars could not hold on any longer, they would lead their respective Khalasars and disperse on their own. I must not let an ambitious person fight for the Khale's position near my little Khalasar. Otherwise, her Khalasar tribe would not be able to survive in the chaos. As a Khaleesi, her life might not be guaranteed." Feeling that the final moment had come, she said to the haggard knight with dark circles around his eyes, "I think I will give birth tonight. Go and get Millie Master here." Pain flashed in Sir Yora's eyes. He wanted to tell his princess, in this situation, you must not have any expectations for the child. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand the huge blow that will inevitably come. Khaleesi, didn't you say that she wanted to sacrifice your child? He said with a hoarse voice. Don't worry. She only needs to sing the birthing song. I won't let her get close to my body, Dany comforted him. The witch had been locked in a small tent nearby for the past 2 days. Other than her hair and clothes being a little messy, she was in good spirits. I heard the whispers of the warriors on horseback. Your husband's tribe is about to crumble. Only his return from the darkness can change all of this. Your fate and the fate of your future children. She tried to persuade Dany calmly. My stomach hurts. I'm about to give birth. Help me give birth to the child first. Dany lay on the blanket. She was drenched in sweat, as if she had just taken a hot bath with her clothes on. I'll help you. Millie Master paused and was about to walk to Dany's bed. Wait. Dany gestured for Eerie to stop her. I'm having a natural birth. Just sing the birthing song through the screen. Then she said sternly to the handmaiden, Eerie, you stand guard outside. If she acts strangely, shoot her dead with a crossbow. You don't trust me? The witch's face darkened. Yes. At least until my son is safely born, I won't trust you again. You should know why. Dany glared at her. Millie Master's face was wooden as she thought to herself, should I let her give birth to the child? No matter what, her son, who was prophesied to ride the steed of the world, was dead meat. He would die at the hands of the new centaur Khal, or be sacrificed to the devil in the shadows. Why didn't this silver-haired woman break down as expected? The seductive black witchcraft she had mixed into her words last time didn't work either. She couldn't accept it if she couldn't personally grant her the cruelest revenge. No matter what she thought, Millie Master could only obediently sing the birthing song in the face of the Dothraki handmaiden who was glaring at her with a crossbow raised. The birth was unexpectedly smooth this time. Dany only had to howl for half an hour before the soft cries of a baby sounded from behind the wooden screen. Don't move. Eerie warned loudly. The witch stopped in her tracks and turned to the handmaiden. Your Khaleesi needs me. There will be more complicated work to do after the child is born. In fact, she didn't have any other thoughts at the moment. She only felt that today's birthing process was very strange and wanted to see it with her own eyes. Stop, don't move. Eerie held the crossbow, unmoved. Dany said weakly from inside, Eerie, let Jichi and Doria in. Millie Master has proven her loyalty. Take her back to the tent and don't tie her up again. Mem, give her some wine and meat. Very strange. That silver-haired woman is up to something. The witch was completely sure, but she just couldn't figure out what she had done or what she was going to do. Eerie, Jichi, and Doria had never given birth before, nor had they learned the art of childbirth. They only thought that everything was the effect of Millie Master's miraculous birthing song. Even Sir Yora and the others outside thought so. After all, a few days ago, everyone saw, with their own eyes, that the witch had helped the dying Lilith give birth to a pair of auspicious children. Before that, all the hairless people were 100% sure that Lilith, who had fallen off the horse, was beyond saving. From this, it could be seen that Millie Master was no ordinary witch doctor who helped with childbirth. With her help, it was perfectly normal for the Khaleesi to successfully give birth to a son. When Sir Yora, Kaholo, Kiso, and Hago, the 3 blood riders, were brought into the straw curtain palace, they naturally thought that the skinny baby in Dany's arms was their Khal's son. My son and star, your blood of my blood. He's dying. Dany lowered her head and played with the baby's sparse black hair as she said nonchalantly. Woman, Dothraki is different from your Sunset Nation. The wise old man Kaholo thought that he had seen through Dany's absurd ambition of ruling from behind a curtain, so he mocked her without holding back. Ever since the birth of the Zigung Lake, the centaurs have never had a baby Khal. In fact, if the Khal's adult son is not the strongest warrior in Khalasar, he might not be able to inherit his father's position as Khal. At this moment they did not even call her Khaleesi anymore. Just like what Sir Yora had said, when Khal Drogo was alive she was the Khaleesi of the 100,000 centaurs. After his death she was nothing. Dany Lilith said to them, I have already accepted my fate, the Dash Khaleesi of Viz Dothraki. However, as my husband's blood of my blood, this child is his continuation, and also your bloodline. I hope that one or several of you brave warriors can run through the night and bring my leg, Dany Lilith's son's name, decided on the day she was pregnant, to the north. V's Dothraki under the Mother of God mountain is a holy land for the centaurs who do not show their weapons, do not stain their hands with blood, set aside their disputes and give up their hatred. Find the old Dash Khaleesi who predicted that I would give birth to the steed of the world, and ask her to take back her prophecy about Leg. Also, ask her to take Leg as her servant for life. If the above request is fulfilled, I will swear on behalf of Leg as the Princess of Dragonstone Island, Stormborn, that I will forever give up my pursuit of the inheritance of his father, Khal Drogo. Chapter 11. The night Dany gave birth to Leg, there was a riot in Drogo's Khalasar that affected the entire camp, but it was not caused by Kahalo. Yes, the old blood rider was moved by Dany's words. He led the 500 elite riders of Drogo's Khas and quietly bypassed the camp's defense team, rushing north through the night. They took advantage of the chaos last night, but they were not the cause of the chaos. During the chaos last night, the entire camp was filled with shouting and horses neighing. Torches were like stars in the sky, covering the land as far as the eye could see. Ser Jorah strictly prohibited anyone from entering or leaving, and even led a team to kill 17 centaurs who tried to break into Drogo's straw curtain palace. It was not until the next morning that Aggo heard the definite news from the smoky ruins of the camp. Pinocchio had left Drogo's Khalasar with 20,000 Dothraki roaring warriors. The chaos came from the conflict between those who tried to stop them. Pinocchio seemed to be well behaved these days, but he had been secretly contacting the leaders of the small Khas. While the other bandits were still staring at Drogo's straw curtain palace, he had already thought, no matter when Drogo died, the strongest army would always be king. Drogo's Khalasar was the strongest in the Sea of Grass, with more than 40,000 roaring warriors. Including the young knights, there were more than 50,000 soldiers who could fight. Pinocchio took 20,000 roaring warriors with him, but the remaining 20,000 had to be divided among a dozen other bandits. In just one night, Khal Pinocchio became one of the strongest Khals in the Dothraki Sea. The chaos caused by Pinocchio's departure was just the beginning. The collapse of Drogo's Khalasar had begun. Over the next 2 days, more than 10 bandits came one after another to divide the remaining men, wealth, slaves and livestock. On the 4th day Dany stood on the hill and looked around. The Khalasar that had once been like a brown carpet covering the red land was now folding in half, until only a small part of the Khas was left, like a stain on the red floor. The Dothraki had to leave the land immediately or they would die. Without water and horse grass, the nomadic centaurs could not survive. Everything was as Dany had expected. No, she had missed something. The Dothraki valued the prophecy of the Doshi Kalian more than she had expected. Dash Kalin, the widowed Khaleesi, the wise woman of the Dothraki, the manager of Horse King City, the priestess of Mount Our Lady, the creator of the Khalasar operation in the Sea of Grass. Tut tut tut. On the evening of the 4th day, with the huge red setting sun as the background, 1,000 elite cavalrymen galloped over from afar. It was Giacomo. Outside the wooden fence outside the grass curtain palace, Ser Jorah led more than 100 Slake knights. Their sharp blades were unsheathed, and they were ready for battle. Nay, the front hooves of Jakku's warhorse were raised high. The incoming sandstorm made Korra squint slightly. Since you've already left, why did you come back? Korra's muffled voice came from under the helmet. Boom. Jake didn't say a word. He just threw a black thing, a bloody head in Dany's direction. It rolled a few times under Dany's feet. She saw an old scarred face. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open. He seemed to be complaining about the unfairness of fate. No, the Dothraki warriors wouldn't complain. Even in the face of the most tragic fate, they would still let out battle cries. That was why Kaholo was still shouting unyieldingly before he died. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the horses and the riders turned in an arc and left bloody heads in front of the tents expressionlessly. Soon the heads piled up into a small hill. 4 days ago, Kaholo took away 500 elite cavalrymen. 4 days later, under the blood-red setting sun, Khal Jakku brought back 500 bloody heads. Where's my son? Dany Rise lowered her gaze and asked in a hoarse voice. Khal Jakku waved at a knight behind him. The Dothraki passed him a 4-meter-long wooden pole. He raised the pole high so that everyone could see it. Ah! Iri, Doria and a few other maids cried out in despair. The pole was thin and a small human head was strung on top of it. It was the size of a cantaloupe. It had bronze skin like the Dothraki's, black hair like Drogo's, and light purple pupils in its almond-shaped eyes. What? Danny's face was pale. She was on the verge of collapsing. She looked at Jake coldly. Didn't Kaholo tell you about my vow? I only want this child to live a peaceful life. The old Dothraki Kareen will bear witness to my vow. He's no threat to you. Jake grinned. His smile was ferocious. Killing the son of the previous KL is a horse people's tradition. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows, his subordinates replied in unison. Your vow, the agreement you'll make with the Dash Kaling? Kahalo told us all about it, but that's not our tradition. The great horsemen don't like that. Everyone knows that, Jake said with a laugh. Everyone knows, his subordinates replied in unison again. Us. Danny thought for a moment and asked, You're almost a day's ride behind Kaholo. That's at least 300 kilometers. There's no way you can catch up to him? Did Bono attack? From the beginning to the end, Kaholo's team couldn't escape that cunning bastard Bono's pursuit. Later on we all joined in. But I was even luckier. I just happened to meet Kaholo's remaining troops. Ah. Jake raised his head and laughed proudly. The pole in his hand was like a banner of victory. He waved it proudly. As expected of Drogo's strongest guards. 500 of them charged left and right and killed about 3,000 of us. In the end, only 13 riders were left. I personally beheaded a Blood Brotherhood guard and a young Khal. He pulled his braids from the back of his head to his chest and pointed at the bells on them. Frowning, he said, Although I'm old, young, and weak, I still added 2 bells for myself. After all, I'm now a Khal. A Khal should have a long bell that represents a series of victories. Like the Manchurians in China, the Dothraki wore braids at the back of their heads since they were young. Every time they lost a battle, they would cut off their braids as a sign of dishonor. This way the whole world would know of their humiliation. When attending a Dothraki banquet, the number of seats would be determined by the length of the braids. Warriors with long braids would receive more respect and would sit closer to the Khal and higher. Those with short braids could only lean against the wall and sit on the tattered seats on the floor. Long braids represented the Dothraki's honor. The number of bells tied to the braids marked the number of victories they had won. Khal Drogo had never lost a battle in his life. His Khalasar was the largest. His braids were thick and long, reaching below his hips. His black braids were full of jingling bells. In the end, there wasn't enough space. His beard was also braided and tied to a string of bells. At this moment, Khal Jocko regarded Kaholo and the baby he was protecting as 2 victories. You'll regret what you did today. Danny was furious. She sentenced Jocko to death in her heart. Jocko, I hope you'll be alive for at least the next 5 years. What are you going to do now? Kill me? Or the Khal you were? She asked coldly. She's not crying? Jocko turned to Margot and muttered, What a cold woman. We've all lost. 4 days ago, when Khalasar fell apart, Margot took advantage of the chaos to kidnap Danny's shepherd maid, Eloy. He raped her a second time and rewarded her to the new Khalasar led by Jocko. He let people take turns riding her. In the end, he cut off the poor maid's head and threw it near Danny's tent. Eloy was stolen from Margot by Danny. He wanted revenge. Half a month ago, during Drogo's attack on the shepherd town, the girl Eloy was captured by Margot and raped in public by the Dothraki. Daenerys Targaryen happened to be passing by at that time. She had stopped the Dothraki warrior who had tainted Eloy and made him her slave. This was not in line with the traditions of the horsefolk. Even the Khal could not casually take the spoils of war from his subordinates. It was all thanks to Zhuji's prestige and power that Danny suppressed the matter. Margot was a powerful warrior. He was now Khal Jocko's blood rider. He was the one who came up with the idea of hanging the baby's small head on a wooden pole. He even made a bet with Jocko that Danny would faint from fright. Danny did not cry. She just stared at them with her big purple eyes. They did not expect this at all. They all lost. Woman, I swore at the mother of the mountains that I would never hurt my Khal. Everyone knows that. Jocko urged his horse forward and shouted at Danny's cars. Everyone knows that, Margot said. Everyone knows that, Jocko's men answered in unison. Jocko continued, Khaleesi, who has lost her Khal, will never be touched by any Dothraki horse again. She will be sent to Vistothraki and become a Dothraki Khaleesi. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that, Margot shouted from the side. From Danny's cars, Aggo shouted, When the Khal is buried, we will escort Khaleesi back to Vistothraki. My Khalasar will wait for you on the north bank of the Raza River. Don't even think about escaping, Jocko said coldly. This place was at the border of the Red Wastes. If they went north, they would return to the shepherd's scattered settlement. After crossing the Raza River, they would arrive at the boundless Dothraki Sea. As for the south, it was more than 1,000 kilometers of barren Gobi Desert. He looked around at the small camp, the whip in his right hand making a horrifying crack in the air. Now, hand over the belongings that belong to the Khal but no longer belong to you. Slaves, warriors and livestock have all been taken by them, Sir Jorah said with a frown. Armored man, I want this palace. Jianghu pointed at the palace behind Dany with his whip. Only the Khal can live in the Khal's palace. The Dothraki Khaleesi do not need it. Jorah turned back to look at Dany. His right hand was on the hilt of his sword, and his left hand quietly pulled down the visor of his flat iron helmet. Dany shook her head at him. She turned to Kue Luo and ordered, "Have the woman tear down the tent." Chapter 12. Drogo's grass-curtained palace had a few walls made of thick rushes, but the roof and front were made of multiple layers of silk and coarse cotton cloth. When taken apart and folded together, it was enough to fill 10 carts. It was almost worthless in modern society. Well, it was still very valuable. There were also dozens of animal skins hanging on it. Golden mink skins, thick bison skins, white lion skins unique to fantasy worlds. It could probably be exchanged for several houses in the third ring of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Well, back to the world of ice and fire. The greatest Khal lived in the best palace, and Drogo's grass-curtained palace was undoubtedly the best in the Dothraki Sea. Khal, it's getting late. I'm afraid we'll have to set up camp here today, Mago said to Jianghu. Jianghu thought for a moment, then shouted for Crow and the others to stop. Leave the palace to me. I'm going to entertain the warriors of the Khalasar tonight. Also, I know that Drogo has 10 boxes of gold medals and 50 boxes of silver medals. Hand them over and they'll all be mine. The Dothraki had no monetary system and no monetary trade, but the centaurs were not the only race in this world. The centaurs were not even the strongest race. When they came to the 9 free trade city-states with high walls, deep cities and tight security, they still had to exchange gifts to get necessities. Gold and silver were hard currencies in the world of ice and fire, and the Dothraki needed them too. They smelted gold, silver and copper into metals that could be buckled together to form belts. From time to time, the Khal would remove a medal from his waist as a reward and give it to those who had done meritorious service. The strongest Drogo had the strongest Khalasar and the most wealth. Half of the luxurious grass-curtained palace, which was more than 200 square meters, was filled with heavy wooden boxes. Other than clothes and daily items, gold and silver were the majority. You're too late. You're not the only one who covets Khal Drogo's wealth, Jianghu interrupted her rudely. Not Ko, I'm Khal Jianghu. Dany Rise's eyes were scornful as she continued, to prevent soldiers from breaking into the camp, I had people throw those things out. Anyway, Dash Kalen has the entire Horse King city to support him. I don't need gold and silver. Really? Jianghu was a little angry, but also a little disbelieving, unwilling to believe. We carried the chests and threw them out together. There were 60 chests. Everyone knows that, Sir Chola said. Everyone knows, Agu echoed. Everyone knows, Dany's Cass said nonsensically. Damn it, leave now. Jake waved his whip in exasperation. The Khaleesi's dowry, the Khal's weapons and horses, would not be taken by force. Yes, this was a tradition that all Dothraki knew. There was a 20-square-meter linen tent, and a dozen wooden boxes were piled up in a corner. Most of them were Dany's wedding gifts. When they were carried out of Drogo's palace, Mago dismounted and looked through them. The newly built tents were too small to dig a fire pit, so they could only pull the curtains to the left and right and ignite a raging flame not far from the door. Kiso's gloomy face was illuminated by the dim yellow flames. He had been guarding Drogo's bed, waiting for my blood to rush into the Night Kingdom. Ag was drunk. He lay on the ground with a dispirited look on his face. His dim eyes stared blankly at the top of the tent. We should have left the child by my blood's side and waited for the last moment together. Kahalo shouldn't have listened to her, he said vaguely. The tent was too crowded. Dany sat at the entrance and did not answer Hag. She only lowered her head and stuffed cotton wool into a doll with a pale face. The doll was one that she had just sewn with pale yellow silk. It had no head. Jake said that he had thrown the child's torso to the wild dogs. The atmosphere in the camp under the starry sky was oppressive. The space was so quiet that it was almost frozen. Little Cass, who had 100 or 200 people, could only hear the crackling of firewood in the fire. Sir Jorah was still fully armored. He looked at his princess with pity. Several times he opened his mouth to say something, but it was as if his throat was stuck. He could not say a single word of comfort. Perhaps, thought the knight sadly, no words could lessen the pain of her heart at this moment. Involuntarily, an image of what had happened at the king's landing appeared in his mind. It was 15 years ago, the night before the Targaryen dynasty was completely destroyed. As the heir to the Earl of Bear Island, he was chosen as the personal bodyguard of Ned Stark, the Duke of Winterfell in the Northern Territory. When he led the army of the Northern Territory and followed Duke Stark into the Red Keep, he saw a similar scene as tonight. The 3-year-old princess was beheaded, and the prince, who was not even a year old, was turned into a pool of blood and paste on the wall. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of horses galloping from afar woke everyone up from their silence. Quello rode his horse to check it out and quickly returned. He reported to Dany and Lilith, "Calixie, it's Calixie of Jake. Madam Lilith says she wants to thank you in person." Dany sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a bundle folded with a wool blanket in front of her. She lowered her head and looked at the baby's corpse in the bundle for a while. Then she said with a hoarse voice, "Ask her to come here." "I'm coming." A female voice came from the darkness. Following that, a series of knights holding torches appeared. Without waiting for Dany's order, Lilith's men barged into the small circle. "You." Dany said one word and stopped. The flames danced in the wind, illuminating a smug and mocking smile. Now, even a fool would not think that she came with good intentions. Dany put the cleaned baby's head on the neck of the rag doll and said in a muffled voice, "I saved you. You see, I'm also riding a horse." Lilith pulled the reins awkwardly and made the horse turn in a circle. "A little mare with a silver mane just like yours." In fact, they were not the same. Dany's little silver horse had shiny silver hair, but Lilith's was white. Unlike the Myrish dress last time, she also did as the Romans did and changed into a painted Dothraki vest. Dany covered the bundle and looked up into Lilith's eyes. She said again, "I saved your life." Lilith pursed her lips and waved behind her. 2 strong Dothraki female riders came over and helped her off the horse. Although she could sit on the back of a horse, Lilith was still in the confinement period. Her limbs were weak and her body was not well. She needed the help of her maids to walk. She could not be compared to Dany, who held the dragon egg dragon dream every day. She staggered to Dany's side and sat cross-legged on the magic carpet on the ground like her. Lilith leaned over to Dany's ear, covered her mouth and whispered, "I hate you." "Obviously." Dany nodded seriously. "Ha ha ha." She put her hands on both sides and leaned back slightly. Looking at the gem-like stars in the sky, she sighed and said briskly, "Ah, I'm also a Khaleesi. I have my own little silver horse, my own Khaz tribe. Knew it's them. More importantly, I have a son as strong as a dragon." As she spoke, she exerted force in her hands and leaned forward instead of backward. She lowered her head and lifted the cloth in front of Dany. Tsk, what a poor little thing. He's not even half the size of me, Jianghu. Oh, what's below the head? That's right, his original body was eaten by a dog." Hearing this, Dany inexplicably relaxed a lot. The heavy guilt in her heart was pressing down on her until she almost couldn't breathe. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "Thank?" Lilith was stunned. "What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Dany grinned and sneered viciously. "You may be a disgusting bitch, but at least you know to come and visit me. You've exceeded my expectations of you before." "Then how low were your expectations of me before?" Lilith was stunned for a moment before she fully understood what she meant. Her face contorted for a moment. Before she could flip out, Dany immediately warned, "Dothraki cannot hurt the Dash Khaleesi, or they will be cursed by the horse god. Everyone knows that." She then turned to look at Lilith's maidservant. The Dothraki woman immediately replied, "Everyone knows that." "Everyone knows that," Iri and Jichi also said. "You." Lilith glared at Dany. After a while, she suddenly laughed. "It's okay. I'm a bitch and you're no better. I saved your life." Dany reminded her for the 3rd time. "I'm grateful, but that's all." Lilith scanned the crowd for a moment and found the witch who was looking over. She pointed at her and sneered. "You saved her too, but she still killed your Khal and child." "I didn't." The witch waved her hands and denied loudly. "Mr. Silver, have you forgotten that I used the Song of Moon to help you give birth?" Lilith didn't want to talk to her at all. She only looked back at Dany with a smile. "Drogo is your man. You know better than anyone how many scars he has. Many of them are more serious than the broken skin on his chest, but he is still the strongest Khal in the Sea of Grass. Even Reese's brothel has his bloody and deathly reputation. I believe her, Danny said flatly. She then asked, why do you hate me so much? Just because you're jealous. But Khaleesi isn't something to be envied for, is she? Lilith stroked the silver hair hanging in front of her chest and glared with her lilac eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, because I hate being someone else's replacement. What do you mean? Danny was confused. There were many silver-haired, purple-eyed women in Ursos. Even Drogo's Khalasar had dozens of them. I was originally Illyrio's woman. He wanted to fuck you but couldn't break the membrane that belonged to Khal Drogo, so he bought me from Reese's brothel. Lilith leaned over to Danny's ear and whispered in a venomous voice, that fat pig, he kept calling out your name when he fucked me. That's it? Danny's eyebrows twitched. She didn't seem to care at all. In modern society, which beautiful woman hasn't been lusted after? Do men always look at themselves in the mirror when they get blisters on their hands? The Targaryen family was blessed with beauty genes. Every member of the family was handsome and beautiful. Danny's dead brother, for example, was extremely despicable. His appearance. Well, appearance and personality were two extremes. Danny Lilith's appearance was naturally top-notch. More importantly, she was probably blessed with the identity of the last princess. The last princess of the ancient Valeglia royal family. Just thinking about it made one excited. Seeing that she didn't provoke Danny, Lilith was a little unhappy. She gritted her teeth and continued, my status was lowly. Illyrio didn't take me seriously and often used me to entertain others. The night before you married Drogo, your beggar king brother Viserys was about to sneak into your bedroom. It was Illyrio who stopped him and told him that if he angered Drogo, not only would he not be able to use the Khal's roaring warriors to restore his kingdom, he wouldn't even be able to save the lives of you and your sister. Then the beggar king fucked me and called out your name again. Chapter 13. Was inbreeding a good or bad thing? From the point of view of the general public, inbreeding couples were more likely to give birth to children with genetic defects, which was not conducive to good reproduction. This was a scientific fact. Since the beginning of the primitive era, the cruel natural environment had already helped humans eliminate most of the genes of dominant diseases. After millions of years, when humans developed a relatively advanced civilization, genetic diseases were recessive. Only when both parents carried the recessive gene of the same disease, their children had about a quarter of the chance of suffering from genetic diseases. Note that it must be the recessive gene of the same disease. Relatives with similar bloodlines, because the genes came from the same ancestor, were more likely to carry the same recessive gene. Their children were more likely to have dementia or abnormalities. However, if close relatives were to reproduce for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of generations, all the recessive defective genes in the bloodline would be completely exposed. Then the children who carried the pairs of recessive defective genes would be abandoned. The remaining children would definitely have fewer recessive defective genes than the previous generation. In other words, through the cruel elimination system, inbreeding was beneficial to reduce the defective genes. It was a disguised genetic optimization. Of course, genetic optimization was two aspects. In addition to reducing inferior genes, it also increased good genes. It was more practical hybridization. Here, only the problem of inbreeding to reduce inferior genes was discussed. To achieve inbreeding genetic optimization, at least the efforts of dozens of generations were needed. If a new bloodline was added halfway, it would bring new defective genes. All the previous efforts would be wasted, and they would have to start all over again. Without 1,000 years of direct blood marriage, the plan of noble bloodline could not be thought of. And the great celestial empire did not have 1,000 years of absolute aristocratic families. The kind that could reject the marriage of the royal family. Therefore, for the Wuxia people, inbreeding marriage was always a taboo that should be avoided. Even in the history of Earth, only the pharaoh family of ancient Egypt could do this. Later on, they were defeated by the system of inbreeding. Because of the inferior mixed blood in the middle, everything had to be redone. But if they kept giving birth to freaks and retarded heirs, they could not maintain the rule of the dynasty that was collapsing day by day. If the ruling power did not decline, would the noble pharaoh marry other families? In the end, the ancient pharaoh family was almost extinct. The people may not have died, but the dynasty and the system it established were all eliminated. The ancient European aristocrats had similar ideas as the pharaoh, but they were worse than the pharaoh. For example, the hemophilia that caused the collapse of the European royal family. The main reason was that they could not carry out direct reproduction. From time to time, new blood would be added halfway. However, many families in the Ice and Fire continent had done what the people on Earth could not do. They had the true royal bloodline. House Targaryen, for example. In fact, the Targaryens were only a small branch of a great race that once reproduced in the continent of Ursos, the ancient Valeglia's free bastion. How strong were Valeglia's bloodlines? Just look at Daenerys Targaryen now and you'll understand. Apart from the Valyrian descendants, the Duke's family of Westeros, formerly the royal family, but due to Aegon Targaryen's invasion and unification of the Eight Kingdoms, the royal family was demoted to dukes, were more or less. Well, they could only be considered as secondary descendants, and they even married into other families. This world was able to achieve inbred genes optimization, mainly because their history was too long. For example, the main character's family, the Wolf Stark family, had at least 8,000 years of family history. Fry of the Twin Towers, who had organized the bloody wedding, had always been discriminated against by the upper-class nobles due to their shallow background. Then how nouveau riche was the Fry family? Well, they were just a marquis family with a mere 600 years of history. They had nothing but money. Well, if a 600-year-old family was placed in the Celestial Empire, then all of the above meant one thing. Viserys' attempt to climb into his sister's bed was a crime in the barbaric and magical world of Ice and Fire, but it was not a crime of ethics. The Targaryen family had always followed an ancient tradition, the marriage of brothers and sisters. For example, Aegon, who founded the Targaryen dynasty, married two sisters. Well, yes, two sisters, the elder sister Visenya and the younger sister Rhaenys. The King's Landing city was made up of 3 hills, Aegon's High Hill, Rhaenys Hill, and Visenya Hill, to commemorate the 3 founders of the dynasty. In fact, Dany Targaryen's parents, Mad King Aerys and Queen Rhaella, were also siblings. Even her grandparents were siblings. If Dany had been born 10 years earlier, about 5 years would have been enough. She would most likely have married her elder brother Rhaegar. And then? Dany said to Lilith calmly. Viserys is a bastard. I already knew. Lilith looked at her strangely, puzzled by her nonchalance. At the same time, seeing that she could not hurt Dany with words, the anger in her heart grew. She turned her head abruptly and pointed at Ser Jorah, who was looking at her warily. He did me too. Although he did not call out your name, the way he looked at me seemed to be fucking your soul through my skin. Oh. Ser Jorah had been guarding against Lilith from hurting the pitiful and weak Dany, but he did not want to be dragged into it. His face flushed red and his hands in iron gloves waved. You are slandering me. I did not think that way. I have read countless people. You can't fool me. Lilith smiled contemptuously. You are Khaleesi now. You are no longer the red card of Rhys's brothel. Dany was embarrassed and immediately warned her sternly. I don't think Khal Jocko wants to hear what you said before. She had long known that Jorah Mormont had feelings for Dany Lilith. Well, before she transmigrated, she had learned from Game of Thrones that when Big Bear and Tyrion met in the brothel, he was hugging a silver-haired, purple-eyed Volantis prostitute. That prostitute was cosplaying as the famous Queen of Meereen, Dany Lilith, 2 or 3 years later. Jake. Dany could not scare her. Lilith's mouth became more and more twisted. She leaned close to Dany's ear and said in a voice that only she could hear, How do you think I followed him? Dany's heart tightened. Did she become Helen in Troy? Does he also love me deeply? It doesn't seem like it. She whispered back, not embarrassed at all. Lilith sneered, because he is the same as me. He only wants the same things as Khal. You and Drogo's horse and King's tent are no different in his heart. Then you are not even as good as Drogo's tent? Dany pushed her head away and directly drove her away loudly. Go, I don't want to talk about these boring topics with you anymore. I'll go. Anyway, Khalasar will return to Horse King City almost every year. At that time, I hope you, who joined the ranks of the old Dosh Khalasar, can still be as proud as you are now. Lilith left angrily. Early the next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, Jake's Khalasar also stepped on the cold morning fog and slowly moved towards the north. She had no choice but to leave. Not to mention drinking water and horse grass, even the firewood for the fire was gone a few days ago. The red wasteland was dry and hot during the day, but the temperature dropped below 10 degrees at night. It was a typical climate of the Gobi Desert. Walking out of the dim tent, Dany found that the outside world was frighteningly bright. The rising sun was like a furnace dripping with molten gold. The burning golden liquid sprinkled on the ground, scorching the ground until it cracked and hollowed out. The small camp was not quiet. The coughing of the old man came from the nearby straw shed. A small group of children ran and played in the open space of the camp despite the heat. Further away there were some women doing their daily chores. More than 100 horses had been removed from their saddles. They kicked the ground and walked around listlessly. From time to time, they neighed as if they were complaining, "Why isn't there even a single blade of grass in this damned place?" Seeing Danny's figure, the maidservants immediately waited by the side with water, wine, fruits and roasted meat. After wiping her face, Danny ate something casually and asked Ago and the others to command cars to move back to the original position of the straw curtain palace. Although it was also desolate, at least the hills next to it helped to block the sun and sand. Kiso and Hago were still in the tent with the dying Drogo. Danny called Ago, Quero, Jogo, Kalalak and Sir Yora to the shade and sat in a circle on the ground. The first political expansion meeting was held under the small mound. "Drogo's Khalasar is gone," she said to them directly. Jogo said matter-of-factly, "A Khal who can't ride a horse is not qualified to be a Khal. The Dothraki only follow the strong," Sir Yora said. "Your Highness, I'm sorry but we can't keep them. Starting from Pinocchio, Drogo's warriors, big and small, are all leaving day by day." How many men and supplies do we have left?" Danny asked. "Khaleesi, none of your Kars left," Ago said solemnly. "We are Khaleesi's guards and we swore loyalty to you and not to the Khal, so we all stayed." Danny was happy. Although the Dothraki were barbaric, their moral integrity was much better than the more civilized races, such as the Westeros who treated sacred oaths as shit. "Who else?" Danny asked in a brisk tone. "We have less than 100 Kars and I saw at least 200 clansmen when we were moving the tents." No matter which Daenerys it was, the Dothraki were her foundation. The centaurs were loyal, brave and straightforward. They were truer and more trustworthy than the people of their homeland tens of thousands of miles away. Dany, on the other hand, was the Khal's wife, and had already changed her household register with the Dothraki Sea of Grass. So she called the Dothraki her clansmen. Chapter 14. More than 200 people, less than 100 who can fight, and only 60 of the elite roaring warriors from your Karsh tribe. Korra paused, showing a pained expression as he sighed. "I can foresee that in the long journey in the future, half of them will die." "What about the supplies?" Dany asked with a frown. "I can guarantee that everyone has a horse and there are only about 200 cows and sheep. As for the water source, after the Khalasar leaves, that little stream is barely enough for us to use, but it's a little far, about 5 kilometers away." Dany was puzzled. "There's not even a blade of grass nearby. What do the horses and sheep eat these days?" "There's reddish-brown devil grass between the cracks of the rocks. Although it's tough and enough to satisfy the horse's hunger, this situation won't last long. The resources here have already dried up, so we need to move," Ricardo warned her. "Where?" Dany's heart skipped a beat and she probed the centaur. "What do you plan to do next? If I reorganize this little Kars into a Khalasar, and let the 4 of you become my blood brotherhood guards, will you accept?" Dany's words seemed to cause a lot of trouble for the centaur warriors. They frowned and thought for a while, and Kuelua was the first to reject. "This won't work. I'll feel ashamed to be a female blood brotherhood guard, and there are only 3 of them." Dany looked at the next person and Ago lowered his eyes. "I can't swear it either. Only men can lead the Khalasar. You are Khaleesi and only Khaleesi," Ricardo continued. "I will ride with you to Weiss Duthrak at the foot of the Mother of Saints mountain, and protect you from danger until you join the old woman of the Dash Khaleesi. Other than that, I can't make any more promises." All right, I understand." Without waiting for Korra to speak, Dany interrupted him. "Let's put this matter aside for now. Our first priority now is to send the great Khal Drogo back to the Night Kingdom." Knight Yora abruptly stood up from his cross-legged position, pulling out the sword at his waist with a whoosh. The bright blade of the sword dazzled Dany's eyes. Then Yora Mormont knelt down on one knee and put the sword at Dany's feet. "Your Highness, I swear to serve you and carry out all your orders, even if I have to sacrifice my life." He glanced at the 4 centaurs beside him and declared firmly, "I swear on the sword in my hand and the emblem of my family, unless you're willing, no one will take you back to Viz Dothraki. You don't have to join the Dash clan." The 4 Ma people looked at each other, their almond-shaped black eyes flashing with confusion and unease. It seems that even the Westeros who are corrupt in etiquette also have great loyal ministers of noble character. Although Sir Yora's motives were not pure, and his loyalty was more derived from unrequited love, Danny was still very happy. According to Dothraki tradition, the Khal will ride his horse back to the arms of the horse god in the blazing fire, so I order you to lead the knights to gather all the firewood, dry grass, vines that can be burned. This was a bitter cold place that could not be lived in for long, so Danny had to leave as soon as possible. Hearing that Danny was going to cremate Drogo, the two blood riders who had been depressed all this time also left Drogo's bed once more. They also had to prepare their own luggage. You two go out first. I want to end his pain and humiliation, Danny said to the handmaidens beside her. Drogo had not woken up for 4 days. Half of his chest was black and rotten, but he was still breathing weakly. To him this was not only a painful ordeal, but also a great humiliation. A great warrior on horseback should not lie in bed all the time. Danny spent 3 minutes freeing him with a feather pillow, then cut open his rotten flesh to remove the pus and blood before filling his chest with a sticky balm. Iri and Jichi helped Drogo clean his hair and body, then Danny rebraided his washed long hair and wrapped it with a series of small bells. There were more bells, gold, silver, and bronze. These bells would announce his arrival to his enemies and make them cower in fear, even in the kingdom of the dead. Next, Doria put on his horse's main leggings and tall boots for him, and tied a heavy belt full of gold and silver medals around his waist. Iri and Jichi worked together to lift Drogo's broad but bony body, and helped him put on a painted vest to cover the scar on his chest. Although the vest was old and faded, it was still his favorite. Danny had planned to hold the cremation that night, but even after the sun had set in the west, they still hadn't gathered enough firewood. Jogo was the furthest away, riding his horse all the way north for 20 kilometers, almost back to the shepherd's territory. They shot at me with arrows. The shepherds do not welcome horse folk, Drogo said angrily. Isn't this nonsense? Every year when you go south from Horse King City to the Great Sea of Grass, you have to go to the Raza River to harvest, as if the shepherds are your New Year's luck. This year seems to be especially strange. 2 Khals in a row died in the newbie village. Drogo quickly became excited again. But I met Ordo's Khalasar. They heard that I was preparing firewood for the Khalasar's cremation and offered to help us take down a village as a sacrifice. Ordo was also one of Drogo's former Khalasars. The Khalasar he split off was not large and most of them were eaten by Bono and Jake. Of the 40,000 roaring warriors, Bono took 20,000, Jake took 10,000, and the remaining 10,000 were divided among 10 Khalasars. One Khalasar only had 1 or 2,000 warriors. Of course, in the vast Dothraki Sea, a few thousand Khalasar was the norm. Drogo was one of the rare overlords of the grasslands. Khal Ordo is up to no good. He is most likely under Bono's orders. In order to wait for you, he has been waiting in the north. After Drogo left, Korra said with a serious expression, Your Highness, what are you thinking? You tried to subdue Kaluo and the others. They obviously do not want to be Dash Khalasar in Horse King City, so we seem to be trapped. And your Khalasar is loyal to you, but he also has his own will. This is a Dothraki tradition that has lasted for thousands of years. Danny gave him a reassuring look. You will understand this problem in 2 days. The next day at dawn, Kiso rode alone to the place where he and Ordo had agreed to meet in the north. At noon he returned with a large group of horses. 10 Ordo Khalasar knights escorted 200 shepherds. The slaves were strung together with ropes, their faces full of despair. There were also a dozen slaves driving a dozen carriages. The carriages were piled with bundles of chopped firewood. Well, there was also oil for the carriages. These slaves will accompany us on our journey into the night, Kiso said coldly. Danny wore loose sand-silk trousers and a pair of sandals tied to her knees. She wore a painted Dothraki vest similar to Drogo's. The Khal has you and 500 of his most loyal warriors. He does not need those cowardly shepherds. She did not hesitate to reject the idea of martyrdom. Kiso raised his whip, his face sinister. Behave yourself. I am in charge here. Danny said coldly. Kaluo and Korra were beside her and behind her. Ago and Ricarlo aimed their bows at Kiso. Hundreds of people busied themselves for an entire afternoon. Before sunset, the firewood was piled into a 5-meter-long square that was 4 meters high. The hollow was stuffed with straw, shrubs, bark, and hay. This was the Khal's master bedroom. Khal Drogo's treasures were placed on the crematorium. His blanket, painted vest, saddle and reins, the whip his father had given him when he came of age, the Iraq scimitar he had used to kill Khal Ogo and his father, and the huge dragon bone longbow. Jorgo had wanted to put the weapons Drogo's blood riders had given Danny as a bridal gift, but she stopped him. "Those are my things," she said to him. "I want to keep them." After some thought, Danny brought the two back to the foot of the hill. She dug up a layer of red soil in a corner, revealing several leather bags the size of cement bags. Walala, the bags were lifted up and a dazzling golden river spilled out. They were all golden medals the size of a child's palm. Jianghu had 10 boxes of gold medals in total. Danny buried 3 of them in the ground. Out of the 10 boxes that were thrown out, 30% of them were filled with bronze medals. Thousands of people fought over them. They could not even tell how many boxes they threw out. How would they know that Danny had passed them off as genuine? The barbaric centaurs had not evolved such a trick. Another layer of gold medals was placed on top of the Khal's treasures, and then a few bundles of hay. Kaso and Hago carried Drogo's body out of the tent with solemn expressions. The Dothraki watched in silence. They let him lie on his pillow and silk quilt, his head facing the Mother Mountain in the far northeast. Ricardo brought over Drogo's red steed. It was tall and ferocious, its body as red as charcoal. Its fur was as smooth as the most precious silk. It was a rare beast in the world that dared to bite even the white lions of the grasslands. The Dothraki were a cruel and heartless people. According to their customs, they never named their animals. Otherwise, Drogo's steed would have a name that would be passed down through the ages, like the famous horses of the ancient Celestial Empire. The horse was especially well behaved today, obediently being led to the east side of Drogo's crematorium. As if it knew its fate, it lifted its head and barely reached Jianghu's head. It licked his face, and 2 streams of crystal droplets dripped from its agate eyes, wetting Jianghu's hair and pillow. Then it ate a shriveled apple that Danny handed over. It stomped its hooves on the spot, raised its head and neighed for a while before calming down. It showed no fear in the face of Ricardo's axe, nor did it dodge. It was cleanly chopped to the ground. Ma Min used firewood to build a platform on top of the horse's corpse. He used the trunk of a small tree and the branches of a large tree. The firewood was placed from east to west, symbolizing the rise and fall of the sun. Kaso and Hago built a slightly lower platform to the north and south of Drogo. It was also covered with treasures and weapons. They also brought over their own steeds. Like Drogo's red horse, they fed it an apple and cut off its head with an axe. That crematorium belonged to the 2 blood riders. They cleaned themselves up and laid down on it with their arak scimitars. Extending outwards along the blood riders' platform, Ma Min used tree branches to build a long third platform. Drogo's was 4 meters tall, the blood riders was 3 meters, and this was 2 meters tall. It was covered with dried leaves and branches from north to south, symbolizing black ice and raging fire. 500 heads were placed on the 3rd level of the crematorium, the heads of the warriors who had died in battle with Kaholo. Finally, soft pillows and a silk quilt were piled on top, piling up high. Yes, Kaholo's own head was placed beside Drogo. Chapter 15. As the sky darkened, Danny said to Ago, "Detain Otto's people, give the shepherds some food and let them leave on their own." Ago vigilantly glanced at the shepherds who were cowering at the side and said, "Calixi, the shepherds hate us. Now that they know our location, they may bring the shepherds to encircle and annihilate us. The shepherds are cowardly but not stupid. They know our situation and won't give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." This Adger was young, but his thoughts were unexpectedly meticulous. Danny looked at him in surprise and explained, "Walking at night, how far can they walk? It will be considered fast if they can return to the Raza River by tomorrow afternoon, but we will definitely leave tomorrow morning." "Might as well just kill them," Agu muttered as he left. The bloody sun sank into the horizon. The shepherds were surprised to receive the notice that they were free to leave. After timidly probing for a while, they ran away like a swarm of bees. But the cremation didn't start immediately. A group of centaurs opened their almond-shaped eyes and looked for a good omen in the night sky. Every time a centaur died, his mount would also be killed and buried with him. It implied that he would ride a fine horse and run into the kingdom of the night. When their bodies were cremated under the sky, the Khal would ride a blazing flame horse and soar out, turning into the stars in the sky. The more the body burned, the more his constellation would shine in the darkness. Therefore, before the fire was lit, they had to find the constellation that represented their Khal. It couldn't be a star that could be seen every day. It had to be an abnormal star that had just appeared today because the Khal was being buried today. This was a bit troublesome. How could an abnormal star be found so easily? The centaurs sat on the ground and searched in the sky. Danny felt embarrassed. If she had lived in this world for more than 10 years, she could have found an inconspicuous star to fool them. But she had just arrived and her predecessor didn't understand the stars. At least, she was inferior to the nomads who had nothing to do and looked up at the stars every day. Well, she couldn't fool the centaurs. Can every call find their own star? She asked an old centaur. Of course, the Great Drogo is the 12th call that I serve. I saw it with my own eyes. The previous 11 calls all turned into shining stars on their fiery warhorses. One of them was Call's father. When the old man saw that Calixi was talking to him personally, he was so excited that his dark old face turned red like he was drunk. 12? How many generations have you been a senior official? While Danny was complaining in her heart, she also sighed inwardly. There were many heroes in the sea of grass, but they also fell like shooting stars. How long do they usually wait? She asked again. Calixi, it's still early. You have to wait until the second half of the night. The old man smiled. His lips, which looked like dried orange peel, cracked, revealing a mouthful of broken, rotten teeth. There was a kind of kindness in his ugly old face. Once, when we just found some stars to light the firewood, the sun came out. We waited all night. Danny finally understood that this was a competition of endurance. When everyone was tired and dizzy from hunger, their vision would be blurry and their minds would be in a daze. Even if they saw the moon, they might think that it was an alien star from Call. Found it? It's over there. An excited voice sounded. It was Ricardo. Danny looked in the direction he was pointing. She actually found a red comet in the low eastern sky. The red of blood, the red of fire, as if a dragon was spitting fire. This was definitely an alien star. There was no better sign than this. Hee, the 12th one. The old man chuckled. Pour oil, Danny ordered loudly. She put the white dragon egg in front of Drogo's chest and used his hands to hold the dragon egg in place. She hugged the black dragon egg and laid down beside Drogo. The green dragon egg was placed between them. So you've gone mad. The witch whose hands and feet were bound saw Danny finish everything and laughed strangely. The endless pain has driven you crazy. Aha, so that's how it is. You should have accepted my suggestion and used your life to exchange for his. If the blood witchcraft could revive that butcher, you could have at least saved your husband's life. Aha, now you regret it? Ah, I'll kill you first. Kiso was furious. He turned around and prepared to hack the laughing priestess to death. Stop. I want her to be burned alive. Danny stopped Kiso. The unruly Blood Brotherhood guard was surprisingly obedient this time. Not only did he not insult Danny, he even looked at her with respect that he had never shown before, as if he was touched by her noble act of being buried with him. Or perhaps he thought that if they were to return to the Night Kingdom together, his Call would still choose her to be the Khaleesi? Danny turned around and said to the witch, Have you forgotten? In your temple, when you first healed Call's injuries, Kahalo said that if Call dies, you'll die too. I'm fulfilling the promise of that day. No matter whether Call's death is related to you or not, if he dies, you'll die too. Aha, you're right. If Call dies, the witch who healed him must die too. On the other side, Hage laughed and slit his throat. In the end, he mumbled, We should all go down, to accompany Call? Tisk, the sound of blood spurting out from Kiso's throat was immediately heard. They're all gone. Danny looked at the red comet at the end of the sky. Her tone was complicated. Next it's your turn. When Jianghu fell from the horse, I already thought of your ending today. Don't deny it. You killed him and even wanted to sacrifice his son to the devil. What's even crueler is that you did it through the hands of a wife, a mother. Hee, so you're smarter than I thought. The priestess did not deny it anymore. She smiled proudly and said, But your son is still dead. That's enough. I've completed my revenge. Yes, you want revenge. That's right. Danny agreed with her. The priestess had a reason to kill all the evildoers who invaded her home. But how are you going to repay me for saving you? Repay. Danny's words seemed to ignite the anger that she had been suppressing for a long time. The Raza priestess spat and asked, I was dragged out from the temple of my god by the centaurs. A group of men were waiting to violate me. That's not the normal position of a man and a woman. From the back it was like a male dog and a female dog mating. That's not the normal position of a man and a woman. When you rode past, the fourth man was inside me. How were you going to save me? I saw with my own eyes the temple of my god being burned down. I had healed countless good men and women there. At that time I was a pure doctor, a devout priestess, not a witch or a blood witch. My home was burned down by the centaurs. There were piles of human heads on the streets. Among the heads were the bakers who made bread for me. There was also a little boy who I saved with great difficulty. I can still hear the warriors on horseback waving their whips and urging the children to leave. They were crying so loudly that it shook the earth. Tell me, what did you save? Danny was silent for a moment before she answered. I did everything I could. Aloy and those women. I saved your life. Khaleesi was not a call. Even a call could not change the centaur tradition that everyone knew. The original Danny Lilith could definitely say to anyone, I have a clear conscience. My life? Millie smiled coldly. Look at yourself. What's the meaning of life when all the good things you have are gone? Well, it seemed that everyone thought that Danny was grieving so much that she was numb with despair. It seemed that life was meaningless. Why did you beg me before if it was meaningless? Danny mocked. You will never hear my cries. Millie replied. Chapter 16. Ouch. The Raza priestess wailed in the flames, her voice shrill and filled with pain. She was still not as strong as she had thought. Danny sat cross-legged beside Drogo and threw the torch into the pile of firewood herself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tiny blue flames followed the traces of the incense oil and jumped out from all over the pile of firewood like swift snakes. The oil first ignited the twigs and dry grass, and a few seconds later the firewood began to crackle. A wave of heat rose from the fire towards the people around the crematorium. At first it was like the caress of a lover, gentle and warm, but soon the flames transformed from fire snakes into fire dragons. They circled in the air, baring their fangs and claws as they wantonly squandered their light and heat. Sir Jorah and the rest looked at the flames and heard the crackling of the burning wood and the priestesses singing. At first, Mealy had used her loud singing to hide her fear and vent her pain, but as the flames rose and the fire grew stronger, her singing became louder and sharper. Then as the smoke came, she suddenly gasped for breath, and then gasped for breath, and then her singing turned into a trembling wail. The smell spread into the crowd along with the heat, and it seemed to be no different from the smell of horse meat roasted over a bonfire. Jorah felt like vomiting after smelling it. Would there be the smell of his princess in there? Thinking of this, he really threw up with a wah sound. The cross-shaped crematorium was completely lit, like a roaring megalosaurus, its voice loud and clear, drowning out the priestess's gradually weakening screams. The fire dragon shot into the sky, its long tongue shooting out in all directions, licking the belly of the night sky and gnawing at the skin of the Dothraki. In the thickening smoke, the horse people could not stand the suffocation and heat, coughing as they retreated away from the fire. The fire dragon let out an angry roar, bringing with it a strong wind from purgatory, flapping the nearby flags and exploding the firewood. Glowing embers rose from the smoke and drifted into the endless night like thousands of newborn fireflies. Danny, who was in the sea of fire, seemed to have entered a strange world. When the painted vest, silk pants and sandals were burning, Danny was still laughing at the priestess Mealy for using singing to cover up her wailing, but soon her attention was attracted by the black dragon egg in her hand. The dragon egg emitted an aura that was hotter than the flames, and she almost couldn't help but throw it away. Danny immediately forced herself to enter the dragon dream state. The fundamental principle of Long Meng was that Danny and the dragon's soul were embedded as one. Her own soul was a complete one, and Black Dragon's soul plus Danny's soul was still one, a more complete one. In the dragon dream state, she had the vision and senses of a black dragon. At this moment, she saw herself in a blood-red purgatory of flames. In front of her was her black dragon, which covered the sky just like before. The black dragon opened its mouth wide and raised its head to roar. Countless tiny specks of colorful light that were like fireflies converged into a river and flowed into its throat. Gold, silver, green, purple, bright red. Danny couldn't count the colorful specks of light. This is... Danny suddenly had an epiphany. Dragon hatching. She immediately connected to her treasure and found the character panel. Other than the immortal and Long Meng, the mother of dragon's bloodline talent also had the unique ability of dragon hatching. Dragon hatching. Bestow flames and spirituality to the dragon egg, thereby allowing the dragon egg that retains its soul to fossilize, the dead dragon egg and the healthy dragon egg to hatch into a young dragon. What spirituality? Just as the thought came to her mind, a piece of information flowed into her sea of consciousness. Danny inexplicably had a more fundamental understanding of the mother of dragons, dragon hatching talent. Spirituality was the essence of a soul with life. It existed in the world where life existed, and it existed in the souls of life. In the world without reincarnation, it was the gathering of spirituality that allowed organic matter to give birth to a miracle of life. For example, a newborn baby was made up of a soul and a body. The body was inherited from the parents, and the soul came from the accumulation of spirituality in the body. The 3 dragon eggs that Governor Illyrio of Pentos gave Danny had turned into fossils due to the passage of thousands of years. In theory, they were the same as diamonds and gems, beautiful dead objects. Unfortunately, the fossilized dragon eggs met Danny, Liz Targaryen. Her bloodline was too rare, and it was almost the ultimate achievement of Valeglia's dragon magic civilization. Not to mention the Targaryen family, perhaps in the thousands of years of history in Valeglia, there had never been a mother of dragons like her. Perhaps Danny was a mutant. Her mother of dragons talent could bestow the spirituality of the world to the dragon egg without her consciousness. It was indeed a miracle that the fossilized dragon egg had obtained new life, but the dragon itself was a magical life that represented miracles. It couldn't be judged by common sense. Originally, Danny had only subconsciously hoped that her dragon egg would give birth to a dragon baby. She had almost never actively developed the talent of dragon dreams and dragon hatching. But this newcomer Danny understood that at this critical moment she had to do something. "Big Black, I'll help you," she shouted at the black dragon above her head. The next moment her position changed from the burning ground to the black jade dragon's head. She rode on the dragon's neck. As if she had come to the position that was destined to belong to her, Danny had a different experience at this moment. She and the dragon had merged into one, and the dragon had obtained new life in the fire with her. In a split second, the spirituality on top of the black dragon's head became more and more concentrated. Gradually, a colorful vortex appeared above its open mouth. Those who didn't know would think that it was activating a Baijadama. Ong ong. After an unknown period of time, Danny sensed dragons other than the black dragon for the first time. White and green dragons. Previously, even when she was hugging the dragon egg, she couldn't form a dragon dream connection with the white and green dragons like she could with the black dragon. At this moment she could clearly see the white and green dragons flying towards her. She rode the black dragon, and the white and green dragons circled around her like wingmen. The 4 of them wandered freely in the colorful sea. They were so happy, so proud, as if the sky was under their feet. She was the mother of dragons, born from the mother of the Megalosaurus. Perhaps fate had arranged her birth, but her talent had nothing to do with any other gods or anything else. "Only death can exchange for life," came from the mouth of the witch. She said this as a servant of the devil in the shadows. The Shadow Lord was an evil god, a demon, and at the same time, another identity of Lalo. Together with the Lord of Light, they formed the complete god Lalo. The Targaryens belonged to the ancient Valeglia. The Valeglia had their own gods, Balerion, Miracis, and Vargal. There was no Lalo, the Lord of Light. In the era of Valeglia, the civilization of dragons and magic was at its peak, and Lalo had nothing to do with it. The Lord of Light might have coveted the dragons, but he had no connection with them. Danny's birth of a dragon had nothing to do with the Lord of Light. Her mother of dragons' constitution came from Valeglia's superb blood magic. The fire had weakened to the point where it couldn't be seen by the naked flames in the middle of the night, but the red charcoal under the ashes still scorched the earth and air. When the cold fog of the night was dispelled by the morning light, Yura Mormont, who had suffered through the night, could finally endure the scalding ground. He found Danny in the center of the cross-shaped ashes. She was half squatting on the ground, surrounded by charred charcoal and glowing embers, as well as the charred bones of people and horses. She was naked, and her lower body was covered with nearly half a meter thick of soot. He could see her bare arms and back. If it wasn't for the conspicuous silver hair, he almost couldn't tell that this body was the same color as charcoal. "Bless the 7 gods," he exclaimed in ecstasy, bending down to hold her shoulders. Hiska, the black snake's head, snaked out from Danny's hair, hissing and spitting out a few wisps of white smoke from its mouth and nose. The surprise on Yura's face immediately turned into horror. He retracted his right hand as if he had been electrocuted, and looked at the red eyes on the snake's head for a moment. "Dragon?" he said bitterly. Although he didn't want to believe it, behind the long neck of the snake's head, there was a pair of wings that flapped with soot. It was not a snake, but a dragon that was miraculously born from fire. The knight didn't say a word. He took a few steps back and knelt down on one knee with a respectful expression that he had never shown before. Danny woke up from her strange state and slowly raised her head. She first glanced at Mormont, and then swept her gaze over the cars behind him. The Dothraki, regardless of gender, age, or even the 10 Ordo warriors who were detained, all put down their weapons, put their faces close to the smoking ground, and knelt on the sandy ground in awe. Danny knew that from this moment on, they were completely submissive to her. Today, tomorrow, and forever. It wasn't submissive out of fear of Drogo's power, but from the bottom of their hearts. She directly bathed in soot and stood up naked. At this time all of them had their heads bowed. Iri, go and get my clothes. Doria, Jichi, prepare hot water for me to bathe. She ordered her maidservants. The black dragon lay on her shoulder, its snake-like neck almost coiled around Danny's neck. The other two were hanging in front of her chest and she hugged them with both hands. Ellie jogged to fetch a silk robe and carefully draped it over Danny's shoulders. She looked at the two young dragons sucking and her expression changed drastically. She muttered, "They are riding the steeds of the world, they are riding the steeds of the world. Khaleesi, you really gave birth to the steed of the world. The old woman's prophecy has come true." "You talk too much," Danny said lightly. Hiss hiss, the black dragon immediately turned its head and roared at Iri. Its two brothers also let go of Danny at the same time and joined in its roar. Ugh. The poor centaur girl covered her mouth and was about to cry. Chapter 17. After washing up, Danny gathered her troops at the foot of the hill. She rode her little silver horse with a young dragon in her arms and another on her shoulders. The silver horse trotted past them on the dry red sand. She shouted, "From this moment onwards, my cars will be reorganized into Khalasar. I will not go to Horse King City to join the Dash Khalasar. Are you willing to follow me into a future that no one knows?" "I am willing. I am willing. We are all willing." Her cars responded in a chaotic and loud manner. Good. Danny nodded in satisfaction. She shouted to the crowd again, "Jogo, Ago, Ricarlo." The three of them seemed to have guessed what was going to happen next. There was no hesitation or resistance on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement and unconcealable joy. Kue Luo, who was not called, was dejected. His face was ashen. At this moment he especially hated the tradition of the three-man blood brotherhood that everyone knows. As expected, Danny dismounted from her horse and walked towards the three young centaurs. She handed the silver whip that was hanging on the saddle to Jogo. "This silver-handled whip is my bridal gift. I hereby give it to you and appoint you as a bandit. At the same time, I request that you swear to become my blood, to live and die with me, to fight side by side, to protect me from danger." Jogo solemnly took the whip and hung it at his waist. Then he pulled out his Arak scimitar and knelt on one knee. He held the scimitar at the same level as his forehead with both hands. "Blood of my blood," he said loudly. It was like a promise. Danny took the scimitar and personally pulled Jogo up. She put the scimitar back into its scabbard. "Blood of my blood," she promised in the manner of Dothraki. Ago and Ricarlo were next. She gave them a double-curved dragon bone longbow and a gold-plated Arak scimitar. These three weapons were Danny's bridal gifts. Drogo's blood brotherhood gave it to her during the wedding. Hago gave her a horsewhip. The scimitar came from Kaholo. The longbow that was taller than Danny was given by Kiso. It was only a year ago. Now they were gone. The three new blood brotherhood guards left the crowd and stood behind Danny. She looked at Kue Luo. She met his hopeful gaze and said, "Kue Luo, I have an important mission for you. Have you seen my dragon?" She deliberately held the white dragon high in her hand, and the white dragon clumsily flapped its translucent membrane wings in her palm. In the future they will be able to control the entire world, but now they are so weak that they can't even fly. I need a loyal and brave Megalosaurus guard to protect them. Are you willing? This is my honor, Khaleesi. Kue Luo excitedly drew his scimitar and swore loudly. Knight, you have pledged your allegiance to me. Danny finally looked at the knight who had changed back into his Dothraki costume. One day you will get a sword from me that is unparalleled in the world. It will be forged by a true dragon and made of Veleglia steel. Korra didn't repeat the process of taking an oath. He just nodded seriously. It is noon now and the weather is too hot. Everyone go rest in your tents first. We will leave in the evening. Danny made a decision. Where are we going? Ago asked. Danny thought for a moment. In the original plot, they seemed to be marked by the comet in the sky. But the problem was, who had ever seen a comet that did not move in a fixed direction? Comets were called comets because they did not have fixed observable coordinates. They appeared suddenly and left at an uncertain time. For example, the Weeping Blood Star, the name given to it by the Dothraki. Last night, it suddenly appeared in the east near the horizon. It was blood red, a dot the size of a coin, with an almost indistinguishable trail. It was almost impossible to find it if one did not look carefully. After a night, it had risen a lot, and its direction and brightness had changed. In broad daylight, it was still possible to see a smear of blood red in the south of the east, at a 30-degree angle to the horizon. It was like a long scratch on the face of the blue sky. Following it was almost like going in circles on the ground. This was the Red Wasteland. Going in circles here was courting death. In fact, in the original plot, Dany's cars had suffered heavy losses. The elderly and young were almost all dead. Along the way they left a trail of corpses. It was as if they had used blood and death to pave a journey of elimination. Those who were not strong were eliminated, and even her maid, Doria, died. Well, the strange thing was that Dany, who had just lost her husband and her 10-month-old son, who was sacrificed to the devil by the witch, did not go through confinement. She passed through thousands of miles of the Gobi Desert, and in the end she survived with her tail intact. The effect of the dragon dream was too good. Dany snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at her subordinates. She asked, "Tell me where we can't go first." Sir Yura was the first to speak. "We cannot go north. Not to mention that Ordos Khalasar is waiting for us. Even if we avoid them when we enter the Dothraki Sea, the first Khalasar we meet will devour your battered troops. The warriors will all be killed and the rest will become slaves. The land of the Goatmen south of the river is also not feasible. Your troops are too weak and can't even stand up against that tribe that is not fond of fighting. The Raza hate the centaurs and they have no reason to treat us well. Avoid the Goatmen village and follow the river downstream to the ports of Mirin, Yuan-Kai and Astapor." Rakarov immediately warned. "Martin told me that Bonos Khalasar is driving thousands of slaves there. He plans to sell them at the slave market along Slaver's Bay." Martin was a newly joined centaur warrior. Well, he was not a newcomer. He was originally a roaring warrior of Drogo's Khalasar, and left with Ordo in the chaos. Now it was returned to its rightful owner, subdued by Dany's identity as the Immortal and Mother of Dragons. Yes, the Dothraki were secretly calling her Immortal and Mother of Dragons. Those slaves were all taken from Khal Drogo. Bono didn't care for the gold medal left behind by the Khal because the slaves were more valuable, Ago added. "Then we can only go south through the Red Wastes." Dany looked at their serious expressions and sighed. "When we reach the sea, whether we go to a trading city or find a place rich in resources to farm. Yura was confused. "My dragons are too young," Dany said vaguely. As a super late-stage hero, of course she had to develop as wretchedly as possible. No matter how miserable the early stages were, when the 3 dragons grew up, wouldn't she be free to do whatever she wanted? "5 brigades." Dany stopped talking because she saw that her 4 centaurs were confused. That expression was as if they were listening to a book from heaven. "What's the problem?" she asked. "Khaleesi, I can understand if 10 warriors form a squad, but how many warriors will there be in 5 squads and 5 brigades?" Ago asked curiously as he counted with his fingers. Chapter 18. The Dothraki seemed to be confused by the number above 10 and the complicated management system. Dany frowned. Drogo's 40,000 howling warriors moved in Kars, and Kars were the smallest group under the Khalasar, led by Casco. He only needed to manage a dozen or so Kars. In other words, the Dothraki only had 3 military ranks: Kars, Kars and Howling Warriors. In fact, Kars and Kars were of the same rank and Kars and Howling Warriors were of the same rank. Kars were the most powerful Kars and Kars were the most powerful warriors. There was only a difference of 2 ranks between the 3. The centaurs were very primitive, so primitive that they almost achieved true democracy. But she did not want this kind of democracy. If the Dothraki were more feudal, Khaleesi would not have ended so badly. Well, she could at least be a regent and empress dowager. Dany's purpose of reorganizing the Khalasar was to let the Khalasar form a hierarchical system. With a hierarchical system, they could quickly transition to a feudal and centralized society. Because feudal systems had existed in other races for thousands of years, they only needed to learn and adapt, not innovate. Simply put, this world had enough productivity to develop feudal systems. Dany's minimum requirement for the Dothraki was to establish a golden family, with her blood as the main bloodline. Before Genghis Khan appeared, anyone could be called Khan on the steppe, which was the curse of centaurs. It did not matter about bloodline, it only depended on one's bravery and power. At that time, the Mongols did not even have a complete system of bloodline and surname inheritance. It was almost exactly the same as the Mamini now. But after Genghis Khan unified the north and established the Mongol Empire, only the Bori could be called Khan. If you were not a Bori, you had to marry a woman from the Bori family as your wife, and your son would still have the blood of the Bori family. These Bori had a loud and great name, the Golden Family. Dany did not think so far about whether she could dominate the world. But with 3 dragons, if she could not create her own Golden Family, it would be a waste of such good resources and opportunities. The Dothraki, who were still a mass of scattered sand, was a gift from the heavens. The Gold family only had one chance. Originally, Dany was a little naive, or perhaps it was an obsession like Murong Fu. She had always wanted to return to the Westeros and become a queen. She was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Westeros. Moreover, the nobles there were all full points for palace intrigue, full points for martial arts, full points for authority and ambition, full points for brutality, full points for loyalty. Negative, all of them were ingrates. That's right, the hostile environment value was also maxed out. Every once in a while, deviant ghosts would come out to destroy the world. Dany wouldn't want that shabby place even if it was given to her for free. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, the Dothraki reforms could not be stopped. Agu, how many is 5 tens? She asked her Blood Alliance guard. Gu thought for a while and replied, is it 50? Dany nodded and asked, what's the sum of 5 50s? This time he spent even more time. With a bitter face, he counted with his fingers for a while before he said uncertainly, 250? That's right. Dany spread her hands to encourage him. But didn't you say there are still captains and commanders? How many knights are there if we take them out? He asked. Why should we take them out? If you are the commander, the other 249 knights are all warriors under your command, Dany told him. But Gu looked conflicted. The captain is also a commander's warrior? Isn't the captain Ko? Ko works for Call, but it doesn't count. Ji's words were clumsy, and he couldn't express what he was thinking perfectly in words. He was so excited that he couldn't even form a complete sentence. But Dany understood his problem. It was still the old saying that the Ma-Min were not used to a multi-level hierarchy. This is a new rule. Everyone will get used to it slowly. She could only use her authority to force them to adapt. Korra understood Dany's thoughts and helped to plan. Khaleesi, don't use words like squad and brigade. The Ma-Min have their own division of teams. Brigade and squad were the words Dany translated from the common language into Dothraki. Korra could understand it, but it was the first time Korra and the others had heard it. Is there? Dany looked puzzled. Why don't I know? What is it? Do you know Sakato and Goldu? Korra said 2 Dothraki words. Sakato is the hunting team and Goldu is the banner, Dany muttered and looked at the knights in confusion. This is the division of teams? Korra smiled and said, the tradition of the Ma-Min is that the hunting team is usually made up of 10 people. If there are too few people, they can't deal with a beast like a lion. If there are too many people, there won't be enough prey to share. 10 is just right. In fact, in Westeros, when we nobles go out to hunt, we gather in a large group before entering the forest. When we enter the hunting ground, everyone moves separately. There are also about 10 people in a squad. I see, Dany said thoughtfully. Still not down to earth enough. In the future, I need to know more about the people, she thought to herself. As for Goldu, Khaleesi, you know that every time the Khalasar goes out, there are scouts scattered in all directions? Korra asked again. Dany nodded. Her Kars had also acted as scouts for Drogo, and it seemed that every Kars took turns to do this task. The furthest a scout could reach was a day or 2 ahead of the Khalasar. It was the most tiring and dangerous job. No one could persist in doing this for a long time. According to the size of the Khalasar's team, the number of scouts sent out is different. There are about 100 people in a group, and the people in the same group hold the same banner. If 2 Khalasars meet, they don't fight immediately. They judge the strength of the other party by the number of banners, so as to avoid a Pyrrhic victory. So, you can see that Drogo's Khalasar has many kinds of banners. Similarly, they call a team of 100 scouts Goldu. Korra explained to Dany in detail. Dany suddenly asked, Could it be that someone is deliberately using false banners to deceive the other party? For example, 10 people using the same banner. Or, they are deliberately sending more scouts to make the other party think that they have more people. Cora was stunned. This is not in line with the horse people's tradition. No one would do that, Ago and the others agreed. Cora thought carefully and said seriously, Khaleesi, look at the camp around us. The traces of life are too obvious. Wherever the Khalasar moves, there are traces of people and animals living. The most obvious is the ashes of the bonfire. Because everyone has to eat, they can roughly estimate the number of people in your Khalasar through the number of stoves. You may be able to deceive the other party by using scouts, but when he finds out that the number of bonfires you lived in is wrong, the Khalasar who was angered by the deception will immediately turn around. Then you must not know that the stoves used to eat can be faked, right? For example, I have fewer people, but I purposely burn more bonfires to scare the other party. Another example, I have more people, but I purposely build fewer stoves, waiting for the angry Khalasar who thinks that he has been deceived to chase after me. I can calmly ambush him, Dany said with a sense of superiority. Not only did Cora and the other simple horse people's almond eyes widen, even Sir Cora, who thought that he had received many years of advanced knight education, opened his mouth wide and was dumbfounded. 7 levels of hell, you can do that? But, it seems that in theory, it is really possible. Cora looked at his innocent little princess strangely. Is she a natural military genius? But, it feels a little dirty, it doesn't conform to the spirit of a knight at all. Sigh, it seems that she who lacked the education of Westeros nobility since young has been led astray by the cunning merchants. Khaleesi, although the Dothraki Sea is huge, you have deceived the first Khalasar. The others will soon know about this matter, Quay Luo reacted and said. There are still many 36 stratagems, using all of them once. Even if the Dothraki Sea is vast and boundless, there probably won't be many Khalasars left. That's enough, Dany waved her hand and made the final decision. The 10-man team is called Nyo Lu, the 100-man team is called Gushen. Yes, if staccato and goal were replaced with words that the people of the Celestial Empire could easily understand, it would be Nyo Lu and Gushen. Clearly they wanted to build the Mongol Empire, but they had carelessly resurrected the Qing dynasty in this fantasy world. Alright, let's not talk about other things. In the early days of the Qing dynasty, the military and political establishment system were still relatively dynamic. Moreover, the situation Dany was facing now was more like Nurhasai's than Genghis Khan's. Nurhasai relied on 13 sets of armor to make a fortune. Dany was slightly better than him. She had 3 dragons as a guarantee. But that was only a guarantee. In this fantasy world, dragons did not mean invincibility. From now on, all the flags will be changed to a uniform black flag, representing the black dragon in my arms. Women cannot be called, so I will recognize myself as the banner master. All the soldiers and servants who serve me will be bannermen. Currently, there were only so many soldiers, so it was impossible for the 8 bannermen to think about. Let's first set up the system and slowly replenish the personnel. The few of them discussed in the tent for 2 to 3 hours. After the system was confirmed by Dany, they started to implement it immediately. First, they separated the soldiers and the people. Including the elderly and the half-grown children, Dany finally gathered enough people to form a Gushen. She recognized herself as the banner master and received a Nyo Lu. There were 9 Nyo Lu left. Excluding Agara and the other 5, there were 4 left. Just as Dany was reorganizing the old, weak, women and children's household registration, the centaurs on the other side of the open space became noisy. A few of them even pulled out their scimitars. Dany hurried over and let her Nyo Lu separate the troublemakers. She rode on the little silver horse and looked down at the red-faced Dothraki warriors below. What's going on? She asked. Khaleesi, I'm stronger. Let me kill that bastard, a centaur said loudly. The centaur he pointed at with his scimitar also shouted, Kill me? Don't stop me. I'm going to peel off his skin. Both of them were old members of Dany's Kars. They had protected her together for more than a year. At this moment they turned hostile. It was very Dothraki. Cora explained, they want to compete for the position of the leader of the Nyo Lu. But we only have so few people left. We can't afford to waste them. Chapter 19. The Dothraki worshipped the strong and despised life and death. Regardless of others or their own, they had no entertainment and fighting was a common occurrence. They would often draw their swords to determine life and death over trivial matters. Are there any competitions between knights in the Westeros? Dany asked Cora. Cora nodded and said, "We all have armor. Even in a group battle there are very few casualties. However, we can learn the sword duels of the knight apprentice level. Let them change into full leather armor and duel with unopened blunt swords." This kind of duel was definitely not as fair as real swords and spears. Many centaurs walked the path of agility, killing with a single blow was their goal. Blunt swords and leather armor required more strength and stamina. But in order to not die, Dany could only accept Cora's suggestion. In the evening, the newly drawn black flag fluttered in the wind. Her khalasar began to move slowly towards the south, with the sun and the stars as a reference. Before leaving, Dany even ordered people to go to the crematorium and dig out the melted gold. This is what Drogo used. He took what he needed to the Night Kingdom and gave the rest to us as a reward. Facing the hesitant centaurs, Dany tricked them. Drogo's dragonbone bow was also retrieved. The dragonbone in the dragonbone bow was not a metaphor. It was a dragonbone. Not to mention the dozens of dragon corpses of the Targaryen dynasty, the ancient Valeglia civilization had only been dead for 300 years. At its peak, the Freedom Bastion of Valeglia could mobilize 300 megalosaurus to form a conquering army. Dragons also had a limit to their lifespan. They would die and leave behind indelible dragonbone after death. Hence, many dragonbone bones were passed down to the world. The dragonbone was rich in iron. As the iron content increased, the color darkened and eventually turned black. Ordinary flames could not harm them. Even a young dragon could withstand the high temperature of firewood, what more the bones of an adult megalosaurus. Other than the gold and dragon bone, the centaurs also found a pile of cracked rocks in the ashes. Fossilized dragon egg. Piecing the rocks together, they actually restored 3 dragon egg. Dragons don't come from stone eggs. The centaurs looked at each other in dismay. Then, as if they had thought of something, they shouted in fear, "Khaleesi gave birth to a 3-headed dragon. The prophecy of Dash Kalen has come true, Khaleesi has given birth to the steed of the world." Dany, who was alarmed by the centaur's cry, was also shocked when she saw the stone egg. What kind of existence is a dragon? Doubt arose in her heart. No matter how the dragon came to be, they had to leave. After gathering the remaining charred remains of the crematorium and burying them in the deep pit, the team set off. On the first night, Dany's khalasar only traveled 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers away from the encampment, they encountered the stream where Drogo khalasar collected water. After being tormented by more than 100,000 people and hundreds of thousands of livestock for 4 to 5 days, the gurgling stream was only left with a layer of mud. Dany changed her route and decided to follow the wetland. After walking for another 5 kilometers, they encountered a new shallow puddle. Dany asked the Kraza to stop. They would rest here for a day or two. Those 87 cows and sheep must all be killed. Dany told her tribesmen, "The deeper we go into the wasteland, the less water and fodder there are. We can't leave them to compete with the horses for resources." After Dany's reorganization of the khalasar, the allocation of manpower became more rational and their efficiency increased. The mutton was made into jerky. The outer layer of the sheepskin was not even processed. The centaurs dried it in the shade and sewed it into a cloak. The wasteland was too hot. Wearing a cloak could avoid the sun during the day and reduce the evaporation of the body's water content. At night, it could also be worn to keep one warm. Yes, the Dothraki were nomads. However, even nomads could not guarantee that all of them had fur coats and cloaks. Dany's original 100 or so Kars did not lack clothes. However, she now had about 200 more people. 80% of them were the old and weak who had been abandoned. Most of them did not even have a Dothraki vest to change into. Dany also had her own cloak. When Dany Rise first came to the Dothraki Sea with Drogo, he had specially hunted a white lion for her. It was a lion taller than her little silver horse. The terrifying lion's head formed a hood that covered her head. The lion's skin became a natural cloak that hung from her shoulders to her back. On the evening of the 3rd day, the khalasar started moving again. This time, they walked through the night and did not stop until the sun rose from the horizon the next day. In 10 hours, they had walked about 150 kilometers. At this time, Dany was in trouble. More than 10 scouts had searched the surrounding 5 kilometers but still could not find a clean water source. Along the riverbed that was as dry as bones, they could occasionally see dry and stagnant pools that were exposed to the scorching sun. However, these were pools of death that even animals would not drink. They were filled with all kinds of germs, mud, and rotting animal corpses. There was even a strong smell of sulfur. Danny was more and more curious about this world. This place was surrounded by mountains to the east and west, grasslands to the north and the sea to the south. However, it was actually the Gobi Desert. Forget about the Gobi Desert. Where did the sulfur come from? This was also not a hot spring. Thinking of the hot spring, a thought suddenly flashed through Danny's mind. She asked Sir Yura, I heard that ancient Valeglia was built on 14 volcanoes. Was the continent near the summer sea a hellish scene like this before? What do you mean? Yura was puzzled. Could there be volcanoes hidden under the red wasteland where we are now? That's why the rivers are evaporated and there's a smell of sulfur in the pool. She guessed. What Danny wanted to say was that ancient Valeglia and the red wasteland were both strange geographical environments with thin crust. The surface was too close to the underground magma layer. Because there are demons here, that's why there's a smell of sulfur, the maid Doria interrupted. Although she was hiding in the tent, she was still so hot that her face was flushed red like a steamed prawn. Sweat flowed down her neck in small streams. Her exquisite figure was fully revealed under the thin silk clothes. You saw a demon? Danny snorted. I think I'm possessed by a demon. I feel terrible all over. She rubbed her chest with difficulty and panted. It's gnawing on my heart. It won't be long before it devours my soul. The Reese girl's eyes were filled with fear. She spoke so confidently that Danny almost believed her. You're suffering from heat stroke, she said. What's heat stroke? Eerie asked while fanning herself. Danny was not afraid of the heat. The maids were fanning herself and did not need to serve her. Princess, you're talking about heat, right? Yura struggled to take off his vest, revealing the rich black hair on his chest that was like a bear. Something like that. As she spoke, Danny passed her mare milk pouch to Doria. Don't drink water. The minerals in your body are... Forget it. Drink my mare milk. But this is your quota. Doria looked absent-minded. Just as she reached out to touch the leather pouch, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She shook her head and said, I can still hold on. I can drink water. Danny did not persuade her and directly stuffed the leather pouch into her hands. Because of the lack of materials and the uncertain future, Danny had formulated a rationing system long before they set off. Water could be drunk as much as they wanted because they had been following the river and could always find water. Horse meat could also be eaten as much as they wanted. The dried meat that could be used as a knife to cut would, even if it was supplied freely, everyone could not eat much. The main things were mare milk, salt, wine and fruits. They needed to be rationed in limited quantities. Looking at this situation, even water. No. There must be enough water. Otherwise, even if they could walk out of the wilderness, more than half of them would die. Thinking of this, she could not sit still and said to the maids, I'll set up camp separately for men and women. Everyone can be naked in their own tent. You can take off your clothes later. The tent is like a furnace. It's useless to take off your clothes. Previously on the grassland, 2 layers of sheepskin mattresses on the ground would wake you up in the night from the cold. Now stepping on the ground is burning your feet. Ellie sighed. Danny teased, You can shovel away the top layer of sand. Speaking of this, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laughed. Why did I only think of such a simple method now? What method? Chola asked curiously. Danny waved her hand. Let's go out and see. The tent curtain opened and Danny's intuition blurred. The sun almost put his face in front of her, and the white light cast by the pillar of light made people enter a world of white light in an instant. Lowering her head and rubbing her eyes, Danny finally regained her vision. She had the illusion that she was really in purgatory. The dazzling white light reflected on the flat red sand and stone ground, almost reflecting the same intensity of red light. It was like the red light of a flame. A large area of dense red light formed a red sea of fire. People walking on this wasteland seemed to be walking in purgatory. God, there was also the smell of sulfur lingering at the tip of the nose. Sure enough, there was only a wrong name and no wrong nickname. This was the Red Purgatory. Hurriedly putting on the white lion hood, Danny looked around her camp. The tents of each family were quiet, like dozens of tombs piled up on the ground. She walked to the nearest one, ready to remind everyone to separate the men and women so that they could take off their clothes to avoid the heat. But just as she walked to the entrance of the big tent made of cowhide, sheepskin and horse skin patches, she heard a stifled gasp. The kind where men and women mixed together. Danny's mouth opened wide, her face full of disbelief. Until she quietly took a step forward and opened the corner of the curtain. Seems like I thought too much. Why would the centaurs care about the difference between men and women? Moreover, they were not Doria. They seemed to be very adaptable and very sturdy. Quietly taking a few steps back, Danny did not disturb the passionate centaurs. Stepping on the hot sand and stone ground, she walked to the edge of the riverbed. 40 to 50 unsaddled healthy horses with their ears drooped under the scorching sun, scattered around the open area. They were chewing hard on the tough yellow-brown devil's grass that grew from the bottom of the rocks and withered trees. "Calixi, you are here?" A small old man popped out from nowhere and suddenly appeared in front of Danny. "Afanti, can the horses recover their stamina before the sky turns dark?" Danny asked a question that even she herself did not believe. This small old man who helped Kalasa herd the horses was the doyen of many dynasties, who had served the 12 Khals. Now Danny was the 13th. Ugh, that was a little inauspicious. Afanti was short and skinny, his back was slightly hunched. His bald head of white hair was barely tied into a braid that was not even as long as his dick. His reddish-brown face was filled with dried wrinkles from the years, looking like a sun-dried orange. Only a pair of deformed eyes that no longer looked like almonds were still filled with the divine light that symbolized life. He opened his toothless mouth and smiled fawningly at Danny. It was a very ugly smile. "Calixi, if there is enough clean water and the devil's grass that is unique to this wasteland, they can at least last for half a month." Danny heaved a sigh of relief. If her team did not take any detours, they should be able to pass through this desert in half a month. "But all the horses here are healthy," Afanti told Danny worriedly. "Other than hundreds of men riding healthy horses, most of them are old, skinny, weak, lame, weak and bad-tempered beasts. Even in the sea of grass, with rich fodder, they will not be able to last for long. Everyone knows that such horses should have been killed long ago for their meat. Our Kalasa from before used them as food." "I understand. There will be other arrangements when the time comes," Danny said calmly. Chapter 20. Danny understood that she was now the leader of the group. She must show confidence and strength. She must not be afraid or show weakness. Just like the doctor in charge must not show doubt and worry to the patient before entering the operating room. "Are the horses not willing to drink the water from the puddle?" Danny asked again. "Yes, they don't even want to go near there." Afanti showed fear and said with a trembling voice, "That is poisonous water. The water that animals can't drink is poisonous water that has been cursed by demons. Everyone knows that." "Everyone knows." A voice came from behind Danny. It was Ago. Danny's blood oath guards came out with their arms bare and only their silk pants. Although Ma Min was ignorant, their survival wisdom was still worthy of recognition. "I will tell you a little trick to solve this problem." Soon Danny was busy. She ordered her men to carry her big red copper basin out of the tent. It was a bathtub that was bigger than a modern family's bathtub. It was used by the 2-meter-tall Jianghu to bathe. It was a big guy that weighed more than 100 pounds. Then she dug a trench at the edge of the puddle and put the red copper basin in it. The basin was too high. It was not convenient to put water on the ground. Then she covered the basin with a sheepskin blanket. In the middle of the blanket she dug a bowl-sized hole. The sheepskin prevented the water in the basin from evaporating under the high temperature. The next step was to build a 2-meter-tall triangular frame above the basin. The frame was divided into 4 layers. Each layer hung a cotton bag. From top to bottom, the first bag was filled with a thick layer of thick sand. The second bag was filled with fine sand. The third bag was half filled with cotton wool. The fourth bag was full of coke. Finally, because the weather was too hot, Danny arranged people to build a tent on top of the triangular frame. "Now go and get the water from the puddle. Pour it into the top wide-mouth bag. Do it slowly. Don't spill it." After a while, the water droplets penetrated layer by layer. Drip, 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 drip. At first it was only dripping. Gradually the filling of the bag was soaked. At the bottom of the bag, the transparent water droplets almost formed a silver line and flowed into the basin. Agu was crawling at the bottom of the wooden frame. He cried out in surprise, "The water is so clean. It's even cleaner than the water we took from the Shepherd's River." This. Even the knowledgeable Sir Yora was shocked speechless. He had never seen such a simple and ingenious method of collecting water. Could it be that Her Royal Highness was really a hidden genius? He knew that this extremely intelligent idea of hers had only been inspired by the words of the maidservant. The Red Wasteland was not a big desert. There were many shallow mud pits with sewage. What it lacked was clean water. If this water filtration technology could really dispel the demon's curse, they might be able to bring most of the Khalasar across the wasteland. Thinking of this, Cora became even more excited. Your Highness, we should melt the bathtub and make a big kettle. There were many shallow puddles and wet mud scattered in the wilderness, but a single puddle could not fill such a large bathtub, and the distance between the puddles was too far. It would be a pity to give them up, but it would be a waste of time and manpower to take them one by one. It would be better to choose dozens of elite cavalrymen, 3 to a group, 2 to each horse, and 1 to each group with a large water bottle and a number of empty water bags. They would spread out in all directions in the form of scouts. While exploring the terrain, they would also search for water in the wasteland. Danny sized up this middle-aged bald man who was as burly as a black bear. This was the first time she realized that he had such a sharp mind. All right. She nodded in approval of his idea. Kalixi, the water can't go down. What's going on? Rakarov, who had been pouring water into the upper cloth bag, shouted in panic. Danny stepped forward and moved to the side of the wooden rack. She pulled open a corner of the cloth bag. It stinks. In a moment of carelessness, she was actually forced to take 3 steps back from the smell. The originally bright red sand was now covered in a layer of black paste. The filtration system had already been paralyzed. We have to change the sand and charcoal inside every once in a while. The amount of cotton wool is limited. If we run out, we can change it with weeds. Danny thought of the devil's grass that even the tough horses could not chew and added, first, we can knead the grass into a ball and smash it into cotton wool. Or we can stuff it into the horse's mouth and let it chew for a while before digging it out. Can you dig it out, Effendi? She looked at the little old man and asked. Yes, the horse won't swallow the grass until it's crushed. It's just that. Effendi hesitated for a moment and said with a bitter face, docile Maras are honest, but some fine horses have fierce tempers. They even dare to bite lions. You guys can do as you see fit. Even after the carbon absorption filtration, Danny still had people boil the water before distributing it. This time, she considered the problem of sweat removing minerals from the human body and added salt and dried figs to the water. Faint sweetness, faint saltiness, refreshing and delicious. Doria loved it to death. On the second evening, Danny's Khalasar only traveled 100 kilometers, half of the previous night's distance. They stopped around midnight. Other than the fact that they happened to encounter a slightly larger pool of dirty water here, Danny also hoped to conserve the horse's stamina. Everyone in her team had at least 1 horse, and they were moving at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. This kind of exercise was not too much of a burden for both the horses and the people. The key was in the supplies. Even a healthy horse would not be able to endure such a high-intensity march without food and water. This time, Danny also made some adjustments to the location of the tents. In the middle of the night, while filtering the water, she ordered a group of strong warriors to use rocks and mud to make a wall. The curved short wall was not sturdy at all. But when the sun rose the next day, this wall blocked 70% of the direct sunlight. On the third day when they left, Danny made some changes to the centaurs' hairstyles. Centaurs would only cut their braids when they failed. The longer the braids, the more respected they would be. So, even the old man Effendi who raised the horses would also braid his sparse bald hair. Although there was no such thing as the body, hair and skin were given to the parents, centaurs never cut their hair. The weather was so hot and they couldn't bathe. Not to mention the fact that it was easy to get sick from bacteria, that greasy hair. Even if the centaurs themselves were used to it, Danny who was beside them could not stand the smell. If not for her heat-resistant body, she would have cut off her silver blonde hair. So she suggested that Ago get a bald head. The bald Cora did not need a haircut. He did not have many strands of hair to take care of. If I cut off my braids, everyone will look down on me. Ago shook his head like a rattle drum. Then I'll get everyone to shave their heads, Danny said. Everyone knows what braids mean to the Dothraki. After we leave the wastelands, what will the others think of us? Defeated cowards? Slaves from Slaver's Bay? Jogo was also resolutely against it. I heard that centaurs would rather be killed by their slave masters than have their hair shaved, unless they were Dothraki slaves who were raised from infancy. Long braids and the bells on the braids are a clearer symbol of the Dothraki than the Iraq scimitar, Cora persuaded. Danny hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, then let's have a moon-shaped hairstyle. Sigh. Her last sigh was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Other than herself, who else could understand? She seemed to want to revive my great Qing, in this great world of innocence. Cora pushed the dagger with great difficulty between his fingers, as if he was shoveling feces in a toilet without a squatting hole. The blade stuck close to his scalp, scraping off a thick layer of black dirt. It was a strange mixture of hair oil, sweat, dandruff, dust and flea eggs fermenting for months. Ago, who had his hair shaved off, was like a tortoise shedding its shell. That was really a layer of shell that had been hardened together. "How do you feel?" Lucarlo asked curiously. "Feel?" Ago showed a refreshed expression as if he had been completely released after being constipated for half a month. He muttered, "I feel like I've taken off a sheepskin blanket that I've been warming for half a day on a hot summer day. I feel much more relaxed." "It's not an illusion. The burden on your head has been reduced by at least 3 pounds this time," Danny ridiculed exaggeratedly. "As expected, the braids have been preserved without any damage." Kue Luo pointed at the scalp at the back of Ago's head that still had hair, and exclaimed excitedly, "Look, it has no effect on the length of the braids. This moon gate hairstyle is simply amazing. It's a gift from Calixi on behalf of the horse god. It should be promoted throughout the Dothraki Sea." "Calixi, can we shave our hair like this too?" Centaur Meijichi asked enviously. Danny almost choked on her own saliva. "It's better if you cut your hair short." In the end, her Khalasar, regardless of gender, cut off more than half of their hair. The men, including the boys, all had moon-gate hairstyles. The women had planned to follow suit until they saw Danny cut Doria's ear-length hair short. Danny herself didn't cut her hair. She didn't need it. Firstly, she was heat-resistant. Secondly, it was easy for her to clean her hair. She only needed to barbecue herself in the fire. Dandruff, oil, lice, and bacteria couldn't withstand the burning of 1,000 degrees Celsius. Every time she bathed in the fire, her 3 young dragons would flap their wings and follow her, like dolls following their mother into the female bathhouse for a bath. And every time they saw Danny playing with the 3 dragons in the fire, her maids would show reverence as if they were facing a god. It was also because of the fiery bath with the dragon babies that Danny knew how to feed them. Chapter 21. When the baby dragon was just born, it was like a malnourished kitten. It was so skinny that only its neck, tail, and wings could be distinguished. It was as if it had no torso. She could barely feel its weight in her hands. However, it was different when they spread their wings. The wingspan was 3 times the length of their bodies. Each wing was a translucent piece of delicate skin. It was colorful and tightly stretched between the long, thin bones. Danny was more miserable when she was young. Since the age of 5, she had been wandering between the 9 great cities. She lived a life of lack of clothes and food. She was very stunted. Plus, she was young, 14 years old, and did not have a good figure. Her apple-sized breasts could not provide enough milk at all. The baby dragon had no food. It was so hungry that it stretched its neck and hissed. It was like the chimney of a steam train. Hot white smoke came out of its nose and mouth from time to time. Danny tried to put jerky, mare's milk, bloody fresh meat, and cooked meat in front of them. However, the baby dragon only smelled it and moved its head away. She was very anxious. Cora did not know how to feed them. Before the 3 dragons were born, the dragons had disappeared for more than 100 years. Their legend could only be heard in the bedside stories of children before they went to bed. Until the first flame bath, when the black dragon broke free from Danny's arms and hungrily tore at a charred bone in the fire. Then Danny understood. Dragons only ate meat that had been burned, and it had to be the kind that was burnt. They were still too young. They could not breathe fire and could not roast their own food. And the first thing that proved that dragons were indeed magical creatures was not because they were born from fire, but because of their astonishing appetite. Danny had tested it herself. They could eat 3 times their weight in food at once. What big eater, what unrestrained immortal, compared to the 3 dragons, they were like little brothers. This completely went against her scientific worldview. Danny could not imagine where the food went. Once, she deliberately pinched the black dragon's belly to feel the wriggling of the food, and then, there was no then. He kept eating, his belly kept wriggling and eating. It was also because they ate a lot that their bodies were visibly growing day by day. Danny thought happily that she might be able to ride a dragon soon. In order to ride a dragon, the dragon must at least learn how to fly. Danny's gluttonous dragon was less than 2 feet off the ground every time it flapped its wings and fell to the ground. He was in a very sorry state. On this day, as the egg yolk-like sun struggled to climb out of the horizon, Danny was happy that her baby dragon could finally glide at low altitudes like a paper plane. Every time after feeding, she would use a bamboo basket to carry her dragon and find an open space to practice flying. The golden-red morning light splashed on the ground. Danny held the baby dragon and threw it up. The young dragon flapped its wings and leaped forward. Then she bent down and scooped up another one from the ground. The dragon whelps that had fallen to the ground would crawl to their mother's side and line up, waiting for the next test flight. At that time, there would often be a group of children who looked like mud monkeys. They would only wear a pair of shorts and hide behind the hills in the distance. They would open their round almond-shaped eyes and peek at them curiously. From time to time they would exclaim in satisfaction. Around 10 in the morning, the Ma-min women would shout loudly for their children to go home to eat and sleep. Well, they would usually sleep until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. After tidying up, they would continue on their way. Other than the call and co, the children would only have a mother and no father. Other than a few, most of them would not be able to tell the father apart. Khalasar would be responsible for raising the children. When the children grew up, they would repeat the fate of their parents. The women would be responsible for giving birth. The men would become warriors and follow the call to conquer the world. This was how the Dothraki had lived for thousands of years. Perhaps the future would change. After all, the change had already happened. Danny carried the basket on her back again. Carrying the 3 little dragons, she slowly returned to the tent. First, she rubbed off the dirt on her body with the red sand. Then she shared some jerky with the dragons. She then hugged the dragons and lay down on the straw curtain and fell asleep. This time, with the tent set up close to the low wall that Danny had built, Doria could finally sleep peacefully at noon. Previously, even most of the Ma-min could not stand the stuffy heat and could barely sleep, let alone this little girl. Even though Danny had fulfilled her responsibilities as the leader of the Khalasar, this was the Red Wasteland, the Purgatory Plains. At dusk on the 3rd day, the Khalasar had only traveled for half an hour when an old man's head tilted and he fell off his horse. As Danny had set up a stricter bull record system, she, who was at the front of the group, immediately knew about the old man falling off his horse. Leaving Ago and Ricardo to accompany her, Jogo continued forward with most of the Khalasar. The main group could not stop. Further ahead, there were still scouts looking for water waiting for them. The old man who fell off his horse had a pair of blue eyes that glowed with the white of a dead fish. His skin was also much fairer than the other tribesmen, and the roots of his white hair had a golden luster. He was not a Dothraki but a slave of Drogo Khalasar. Danny still had a transmigration mission. Liberate the slaves. So after she took control of the Khalasar, the first thing she did was to remove the slave collar from the slaves' necks and grant them the identity of bannermen. The old man in front of her with a broken left arm was the first batch of beneficiaries of the new system. Danny brought the bag of mare's milk to him and asked, "How old are you?" After examining him, she did not find any signs of heat stroke or dehydration. Instead, she saw his mouth. He was so old that one of his teeth was gone. I don't remember, Khaleesi." The old man drank the fermented mare's milk and woke up from his stupor. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Danny asked again. Cough, my hand." The old man groaned in pain. Danny frowned. Of course, she knew that his hand was broken, but she wanted to know how the old man fell off his horse. She spent about 20 minutes cleaning up the broken arm and used 2 pieces of wood to fix the old man's reattached arm. Even if it was a comminuted fracture, that was all Danny could do. A doctor without medicine was no different from an ordinary person. She ordered the wrangler, Effendi, carry him to the carriage. Effendi was the commander of the old man's Nyo-Lu. He was in charge of a team of old men. Usually he was responsible for herding and looking after supplies. The 2 old men took down a few tents from the cart to make room for the old man. They then hung the tents on the old man's saddle. The team continued to move forward. "Khaleesi, we should leave him here. His time is up," Eerie, the maid beside Danny, announced to the crowd. "No one should live longer than their teeth." The rest of the centaurs agreed. Danny disagreed. "Have you ever thought about it? The Khalasar does not keep useless people. How can he live for so long? Must be because Cow needs him. I guess he must have some amazing skills." "Maybe it's medicine, maybe it's literature." She immediately shook her head and denied it. "It can't be literature. Maybe his herding skills are especially good. Isn't that right, Effendi?" Effendi rode behind Danny. When he heard the call, he agilely whipped his horse to her side. He was half a horse behind her and praised in an exaggerated tone, "Khaleesi, your eyes are like torches. Nothing can be hidden from you." Although the flattery was a little stiff, It was a compliment from the mouth of a Dothraki. It was as rare as seeing a penguin in the North Pole. What unique skill does he have? Ago asked curiously. Watson is proficient in 12 types of spring cry. Yes, Blue Eyes Volantis is Watson, Effendi added. Spring cry. Danny looked puzzled and asked, what is spring cry? Sigh, those who live in stone houses are so troublesome. Effendi waved his hand. Danny's face turned red. She immediately understood that it was the secret art of the Spring Palace. What kind of unique skill is that? She felt like she had been slapped in the face and was very unhappy. Effendi observed her expression and panicked. He tried hard to recall what old Watson had boasted to him before and said, Khaleesi, even the famous Kayuan, the world's training center for female slaves, only knows 7 types of spring cry. And Watson, he is a Volantis. Before Valeglia was destroyed, only the Dragon King knew the skills. Although only 5 types have been passed down, it is enough to dominate the world. Volantis was the only city that survived the Great Calamity in the Free Fortress of Valeglia. It was one of the 9 free trade cities today. The ruling class of Volantis was the same as the Targaryen family, the Orthodox Valeglia nobles. The Targaryens were exiles back then. Even if he is the best in the world, he is already so old. What is the use? Why is the Khal still keeping him? Danny was puzzled. He is Khal Hago's father, Effendi said solemnly. Khal's father cannot be abandoned. Hago. Khal. Was Hago the Khal of another Khalasar? Danny was even more puzzled. It was not Khal Drogo's Blood Brotherhood guard. It was Blue-Eyed Hago from 20 years ago. Our Khalasar is so young now, but there are at least 3 children named Hago. I see. This Watson is not simple. Danny nodded and pulled the white lion cloak closer to her chest. She lamented, the son of a slave actually became a Khal. Mixed blood. Hago's mother was a Dothraki. Watson served the previous Khal very well. He was proficient in 12 types of village cry. His valiant son became a bandit. After that, Blue-Eyed Hago became a Khal and made a name for himself in the Sea of Grass. Until he met Khal Drogo's father. Effendi sighed. Danny nodded inwardly. A person's worth did not only depend on their strength. An old person's wisdom and rich experience was also a valuable asset. Chapter 22. In the end, he isn't a pure centaur blessed by the old woman at the foot of the Mother of Heaven. Blue-Eyed Hag has martial skills that don't lose to any great Khal, but he doesn't have their courage. Just like those who live in stone houses who are good at using poison and tricks, he has been tainted by Watson's blood and is used to using shameless methods to attack his enemies. Old Avandi had a look of disdain on his face as he shook his head and said, sending people to sneak into the enemy's Khalasar and kidnap the Khal's son is something that has never happened in the Sea of Grass for thousands of years. Everyone knows that we Dothraki ride wild horses and use the scimitars in our hands to solve problems. Danny couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. That Blue-Eyed Hag was too unlucky. If his father wasn't proficient in the art of spring crying, but rather the art of war like Gue Guzi or the 36 stratagems. With his nimble mind and his awareness of shameless things, it was very likely that he would have created a golden family. The group chatted as they slowly caught up to the main group. Even though the scorching hot winds would blow up the red sand and wipe out any traces of the group walking on the Purgatory Plains, the process would still take a day or 2. Danny's group was only an hour's ride behind the Khalasar. On the ground of red sand and gravel, there were still footprints of horses. Under the blood-red light of the blood-tear star, the fine traces were like a shallow river spreading across the red desert. It was very eye-catching. Avani was old and shrewd. After a few conversations with Danny, he found that she was a very gentle and kind Khaleesi. Gradually, his courage grew and he said to her rebelliously, the comet in the sky makes it convenient for us to travel at night, but that red color that is like the blood of a god is also full of misfortune. Especially in this purgatory wasteland, the red sand, the dark sky illuminated by the blood-tear star, it's like a red hell. It seems like something bad has happened without us knowing. Yes, I think so too. That old man with the impressive record agreed. Gradually, even Danny's blood riders started to feel uncomfortable. This old man, how dare he deceive people in front of me? Danny was furious. Let me ask you, did the comet appear before Khal Drogo was buried? She rebuked. The old man was shocked by her stern tone and said, no. Let me ask you again, is the blood-sobbing star the symbol of Khal Drogo? Yes. Is Khal's steed as red as charcoal? she asked again in a threatening tone. Yes. Was Kal accompanied by 500 warriors who died bravely in battle? Yes. As Danny shouted, the surrounding horse people turned from fear to confusion, and then gradually confusion. There was a look of understanding on his face. At this moment, Danny concluded, our Kal rode a steed into the darkness kingdom amidst the raging flames. That comet was Drogo riding a red steed. The trail of blood behind the comet was his blood legion leading 500 roaring warriors on the battlefield. Just like when he was alive, they followed behind Kal. Their heads were all cut off. How could they not dye the sky red? She questioned Effendi. Because Drogo knew that we were traveling at night and hiding at night. He knew that we were passing through the red wasteland with difficulty. That was why he refused to leave and led his subordinates to protect us. When we are completely safe, Drogo will truly enter the darkness kingdom. Danny's words were impeccable. The comet had to leave sooner or later. When it was completely safe, wasn't it up to her, the big boss, to decide? As expected, the horse people were convinced by her words. They all had a look of realization and looked at her with respect and admiration. The old horse person Effendi was also sincerely convinced. After all, Kal rode his steed into the stars amidst the raging flames. This was something that everyone knew. Danny's words were flawless. Everything was too coincidental. Coincidences were like fate. Calixi, you are as intelligent as the old woman in Horse King City. He praised. The old woman in Horse King City was the leader of the Dash Kaleen. Danny didn't like to hear this. She didn't want to be a Dash Kaleen, even though she was theoretically already a Dash Kaleen. Afanti Hua is sick and can't drink water. Give him your share of the mare's milk. Danny said, and without waiting for his reply, she turned her horse and left. Afundi opened his mouth wide. His face was filled with confusion and grievance. I'm also an old man. I need horse milk. Back at the Khalasar army, Danny's explanation of the weeping blood star spread quickly. The horse people secretly looked at Calixi, who was at the front of the army, while whispering. Although there were some embellishments, the general explanation was still the same. Even his son died. How could Kal not weeping blood? Calixi must be secretly weeping blood too, right? Yes, hundreds of warriors died on the battlefield with the young master. How tragic. Their blood dyed the sky red. We can rest assured now. Previously I was scared to death. Leaving a bright trail of blood in the blue sky in broad daylight. I thought it was a bad omen. To a large extent, the superstitious horse people reduced their worries and increased their confidence. Actually, it wasn't only Danny and her Khalasar who were affected by the weeping blood star. Because it was getting brighter by the day, it dyed the sky red and was as bright as dusk. During the day, it was as bright as the sun, as if a knife had slashed the face of the god of the sky. The entire world of ice and fire was panicking. Like Danny, they tried their best to describe it as a sign that was beneficial to them. For example, the King's Landing Court called it the Red Messenger, announcing the birth of a new king to the world. Well, Robert Baratheon, who stole the throne of the Danny family, was killed by his own wife. His real son Joffrey inherited the throne. However, because of the rebellion of the four lords, Stark, Tully, Tyrell and Theon Byra, the prices of King's Landing soared and the people did not have enough to eat. The news of Queen Cersei Lannister and Jaime Lannister's incest was publicized by Stannis Baratheon, and Joffrey's brutal competition with the Mad King. Several reasons added up, causing the King's Landing to be boiling with resentment. The people of the city called the comet the Red Sword. The red sword of blood and fire was a sign that the heavens were about to punish Cersei and her son. After the great victory in the Forest of Babels, Big John pointed at the red trail across the blue sky and laughed to his lord, Robb Stark. That is the old god's banner of vengeance for Ned. Tully, the young lord of House Tully, was delighted to think that it was the Tully family crest, a white fish on a blue background, a trout leaping out of the river. Well, Tully saw a fish with a long tail, a fiery red against the blue sky. On the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy was in high spirits as he said to his vassals, "That is a good omen for our time in, a burning torch, no different from the one my people held in ancient times. The torch that the Inami brought from the sea is a sign of the coming tide. At this moment we should assemble the fleet and let the sword and the fire descend upon the world, just as he did in the past." In the land of House Targaryen, the birthplace of Danny Liss, the westernmost outpost of the free citadel of Valeglia, Dragonstone Island. The red-robed Melisandre told the current lord of Dragonstone Island, Theon Stannis Byra. This is the dragon's breath, the star of weeping blood. The ancient prophecies will come true on you. Then she said the prophecy that represented the core of the Song of Ice and Fire and the final prophecy. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood and cold darkness will envelop the world. At this terrible moment, a warrior will draw a burning sword from the fire. That sword is the Lightbringer, the red sword of the heroes. The one who holds it is the reincarnation of Azur Ahai, and he will drive away the darkness. Now the long summer is near, and the star of weeping blood has appeared. Azur Ahai will be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, and awaken the dragon in the stone. Your Majesty, you are the one in the prophecy, the reincarnation of Azur Ahai. You are destined to save the world. Sigh, why me? Stannis gritted his teeth. I just want to be a good brother, a good subject. Why do I have to become a king? Such a responsibility. Blue Kirby of Phoenix's Breath Castle, Theon of Theon, Martell of Dorne, the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. Everyone saw the red comet in the sky, and they all had their own understanding of this unprecedented phenomenon. At this moment in the faraway Westeros, no one knew that when the stars were weeping blood, a certain someone had been reborn, and had even awakened the dragon in the stone. Seemed, all right, Dany was definitely not the reincarnation of Azur Ahai. She was just the last layer of the Matryoshka doll. On the third day of their journey south through the Red Wasteland, Dany's Khalasar had traveled about 130 kilometers, which added up to about 300 kilometers in 3 days. They did not consume much food. They had at least 1 horse per person, so they did not lack horse meat. The key was drinking water and the extreme living environment. Khaleesi, the amount of bitter water we encountered today was less than yesterday. Many of our water bags are empty. Kaluo said bitterly. Dany wiped her face and forced herself to be alert. This was the 3rd time she had set up camp. Just like yesterday, they had built a low curved stone wall. After settling the matters of the camp, the eastern horizon was already turning white. After thinking seriously for a while, Dany said seriously, the drinking water of the centaurs and horses cannot be lacking. Kaluo, I'll teach you a new way to get water. She brought Kaluo and a dozen centaur warriors to a high ground, and pointed to the plains below. Have you noticed? Some places are overgrown with weeds, but most of them are devoid of plants. If you look further, you can see that the places where the devil's grass are the most flourishing can almost form a line. Perhaps there's an underground river there, or perhaps it was once a river. Up until now, the first stream they encountered had already disappeared without a trace. There were only patches of reddish-brown devil's grass that kept giving them hints and guesses. Dany's method was simple. She split the group into 2, and the strongest warriors rode forward for dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. They walked along the places where the devil's grass was the most abundant, digging pits along the way. They dug deep pits, deep enough for underground water to seep out. Even if there was no water, the sand would be dampened. The second batch of knights would also filter the dampened soil on gauze. Compared to filtering water from puddles, this method was slower and less efficient. The pits could not be dug too big, or else they would not be able to find rocks or tree trunks to block the hole. They could only dig more holes and deeper holes. Dany even demonstrated once in front of everyone. She scooped up the bitter water pit and placed the mud she dug out into the cloth bag set up by the tent. Droplets of dirty water dripped from the bottom of the cloth bag, and the holes where the mud was dug out began to seep out. Seeing this, the centaurs all cheered as if they had already defeated this terrifying red wasteland. Cora pulled Dany aside and said worriedly, Your Highness, you are sacrificing the energy and lives of the healthy warriors to feed the useless old and weak. Chapter 23. Yura was right. In order to complete Dany's 3 water fetches mission, the 2 batches of knights fetching water would increase their physical labor by several times. Whether it was digging deep pits on the hard gravel ground or sending water back and forth to Kala, the knights' rest time would be greatly reduced, and the time they had to work under the scorching sun would increase accordingly. Perhaps, this is my tribe. No matter if they are old or weak, sick or disabled, they are all my subjects. I have the responsibility and obligation to protect everyone's life and safety, Dany insisted. But what about your warriors? They may die of exhaustion on the way to find water. Dany only hesitated for a moment before regaining her solemn expression. Warriors dying in service to the people is the most glorious and great end. Service to the people? Yura was stunned. It was the first time he heard of such a saying. It seemed reasonable. At least it was more meaningful than two idiots who had nothing better to do and killed each other with knives. But he did not care about Ma Min's life or death or honor at all. He only planned for the best for his princess. Yora clenched his teeth and persuaded in a low voice, "Your Highness, your method of fetching water is excellent. If it's only you and those 80 elite warriors, we can definitely walk out of the wasteland unscathed. Why don't?" His eyes were dark and unpredictable, and there was an indescribable coldness in his voice. "Why don't we take the supplies while they are sleeping and leave quietly? It's better for 100 people to survive than for the entire Kala to collapse. You have gold. When you reach the coastal cities, you can buy a ship to any free trade city-state or secretly buy a manor to wait for the dragon to grow up." Danny shook her head and sighed. "Sir, I am their Calixi. Don't say such things again." "Sigh, all right." Sir Yora's expression changed from solemn to relaxed. It was unknown whether it was the indifference after completely giving up. "Your Highness, you have to be mentally prepared. The people will probably start dying soon. You are not a god and can't help everyone." "How far are we?" Danny asked worriedly. "3/4, at least 2/3. This is under the condition that we have been walking in a straight line. In fact, we have taken a detour because of the riverbed," Yora said uncertainly. At this moment, Danny also understood that a crisis was coming. The deeper they went into the red wasteland, the less water they found. Today the water supply was almost at its limit. "Tomorrow, we should abandon a bunch of old horses," Danny decided. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said with a smile, "I almost forgot about the most important water source." "Where?" Cora asked in surprise. "Forget it, it's not time yet." She waved her hand and smiled. Of course it was urine. How many times had Bear Grylls drunk urine? Drinking urine was child's play for the man who stood at the top of the food chain. He remembered the most exaggerated time when he poured the blood of a sea turtle into his anus, causing him to scream. The blood of sea turtles was too pungent, and one would vomit after drinking it. The large intestine could absorb the water in the blood. Although it was a little disgusting, it was nothing compared to his life. In times of crisis he would definitely try to fill his intestines with horse blood. Anyway, Danny was Calixi and she would never be short of water. Thinking of this, Danny looked at Cora with a strange gaze. "What's wrong?" Da Xiong felt a chill crawl from the back of his neck to his tailbone. "Nothing." Danny turned her gaze and walked towards her tent. "I'm going to train the dragon." Danny lifted the leather curtain with a bamboo basket on her back and saw a Fundi riding an old horse and stopping in front of her tent. "Calixi Watson is dying. He's going to die." He shouted anxiously. "I know." Danny sighed and prepared to leave. Fundi hurriedly asked, "Calixi, what's the arrangement for Watson's funeral?" Danny stopped and said in confusion, "He's a Volantis and I don't know their customs." "You can ask him." "He wants to be cremated and buried with us." "I can't decide, so I'm here to ask you," Fundi quickly said. Now Danny understood. In the plains where resources were scarce, charcoal was mostly used to filter sewage. Even the roasted horse was cooked in a big pot to save firewood. "And buried with us." Danny had no choice but to carry the 3 dragons and follow Fundi to his cattle tent. Although the centaur tent was small, it could be shared by 3 or 4 people. There was no need to place too many things, just enough blankets, straw mats and sleeping bags. Seeing Danny coming over, the other 2 old men greeted her and left, leaving them some space. Hearing Calixi's doubts about the funeral ceremony, Toothless Old Man said with difficulty, "The Volantis nobles originated from the ancient free fortress of Valeglia. Like your Targaryen family, cremation is popular. I'm just a slave born by the Rhone River. Logically speaking, I should choose a river burial and a burial, but cough cough cough." The old man coughed for a while, his old face showing a longing expression. "But my haggle is Khal. He's like Khal Drogo, a great centaur warrior. In the end, he rode a blazing warhorse and rushed into the night kingdom of the horse god. I think, cough cough cough," Danny said sympathetically, "you don't have to say any more, I already understand. I've already removed your slave collar. You're no longer a slave but a centaur. I'll bury you according to centaur customs. The horse god will accept you." Hearing this, the old man was excited and worried. His spine arched as he struggled to raise his body. He looked at Danny with his hopeful blue eyes and asked, "Really? Can I really do that? The horse god will let me enter the night kingdom? But Danny rolled her eyes and said seriously, "You've seen the comet in the sky. You know what it means, right?" The old man was puzzled and nodded reluctantly. "I've heard." That's Khal Drogo and his blood guards leading 500 warriors. Oh, and your little call. Blood stains the sky. To hell with blood staining the sky. Dany's mood instantly turned sour. However, she couldn't be jealous of the old man who was about to die. Hence, she glared fiercely at Afanti who was standing beside her and made a mental note of him. Yep, he must be trying to mislead everyone. How about this? You ride the blazing warhorse and meet up with the Khal in the sky. When we're out of danger, the Khal will lead the warriors into the Night Kingdom and bring you along. Drogo is the greatest Khal. The horse god won't stop his subordinates. Dany comforted him. That's great. The old man looked like he was relieved of a heavy burden. His arched body slammed back onto the grass curtain. Dany heaved a sigh of relief. Old Watson jumped up like a zombie and grabbed Dany's wrist tightly. He said uncertainly, "But Khal Drogo doesn't know me. Will he accept me?" This. Dany thought for a while and said happily, "It's okay. When we cremate you, I'll shout at the Khal in the sky and ask him to take you in. He'll be watching us and we'll definitely hear it." "Oh, that's great." The old man let go of Dany's hand and lay down again. Dany placed her hands on her knees and slowly straightened her back. But she couldn't straighten it. The old man didn't seem to have the strength to sit up anymore. He could only hold on tightly to Dany's silk pants. "What's wrong?" Dany squatted down and held his withered hand. "Calixi, you're a good person. I'm leaving and can't serve you to repay your kindness. I can only record my life's work in." Old Watson tilted his head and looked around. After a while, he raised his trembling right hand and pointed at a shabby brown leather bag at the corner of the tent. "There's a handwritten book with parchment paper. It records my life's work. I'll give it to you, Calixi." Life's work? Dany didn't forget his occupation. Although the 5 types of spring song that were passed down from ancient Valeglia were considered a cultural heritage in medieval Europe, exquisite erotic paintings could be passed down as family heirlooms. But she was the mother of dragons and had a bright future. She didn't want to develop that kind of special skill at all. Avatar was inexplicably glared at by Calixi before. He had been anxious, thinking about what he did wrong or what he did not do well. At this moment he saw an opportunity to show off. Without waiting for Calixi's order, he immediately walked to the corner, opened the leather bag and pulled out an A4-sized book with the thickness of a Chinois dictionary. Looking at the Bible in front of her, Dany glared at the inconspicuous Avatar. Avatar was so scared that his hand trembled, and the thick book fell to the ground. His eyes widened as if he was about to despair. The book fell at Dany's feet, and the pages flipped open. She poked her head out to take a look. Sure enough, the first thing she saw was a picture that made people daydream. It was still a painting, a charcoal sketch. It was a difficult move even for a gymnast. There was Valeglia's text explanation next to it. It seemed that the annotations were very detailed. She quickly closed the book, coughed softly and said, "I accept your gift, thank you." Old Watson nodded. He caught a glimpse of the white dragon that climbed from the bamboo basket to Dany's ear. His turbid eyes that were about to extinguish flashed a glimmer of light. He gasped and said, "Calixi, this book took me more than 60 years of painstaking effort. I thought. Now I realize that it was born for you and only you can make better use of it." Dany was embarrassed and angry. If it was another person or another scene, she would have already punched him. This dead old man is so bad. He actually treats me like this. She didn't want to stay a moment longer. She vaguely responded with a few words, and then got up to leave with the thick sheepskin book. "Hey, wait a minute." The blue-eyed old man grabbed the strap of Dany's sandals. "Calixi, I almost forgot. There is still a sacrifice." "I didn't forget. Your horse was dishonest. It actually threw you off its back. Later I will help you choose a more docile one to kill and bury with you. If you need, I will also prepare a bag of gold medals for you, as well as a warrior's matching scimitar and bow." Dany quickly made a promise. "Thank you." The old man didn't finish the word "thank you." His head tilted, his hand loosened and he died. The happy and expectant expression froze on his shriveled old face. Most of the puddles had been filled with water by the second batch of knights, but when Khalasar came over and removed the stones on top, they could still see the shallow traces of water. Dany didn't let any of them go. As Khalasar walked, the water reserves were also depleted. She used the empty water bag to fill up all the seepage water mixed with mud. When they set up camp, she would pour it out and filter it. Even though the water shortage was temporarily alleviated, after about 3 hours of walking, someone in the group died. It was a half-year-old baby girl. Her mother cried her heart out. The whole group could hear her mother's pain and despair. Danny felt terrible, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't even know the cause of the baby's death. There was no heat stroke, no lack of food, and she passed away after pooping in her mother's arms for a long time. According to Dothraki tradition, the poor child was too young to ride a horse. She couldn't enter the endless black grasslands of the Night Kingdom. She had to be reincarnated. The child was buried in the sand on the spot. The group almost didn't stop to rest. Just like how they dealt with old Watson who fell off the horse yesterday, only Danny and the mother, Nyo Lu, stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. In the morning light of the next day, Danny laughed and clapped her hands towards the sky, cheering for her baby dragon's first flight. When the black dragon spiraled into the sky and disappeared into a small dot, Danny panicked and accidentally entered the dragon dream state. It was also the first time she was in the dragon dream state from afar without touching the black dragon. In fact, dragon dream wasn't the right word to describe this state. If one were to use the wolf spirit of House of Stark and his siblings as an analogy, Danny could be called a lesser dragon spirit. A wolf spirit, also known as a shapeshifter, was a human who could invade the consciousness of animals or other people and control their actions. For shapeshifters, if there was an emotional bond between the human and the animal, it was easier to do this. Therefore, wolves, a close relative of dogs, were the most common shapeshifters' companions. The person who controlled the wolf was called a wolf spirit, but it wasn't that he could only communicate with wolves. Bran, Rickon, and Arya of the Stark family, as well as Jon Snow, the titular protagonist of A Song of Ice and Fire, were all werewolves. They had the gift of shape-shifting, which was so powerful that it made others jealous. However, without systematic training, they still subconsciously denied and rejected their talent, so their abilities couldn't be fully displayed. There was no need to elaborate on Bran's strength. When he evolved from a shapeshifter to a green prophet, he would be able to walk on the timeline of the Westeros, change the past, and observe the future. Yes, the old gods observed the world through the weirwood, and the weirwood only existed in the Westeros, so the old gods' power shouldn't be able to reach Ursos. Jon's talent made the strongest shapeshifter of the barbarians, 6 Transformers Valamir wary. Then how strong was Valamir? He was so strong that even when he was beaten to a pulp by the red-robed priestess, he still had the strength to possess other healthy humans. Even if fate wasn't on his side and the possession failed, Valamir didn't die. Instead, he possessed his own pet wolf. In the end, he was unlucky enough to meet the #1 shapeshifter of the Westeros, Bran. God didn't want him to live. Back to Arya, her Nymeria was released a long time ago. In the end, they both went to Braavos to become faceless apprentices. The wolf and Arya were separated by the strait, thousands of kilometers apart, but they could still communicate with each other often through the wolf dream. Finally, Rickon, who was only 3 years old, could predict the future to a certain extent through the wolf dream. Sansa's lady died too early. Her experience and life values were very different from those of the Northerners, so it was impossible to guess whether she had the talent of a wolf spirit. However, Robb Stark should also have a very strong talent. His dire wolf could foresee the danger its master was in. It had warned its master several times that there is danger, or this person can't be trusted. It was as spiritual as a divine beast. It was just that Robb had forgotten about the wolf when he had a wife, and subconsciously rejected the danger premonition he received from the wolf. The wolf spirit was recognized as an evil creature, on the same level as deviant ghosts and elves. Whenever a wolf spirit was discovered, everyone would kill it. The reason why there was such a public opinion was closely related to the history of the Westeros. As mentioned before, except for the children of the forest and the giants, all human beings in the Westeros were invaders and refugees from the past of Ursos. The children of the forest were a dark and beautiful race. They were short, and the height of an adult was about the same as an ordinary child. They had dark chestnut skin, large ears, and large golden eyes. However, some of the children of the forest with the talent of a green prophet had green or red eyes. If such a child of the forest fused with the heart tree, they would become a green prophet and gain green vision. That was the key. Shapeshifters originated from the children of the forest. They were the representatives of a lost civilization. 12,000 years ago, the first generation of invaders brought bronze weapons and fought with the natives for a place to live. One side was small and weak, with a small population but had strange magic. The other side was tall and strong with advanced bronze weapons and had more people but no superpowers. Both sides fought each other to a draw. On the small island in the center of God's Eye Lake, Thousand Faces Island, they signed an oath to divide the territory. This process lasted for 4,000 years. Because the first generation of invaders, the ancestors, had seen the magic of the children of the forest, their beliefs were very loose. Gradually, the ancestors began to worship the mysterious gods of the children of the forest and became believers of the old gods. Perhaps it was due to their beliefs, or perhaps it was due to the hybridization of their bloodlines. Shapeshifters also began to appear among the ancestors. There was one shapeshifter in 1,000 people, and one green prophet in 1,000 shapeshifters. This ratio seemed a little low, but if one thought about it, almost every generation had one or two green prophets, then one or two Bran. Every generation had one or two people like the Bran. That was a little scary. After thousands of years, by the generation of Id Stark's children, the spirit wolf had become an existence in fairy tales. Even if you loudly said that you were a spirit wolf, others would only laugh and laugh at you for daydreaming. That was why Jon, Arya, Bran, and even Robb were very resistant to their spirit wolf nature. Not only did they not develop their own talent, they even wanted to seal it. Dany's Mother of Dragons talent was definitely not inferior to the Green Prophet. The probability of a Green Prophet appearing was 1 in a million. During the heyday of the old gods, there were at least 1 or 2 in every generation. And Dany might be the only Mother of Dragons in Valeglia's 5,000 years of history. Yes, a genetic mutant. In the original plot, Dany Liz was even more resistant to her talent and instincts than Jon. She wanted to play with dragons, but her companions and subjects were afraid of them. She wanted to freely hunt with the dragons, but she was too busy to be distracted. Also, because she was worried that the dragons would go out and hurt people, she ignored the young dragons' cries and locked them up. She wanted to ride the dragons and fly away, but she remembered her duty to her subjects. At that time she didn't even have a dragon dream. She almost unilaterally lost all contact with the dragons. Her black dragon could still sense her safety. That Dany Liz was a kind-hearted queen, a failed mother of dragons. She was a bit prejudiced. She was obsessed with her identity as a queen and completely gave up the title of Mother of Dragons. That was not only a title, but also the fundamental meaning of her existence. Now Dany was different. Even if no one taught her, she used her own way to develop her talent ability. Her efforts also paid off. In the flight of the Black Dragon, Dany obtained his vision through the soul connection of the dragon dream. Not only could a wolf spirit obtain the 5 senses of an animal, but it could also occupy a wolf's body. It couldn't be considered as controlling its behavior. Instead, it could be considered as temporarily possessing a wolf's body. The reason why Dany was only a secondary dragon spirit was that her control of dragons was much worse than that of a wolf spirit's control of companion animals. She could only receive information from the 5 senses of the black dragon. Not to mention becoming a dragon, she couldn't even control their actions. Moreover, except for the black dragon, not only could she not control different kinds of animals like a shapeshifter, but even the white dragon and the green dragon, Dany couldn't establish a stable dragon dream with them. It wasn't that the 2 dragons were rejecting her. How to put it? It was a bit like one skill slot could only choose one skill. As her connection with the black dragon became closer, the other 2 dragons had fewer dragon dreams with her. Actually, a wolf spirit also had a skill slot restriction. Those with high talents could control more animals, while those with low talents could only control one dog. Dogs were the most docile and easy to control. Valamir, who could control 6 animals, obtained the Glory Bandit title of 6 shapeshifters. Ser Jorah told Dany that every dragon only had one master, and one person could only ride one dragon. Before the current master died, others couldn't ride his dragon alone. Well, outsiders could ride as passengers in the company of the dragon's master. Similarly, Targaryen, who already had a dragon, couldn't ride another dragon. What's that? Dany was suddenly awakened. Just a moment ago she caught a glimpse of an unusual scene. The black dragon's vision was amazing. It seemed that it could see the scene dozens of kilometers away from 1,000 meters in the air. It wasn't very clear and it didn't last long, but the color of the red wasteland was too monotonous. It was a uniform dark red. Previously, Dany could only see the blue sky, the red comet, and the dark red plains with varying degrees of clarity from the black dragon's perspective. Suddenly, the moment the black dragon turned, Danny saw that the dark red ground suddenly turned white. It seemed to be a city? A rocky hill with a special color? Big Black, stop being wild. Help me find that white thing just now. It seemed to be a city, she said anxiously in her heart. According to the Dothraki tradition, they shouldn't name animals other than humans. Danny didn't think that her dragons were animals. They were legendary creatures and didn't lose to humans. So early on she gave them names. Big Black, Little White, Little Green. Alright, those were pet names. She often called them that. The black dragon wasn't called Wings of Death. It was a waste of his hellish black and red scales. But the name Wings of Death was too hateful. She didn't want her dragon babies to die prematurely. When he was invincible in the world, she wanted him to say with his big mouth that was emitting the smell of sulfur and death, "My name is Wings of Death, the destined destroyer of the world, the terminator of all things, I am the cataclysm." Yes, it was very romantic. The other two were much more ordinary. They were emerald and white jade. The green dragon was crystal clear like jade. His body was like the best emerald. It was a kind of green that was full of vitality. The white dragon's body was the gentle color of white jade. But along the bone lines, it was platinum like sunlight. It gave off a sacred aura that made people worship it. If others asked, she would tell them that the black dragon's scales were shiny like black crystals. That was why it was called Black Diamond. Emerald, white jade, black diamond. They were all beautiful and harmless gemstones that people liked. Their names were completely harmless. This could hide the fact that they were the most brutal creatures in the world. Hiss, the black dragon found the white that Danny needed. It was like a mirror reflecting a white light. The dragon's pupils shrank. The white light on the dark red ground was constantly enlarging. That's really a city? Danny shouted in joy. It was about 30 kilometers southwest of Kalasa, outside the range of her water cavalry team's exploration. What a close miss. She patted her chest in fear. The black dragon was a young dragon after all. It did not last long before it flapped its wings and fell back into the basket behind Danny. Danny immediately found Korra and told him about it. The knight was shocked. He was surprised by the appearance of the city. He was also amazed that the young dragon could see so far and that Danny could share his vision. Your Highness, I've never heard of a city in the Red Wasteland. I didn't even know that there were humans living in this place that even demons despise. He rubbed his chin and said cautiously. Danny thought of the dry river she had seen before and said, maybe it's a civilization that was lost in the long river of history. It's too far away for the dragon to see clearly. I only know that the city is very big. It's definitely not a village. You and I both know that the Red Wasteland today can't support a large city. An abandoned city? Korra nodded and said thoughtfully, let the horse scout go first. That place can at least hide from the sun. 30 kilometers was only an hour or two ride. Before noon, Ago and the other two warriors returned. Khaleesi, you're right. It's indeed a stone city. It's all white. But there are no residents. The city gate is broken, the houses have collapsed, and only the wind and flies are shuttling through the streets. It's a dead city. We don't know its name. There's no god's favor. We should avoid it. Why? Danny asked, puzzled. It's better if there's no one. We can occupy it at will. If there are residents, I'm worried about their attitude towards Kalasa. Jichi said in a trembling voice, once the gods leave, the evil spirits will go out at night to hunt. It's best to avoid this place. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows. Eerie echoed. Chapter 26. The Dothraki like to say, everyone knows. When they said this, they did not mean that everyone present knew something, but they were expressing a kind of established tradition. In fact, Ma Min's everyone knows was still very survival-wise. For example, Danny's handmaidens and Blood Alliance guards advised her to avoid the life-saving dead city because they were afraid of the demons. Ji-Chi said, once the gods leave, the evil spirits will go out at night to hunt. Did it make sense? This made a lot of sense to the herdsmen who followed the grasslands and rivers. Why would a city die? In this era, in this world, there were usually only two reasons. The first was plague and the second was war. Plague was needless to say, of course, it had to be avoided. The massacre caused by war would leave a city full of dead bodies, and the piles of dead bodies would also cause a plague. Ma Min was not afraid of war, but in the face of an almost irresistible plague, The germs that caused the plague were the evil spirits in Ma Min's mouth. The ignorant Dothraki summed up a set of survival rules adapted to this land through the bloody experience and lessons of their ancestors for thousands of years. I have a dragon. Any evil spirits will actively avoid it when they see a dragon. Dany could only comfort Ma Min like this. There was no need to remind her of the fresh dead city that everyone knows. Dany would be alert and avoid it herself. But the ruins had been there for many years. No matter what caused its destruction back then, it would not be able to hurt them today. Without delay, Dany immediately ordered to recall the knights who were looking for water at the front. The Khalasar changed the direction of their advance, and the first 20 warriors set off at this moment to look for food and water in White City. In order to comfort the worried Ma Min, Dany also sent the Black Dragon to follow them all the way. Yes, she would enter the dragon dream state and command the little dragon. Things progressed more smoothly than she expected. An hour later, the Black Dragon followed the vanguard and arrived at White City. It was a white city as bright as the moon and as beautiful as a young girl. The white city walls and white towers shone in the dense afternoon air curtain, so beautiful that people would think it was a mirage. When they arrived at the outskirts of White City, at Dany's request, the Black Dragon struggled to fly into the sky from the bamboo basket on Ago's back. With just a glance, Dany could see through Blackie's vision that the city was filled with greenery. After getting closer, Dany was so excited that she left her dragon spirit state. There are orchards, figs, grapes, and I see peach trees. She got up and held Dolia's hand, her joy overflowing in her words. Our team is saved. We can settle down there and farm until the little dragon grows into a megalosaurus, haha. In the afternoon, when the sun was still hanging at a 45-degree angle in the sky, Dany impatiently urged Khalasar to set out. You don't have to be stingy this time. It's only a 2 to 3 hour journey. Agu and the others have already prepared fresh fruits and sweet well water. Let's work harder. Hope is right in front of us. Dany could not wait to gallop away. When they were 5 kilometers away from White City, Dahe flew over and landed on her shoulder. The sky fell into a yellow sunset. Dany and her Khalasar finally arrived at the White City wall. I didn't expect to see such a majestic building in the barren Red Plains. Sir Yora said to Dany in an incredible tone, even in our Westeros such a city is not common. That's your Westeros. This is my White City. Dany's big violet eyes smiled like crescent moons. I declare that this city is occupied by me. Seeing Dany so happy, Yora also joked lightly, then your highness please name your city. She tilted her head and thought for a while. It's not that bad. The scholar swears loyalty to the person he serves. Yora muttered without confidence. He suddenly thought of himself, noticing Calixi's questioning gaze. Afanti was stunned for a moment before he said, in my impression, the Red Wasteland has always been a taboo place that can't be stepped into. Look, Calixi. As they talked, they walked towards the palace in the center of the city. When they passed by a place where 6 streets intersected, Ago suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at an empty marble pedestal and said, the White City's god has been moved away by the centaurs. There must have been a Khalasar here. It's very likely that a Khal plundered the city. Old Afanti rode forward and circled the marble pedestal in the center of the street twice. He was also surprised. There really were centaurs here. When did that happen? How do you know? Dany was puzzled. Calixi, did you notice? Afanti held the horsewhip and pointed at the surrounding streets. This is the intersection of 6 streets. It's considered the city center. So, the White City's god should be placed on the marble pedestal. Dany agreed with this statement. She nodded. Have you forgotten? Only the Dothraki have the habit of robbing the statues of other races. Cora interrupted. With his reminder, Dany suddenly recalled a memory. After the Dothraki destroyed the city, they liked to rob the statues of their gods or heroes. The holy land of the Dothraki, starting from the Horse Gate, had a main road that ran through the Horse King City, the Avenue of the Gods. There were countless statues on both sides of the path, some made of stone, some of bronze, some of iron, some of wood, and even some of Valyrian steel. There were statues of gods, statues of kings and heroes. There were even statues of evil gods and devils from the Shadowlands. It seems that this place has a longer history than we thought. It's at least 100 years old. The Dothraki army must have been able to come here because the river hadn't dried up at that time. Just a few hundred centaurs would never be able to take down the strong city. As they spoke, Dani and her Khalasar had already passed through the streets and arrived at the ruins of the palace in the center of the city. The centaurs were unwilling to live in the stone houses where ghosts wandered. Dani had no choice but to let them set up tents against the walls of the tall palace. There were walls to block out the sun. After everything was settled, the Khalasar sat in the square in front of the palace. The warriors sent first collected many fruits. There were figs, grapes, peaches, apples. Although the fruits were generally stunted, small and tasteless, her people all greedily reached out to grab them, pushing each other and stuffing the fruits into their mouths, making satisfied chewing sounds. The walls are white, the towers are white, the buildings on the streets are white too. The palace is still monotonous white, and there are white skeletons on the streets. It's all white as far as the eye can see. It should be called the City of Bones. Korra rubbed his hairy arms and said in a strange tone. In fact, there were burn marks everywhere in the city, but the black of the fire had become mottled with time. In the dark night, under the crimson light of the red comet, only the sound of the wind that sounded like the cries of ghosts echoed in the alley. It was indeed a little eerie. Dani's 2 centaur maids were already a little uneasy. When they heard the knight's words, they were so scared that they started to tremble. Jichi said with a sobbing tone, "Calixi, we can't stay here. This is the territory of the evil spirits. Listen, they're cursing us in the corner." "What City of Bones? Nonsense." Dani glared at Xiong and said firmly, "This is White Cloud City. I'm the Lord of White Cloud City. This is my territory." Hiss. Dehe received her message and opened its mouth at the right time, spitting out a bright red dragon flame that was 30 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb. The dragon flame was mixed with a black smoke which looked terrifying. The 2 maids stopped talking. Chapter 27. The next day, Dani personally walked around White Cloud City and started to regret killing all the lambs too early. The resources here were too rich, enough for them to live here forever. Almost every street and every large courtyard had at least one well, and the water in the well had not dried up. Thinking about it, Dani's team could get water from pits that were 1 to 2 meters deep, so the stone wells that were more than 10 meters deep were naturally filled with water. In the courtyards, between the cracks of the stone slabs, there were clumps of devil's grass, enough for horses and lambs to breed. Unfortunately, the lambs were all killed. Horses were not very good livestock and killing them for meat was not cost-effective. After roughly touring the entire city, Dani immediately started the big construction. The old woman was in charge of clearing the weeds in the orchard and gathering fruits for the Khalasar's daily needs. The strong woman was led by Sir Yora to tidy up the abandoned palace. The houses in the palace were enough for all the horse people to live in. The old man was in charge of feeding the horses, repairing the saddles, stirrups and horseshoes. Dani personally led the Blood Alliance guards and centaur warriors to demolish the low houses in the city's slums. The extra bricks were used to repair the palace, and the empty ground was plowed by the horses together with the bare ground. After that, Dani led the Khalasar out and found a large amount of firewood and weeds outside the city. They spread the firewood and weeds on the freshly plowed ground, and the fire burned for a day and night. Then they plowed a second time, mixing the ashes of the plants and the soil evenly, and sprinkling the selected large wheat grains into the soil. Well, in this world where summer could last for more than 10 years, there was no such thing as sowing in spring and reaping in autumn. If they really sowed in spring and reaped in autumn, humans would have starved to death after more than 10 years of summer. As long as the land was empty, as long as it was not winter, you could plant any crops. Peaches in spring and pears in autumn did not exist. Fruits that only appeared in different seasons on Earth could be seen on different fruit trees at the same time here. Turnips were also one of the staple foods in this world, and Dani's Khalasar always carried them. At this time, the shriveled turnips were cut into pieces and stuffed in wet cloth to sprout seedlings, and then taken out and planted separately. Other than the turnips and barley that had been used as rations, they also discovered beets, onions, garlic, blackberries, peppermint, and other plants in the gardens of White Cloud City. The inedible flowers and plants in the garden were pulled out to feed the horses, and the empty space was used to plant crops. The children were not idle either. They wandered through the winding and complicated alleyways, shuttling between the windowsills of the houses, looking for ancient bronzes, rusted iron pots, and weapons. There were old men in the Khalasar who knew the craft of blacksmithing. They had been Drogo's slaves, abandoned by the new Khals like Bono and Jocko because they were too old to lift hammers. Dani picked out the 4 weakest centaur warriors and had them change their jobs to blacksmiths. We are great horse-riding warriors. We are born to kill and be killed. We cannot work as slaves. The centaurs seemed to have suffered a great humiliation, their faces flushed red as they protested loudly. Danny really wanted to mock them. You didn't kill anyone, you'll only be killed. With your skills, other than helping others practice their saber techniques, what else can you do? Who said that blacksmiths can't kill people? Danny put on a straight face and started to spout nonsense righteously. Do you know who I am? I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, born in the storm. There was a continuous mountain range to the west. Further west of the mountain range there were 3 cities marked. Danny easily identified the name of one of the cities. It was Myrene, written in the ancient Valeglia language. There was also a continuous mountain range to the east. Further east of the mountain range was the sea. The most valuable thing was the geographical information south of White Cloud City. The sea was directly south. There was no standard measurement, so she couldn't determine the specific distance. She could only measure the distance between White Cloud City and the Laser River. White Cloud City was probably between the Laser River and the sea in the south. Danny walked for 5 days. It was about 500 to 600 kilometers. However, they didn't walk in a straight line. The starting point was also not at the Laser River. She estimated that if they walked another 600 kilometers south, they would definitely reach the sea. This was good news. The second piece of good news was that there were 2 other cities within 100 kilometers southwest of White Cloud City. Similar to White Cloud City, they were cities located in the Red Wasteland. Like White Cloud City, those 2 cities should have turned into a dead zone over the years. Just as Danny thought before, the map marked that there was once a river that ran from the Laser River to White Cloud City and the other 2 cities. Now the river had completely disappeared. So, Danny had 2 new pieces of farmland? For the second time, she regretted slaughtering all the lambs too early. Otherwise, she could have turned White Cloud City into farmland and developed the other 2 cities into pastures. That would have been perfect. Reality proved that she had thought too much. The next day, the knights that were sent out followed Danny's instructions and found the 2nd and 3rd white cities. Yes, they were the same as White Cloud City. They had white city walls, white towers and white buildings. Other than the fact that they were smaller than White Cloud City, there was almost no difference. However, Jianghu, who led the team to search for the cities, told her, "Calixi, the nearest city is too strange. There was a circle of iron spears with red rust outside the city walls. There were skeletons hanging from the spears. When the breeze blew, I could hear them laughing. That was the devil's laughter. I didn't dare to go in." Danny was speechless. You also know that there was a breeze? Devil's laughter? If there were really devils, they would also laugh mockingly at you centaurs for being too cowardly. Jianghu seemed to have noticed Calixi's displeasure. He quickly took out an iron bracelet that glowed with black light from his pocket. In the middle of the bracelet was a fiery red opal the size of a thumb. The opal was fiery red and translucent. It was natural and unpolished. Calixi looked. "I found it in the 2nd white town. It's just an opal. It's not worth much." Danny shook her head. "How can it not be worth much?" Cora was puzzled. He took the bracelet from Jianghu and said in a familiar tone, "This opal is fiery red and translucent. It's natural and unpolished. It's not small either. In the Freedom Federation, it's worth at least 5 gold coins. If you remove the gemstone and give it to a skilled silversmith to embed it into a gold bracelet, the price will double." As he spoke, the knight's tone became sorrowful. His rough bearded face was gradually dyed with a mixture of sweet and painful memories. "You're a man. Why are you so familiar with a woman's jewelry?" Danny intentionally asked, wanting to understand his story. Cora looked around at the centaurs who were staring at him curiously. He hesitated and did not speak. Danny looked at her Blood Alliance guards. "Ricardo, Adger, each of you pick 3 warriors. 2 old men who herd horses and 2 women who gather food. Each of you has 3 horses. Bring enough food and water. Go to the 3rd white town in the southwest and use it as a base. Head south, southwest, and southeast to search for places that are a day's ride. Search for 3 targets: the ruins of the town, animals, and possible humans. Remember, your safety is the most important. If you encounter animals you don't know, don't try to hunt them. Just remember their appearance and location. If you encounter people, can we try to make contact?" she asked the old driver, Cora. Cora pondered for a moment. 2 people in a group. One person goes to communicate and the other comes back to report. Dany nodded and said to the centaurs, "Let's do it this way." Then she said to Korra, who had just returned from the third white town, "Blood of my blood, although there's no sign of humans here, since we can come here, others can also come here. I want you to lead 2 oxen to repair the gate. We lack stiff and heavy wood, so we don't need to repair the wooden gate. You can stack stones at the gate, leaving only a width for a horse carriage to pass through. Then build a small barbican behind the gate." However, Ma Min did not know what a barbican was. Even if Dany told him, Korra would not be able to do it. "Let's do this for now." After the Blood Alliance guards left with Ma Min, Korra said hesitantly, "Your Highness, what plans do you have for the future? Are you going to live here forever?" Chapter 28. What do you think I should choose? Dany asked Sir Jorah in return. With only 3 dragons in the world, no matter how glorious the future would be, she had to obediently lay low for now. Keeping a low profile and farming was the way to go. Bringing 3 little dragons that could be slaughtered at any time out to play would be the real idiot. Jorah thought for a moment and said, "There is not enough food here. I mean the blood food for the 3 dragons to grow up. It is said that Aegon's Balerion can swallow an entire bison in one gulp, or the legendary woolly mammoth that roams the cold wastelands. With the appetite of the young dragons, all the horses in Colossia will be eaten in less than a year, and a year is definitely not enough for the little dragons to grow into Megalosaurus." Dany lifted Big Black from the basket behind her into her arms and tried to poke her little finger into his mouth. The hot mucus made her feel a little stinging, but she could not even reach his throat. When would he be able to swallow a woolly mammoth in one gulp? "Didn't I just let Ricardo go look for prey nearby?" she said as she lowered her head to tease the struggling Big Black. "Have we met any sand lizards that are bigger than dogs along the way?" Jorah retorted. "Carnivores feed on herbivores. The Red Wasteland does not have an environment that can support tame prey. Dragons should not rely on others to feed them. From tomorrow onwards I will train them to hunt by themselves," Dany said. "Without prey, so what if their hunting skills are good?" Jorah was speechless. "I don't expect the 3 of them to grow into Balerion here. As long as they become strong predators, they will not be easily killed by humans who covet, fear and hate them." Dany turned to the knight with bright eyes and said in an unpredictable tone, "Viserys told me that the nobles and commoners of the Westeros secretly sew 3-headed dragon flags at home. They are hoping for the return of the true dragon. What do you think?" Jorah smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, I dare not lie to you. The great nobles are addicted to the game of power, while the lesser nobles and merchants are more interested in wine, women, and the tournament that represents glory. The commoners only hope that it would be summer every year. It would be best if the legendary, eternal summer came. The orchards would be full of fruits, and the fields would be full of golden wheat and sweet fruits. Then the Lord would be merciful and not rape his wife and daughter, and not use his son as a target. They don't care about the king at all. It's useless to care because their lives have nothing to do with the king. So even if I leave this place, where can I go?" Dany shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm not like Viserys. He's not innocent either. He has no choice but to use lies to arm himself. Whatever my own wishes, the usurper will know that the last Targaryen has hatched a dragon, and they will send their strongest and most ruthless assassins after me and my dragon. I once wandered in Braavos for a few years, and I know that it is the most powerful and prosperous free trade city-state. I also know that the most powerful assassin in the world, the Faceless One, lives there. All mortals have to die. As long as the price was right, they could kill anyone. It was said that they had never failed. The price for killing me must be the highest, but no matter how expensive it is, what is it to a king?" Jorah thought for a moment and comforted her. "The usurper will not send a Faceless One to assassinate you. The wine merchant who tried to poison you last time was not a Faceless One. Why are you so sure?" "I have a dragon now. It's different," Dany said. "Because you have me." Jorah thought to himself. Dany had watched Game of Thrones before, and she remembered a very important part of the plot. King Robert knew that Dany was pregnant, and he summoned his ministers to discuss how to solve the problem of the royal family. Because he strongly opposed the killing of women and children, I'd had a falling out with his good friend and resigned from his position as the hand of the king in indignation. That should have happened a year ago, and just 3 months ago, Dany was poisoned in Horse King City. That council meeting to King Robert and Prime Minister Ide was about whether to kill the remnants of the Targaryen family. To the king and other council ministers, It was a meeting about how to kill Danny Rise and her bastard child. Among them there was a minister who proposed to hire a faceless one, and this resolution was almost passed. But Robert was a spendthrift king, and the treasury was empty and in debt. As the Minister of Finance, Littlefinger thought that a cheaper method should be chosen. "You're a Mormont." Yes, it was the tall man in front of her who looked simple and honest. He was a spy, a King's Landing spy who was responsible for collecting information on Danny and killing her when necessary. But Danny was not worried that Yora would hurt her. Apart from the unreliable emotional factors, Yora had no reason to betray her from the perspective of interests. The price that King's Landing offered was to give up the arrest warrant for Yora and restore his status as the Earl of Bear Island. Compared to saving Danny from the dragon, that was nothing. Not only was the Earl of Bear Island worthless, Yora did not lose the fief of the Mormont family. His aunt took over his position as the Earl. It was just stewing meat in the pot. In fact, without Yora's protection, or if he really wanted to kill her, Danny Rise would have died long ago. The point was, if the people of King's Landing knew that Yora was unreliable, would they send a faceless one later? Because of the political chaos in the original plot, new kings kept appearing and falling, and the people of King's Landing seemed to have forgotten about Danny. But was she going to put her safety in the unreliable original plot? The faceless one is not an invincible assassin. The kings of the Targaryen family were not without enemies, but none of them died in the hands of the faceless one. The Faceless One is a legendary existence to ordinary people, but in the face of the legendary Kingsguard, their tricks are not so effective. Yora comforted her softly and with a firm expression. He promised, "Have you forgotten? I am also a Kingsguard, your Queen's Iron Guard. If it was the White Bull or the Buddha sword who said this to me, I would most likely believe it, but you are just an idiot." Yora was a strong knight, but he might not be qualified to be a bodyguard. "Well, with you here I am very relieved." Danny smiled encouragingly. "But let's try to stay here for a while." Then she extended her hand to invite him, and the two walked up the White Tower at the city gate. As they climbed up, they discussed the arrangement of the guards of the White Cloud City. When they reached the top, Danny threw the 3 dragons into the sky, letting them soar in the sky while hissing. A few days later, after the Black Dragon, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon also learned to fly and spit dragon flames. The 3 colorful little dragons chased each other under the blue sky. The sunlight shone through the thin translucent wings, refracting the hazy glow, and it was unusually beautiful. Blackie was the first to learn to fly. He was only 7 days old then. How does he compare to the Megalosaurus of the Targaryen family? Danny looked at the black dragon circling in the blue sky, and a feeling of infinite pride rose in her heart. "I don't really understand if there is a scholar who studies dragons." Yora shook his head and asked in confusion, "Why give them such vulgar names? Aegon's dragon is called Balerion, Visenia's dragon is called Vargal, and Rhaenys is called Miracis. They are all taboo names of the ancient Valeglia gods." Danny also did not mince her words. "My dragon and I are too weak, and I don't want too invasive names to alert others. I can also name my dragon after my ancestors, such as Brother Rhaen and Viserys, but I want to draw a clear line with the previous Targaryen." "Why?" Yora asked in shock. In this era, in this world, nobles who had a little family history were all proud of their great ancestors. They even used the same ancestor's name for several or more generations. For example, the countless Brandons of the House of Stark, and the many Aegons and Rhaenys of the Targaryen family. Even Danny Rise evolved from the virgin girl Danny's thoughts, with only 1 or 2 additional letters, and more than 100 years ago, the Targaryen princess who married the Dornishman was also called Danny Rise. "I am different from them. The foundation of the Targaryens was the Targaryen family, and now Danny. The dragon was her child, and Dothraki was her clansman. The Targaryens only brought her burden and danger. Let's not talk about me." She changed the topic and looked at Cora with a smile. "You know everything about me, but I know very little about your story. Tell me about yourself." "Me? What do you want to know?" Sir Yora asked dryly. "You are the Earl of Bear Island in the Northern Territory. How did you come to the continent of Ursos, tens of thousands of miles away?" Danny turned her head and looked at the dragon flying in the sky. She said softly, "You seem to know a lot about jewels and their value. Is there a gem mine on Bear Island?" "If Bear Island really had a mine, I wouldn't be stranded in a foreign land." The knight smiled bitterly. He picked up a milky white stone from the ground and drew a rough map of the Westeros on the stone slab of the tower window. "Look, this is Bear Island. It is located in the distant frozen bay, almost as far away from the Great Wall as the Northern Territory. It is a beautiful but primitive place, an island 100 kilometers deep. There are old oak trees with twisted roots, towering ancient pines, and sweet and sour hawthorn forests that bloom in spring. But it is too remote and poor. Unlike the stone castles of other nobles, the hall of my house is made of giant wood. There are no tall walls around it, only a fence. Most of my people fish for a living and they can only make a living. There is no trade, so they can't collect a lot of taxes. The specialty: there are only bears, but where are there no bears? Merchants often come to us only once every few years, bringing cloth, copper, porcelain, spices, and other daily necessities. They take away furs, almost bartering. Although it is so barren and boring, I have always been used to living there, and I have never lacked women. Fisherwomen and peasant girls would not refuse their counts, Your Highness. I did not force them. Before we were even of age, my father helped me pick a bride, a girl from Deepwood Castle next to Bear Island, a Glover. I'm not sure if I love her, and it makes me ashamed. Although her face is plain, she has a good character. In the 10 years of marriage she had 3 miscarriages and she never recovered from the last one. She died soon after. Chapter 29. Yura should indeed feel ashamed. Danny realized that he did not mention his wife's name. Perhaps she had long disappeared from his memory. After all, she never seemed to enter his heart. But she gave birth 3 times because of him, and even lost her life in the end. The night continued. Not long after, my father joined the night watch and I became the Earl of Bear Island. Many people came to propose marriage, and before I could make a final decision, Timon began to rebel, and Balan Greyjoy proclaimed himself king. Danny frowned and interrupted him, asking, "When was that?" "Before I was born?" "Princess, I'm not that old," Yura said dryly with a wooden face. "Oh, continue," Danny replied casually. "It was the 4th year after the War of the Usurpers and you were about 4 years old." His voice lowered. There seemed to be no difference, they were all the same age. Danny understood. It should be the time when Theon Greyjoy was held hostage in Winterfell. She did not understand. What was Timon thinking? During the War of the Usurpers he did not cause trouble. Instead, he waited until the usurpers had proclaimed themselves king for 4 years, and the unrest in the country had subsided. Where did he get his confidence from? Or was it that his reaction arc was too long, and when he reacted he thought that a hero was born in troubled times? Timon has always been crazy, and his actions are unpredictable. Yura shook his head. Perhaps he thought that the usurper's foundation was not stable, or perhaps someone had been suppressing him to prevent him from rebelling. During the War of the Usurpers, Balan's father, Duke Colin, had always been neutral. After your brother, Prince Rhaegar, died in battle at the Ruby Beach, he joined the usurper Robert. At that time, High Court Tyrell was on the side of the Targaryens. Thus, Colin led the Iron Fleet, the main fleet of Timon Island, out to sea and prepared to plunder the River Bend High Court. Unfortunately, the High Court people were prepared, and waited for the enemy to arrive at the Shield Islands. Not only did they defeat the invincible Iron Fleet, but they also killed Colin in that battle. Then Balan inherited his father's position. The usurper had already ascended the throne, and the rebellions were more or less quelled. It took King Balan 4 years to gain complete control of Timon Bay. He raised his flag and rebelled. Then King Balan was defeated, and his eldest and second sons were killed. His youngest son, who was 10 years old, became the adopted son of Winterfell Duke Eddard Stark and was used as a hostage to prevent the Greyjoy family from rebelling. To celebrate his victory, Robert decided to hold a tournament outside Lannisport. I met Lyneth there. At that time she was only half my age. Together with her father, she had come all the way from the old town to watch her brothers compete. The first time I saw her, I couldn't take my eyes off her. It was the first time I felt such strong love. Impulsively, I begged her to give me a token to fight for her. I wouldn't have dared to dream that she would agree, but she did. Your Highness, you must understand that a tournament is a knight's sport, not a simple contest of martial arts. We Northerners have never been good at the undull sport, but with Lyneth's token, I seem to have been possessed by a warrior of the 7 gods. For a few days I was invincible and finally crowned Lyneth with love and beauty. The wine and glory made me do something crazy. That night, I went to her father and told him that I wanted to marry his daughter. With the wealth and status of our families, Count Leighton should have been mercilessly rejected, but he wasn't. The Leighton Hyder family's fief included the second largest port in Westeros, Old Town, as well as the Maester's Temple, the City of Learning. The headquarters of the Church of the Seven Gods was also in Old Town. After a pause, Knight Cora said in a complicated tone, "I've participated in many tournaments and every time there were knights who lost their lives, most of them free riders seeking wealth and fame. Almost none of the children of great nobles died, because no one could break through their defenses under the rules of the competition between cavalry and spear." If Dany had watched the Prime Minister's tournament, held at King's Landing more than a year ago, she would have a deeper understanding of Cora's words. One of the matches was Rayleigh versus Hound. During the high-speed collision, Hound stabbed Rayleigh in the chest, causing him to fly out from the saddle, flying more than 10 meters in the opposite direction from where he came from. The golden antlers on the helmet, which were as thick as a child's wrist, were crushed by him, but what happened? Rayleigh was completely fine. He patted his butt and stood up, waving his hand ostentatiously, using a proper smile to respond to the cheers of the audience around him. If it had been someone else, the plate armor on the chest was thinner, or the inner lining behind the plate armor was not elastic enough to cushion the fierce impact, then even if he did not die, his internal organs would be damaged. In this world, if one's internal organs were damaged, one would basically be crippled. "What's the difference between a free rider and a knight?" she asked curiously. Chapter 30. Free riders are a type of mercenary. They don't have the status of knights, but they have horses and know a little about fighting on horseback. The only difference between them and normal mercenaries is that they have horses. Dany nodded. A good horse cost more than 1 gold royal. Including the harness, daily feeding and care, normal mercenaries could not afford it at all. Knights are more troublesome. Under normal circumstances, a child who wants to become a knight will be sent to a knight's side as a page boy when he is around 7 years old. He will do things like pouring wine and running errands that are easy but can build a close relationship with the knight. Of course, this process does not mean that they do not receive martial arts instruction. There are sword instructors who are responsible for helping the children build a foundation. When they are older, above 12 years old, they will probably reach puberty. The page boy will be promoted to a page boy. The knight will personally teach the page boy how to use weapons and horses, and pass on their survival experience on the battlefield. Yes, the spirit of a knight is also a very important teaching project. The page boy also has the duty and power to accompany the knight on the battlefield, preparing the horse and armor for the knight and fighting side by side with him. In this process, the page boy can learn more war skills from the knight, if the knight really has such things. Many pages boys stay as page boys their whole life because they don't have the money to buy themselves horses and armor. Dany clicked her tongue. Can't his knight give him a set of armor and a horse? Knight Yora took a deep look at Dany and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Because I had lost my armor and horse to my opponents multiple times in the tournament, it did not take long for me to spend the last bit of my savings. I had no choice but to borrow a huge debt from Bravo's treasury. I am a count with a fief, and the Mormont family has been passed down for thousands of years. I heard that the Lannister family borrowed millions of gold coins from the usurper," Dany said again. "Is it that much?" Yura was puzzled. After a moment he shook his head and sighed. "There is a saying in Westeros that Duke Tywin's shit is gold. Nobles are different from each other. There are many mountain ranges in the western region, and there are endless gold and silver mines buried under many mountain ranges. So his family has a mine. Please continue." Dany gestured with her chin. "Continue what? The knight or my story?" Yura licked his lips. He felt that he had said a lot and his mouth was dry. "Let's talk about knights first. Any knight can confer the title of another knight. Therefore, if the knight believed that an adult squire was qualified to become a knight, he would place his sword on the shoulder of the kneeling squire and loudly announce the name and family of the knight. The process was even more complicated than I had described. The newly knighted knights had to be anointed with holy oil by monks, and they had to spend the night in the holy church. That is the process of converting to the seven gods. Therefore, the people of the Northern Territory who believe in the old gods rarely become knights. Then, you're a fake knight? Dany tilted her head and looked at him. The knight's face flushed red as he argued, "It's true. The nobles of the northern region do not need to be in Fef to be recognized as knights." He quickly added, I am one of the few knights in the north who has been baptized. In addition to the formal method mentioned above, there was a faster way to become a knight. If someone makes a contribution in the war, the Lord can directly confer him the title of a knight. That's how my knighthood came about. The war to help the usurpers destroy the Targaryen dynasty? Dany raised her eyebrows and asked. No. He quickly denied it. It was the time to quell King Balan's rebellion. He did not know that Dany, who had changed her core, did not care about the war of the usurpers that caused the Targaryens to lose the throne. She immediately changed the topic and said, apart from free riders there are also mercenary knights and oath-sworn knights. Oath-sworn knights are knights under the protection of other nobles. They swear an oath to serve them, so they are called oath-sworn knights. Most of them are small nobles who have the title of knight but no land. Well, I was your brother Viserys' oath-sworn knight before, and then I became your oath-sworn knight, until you bestowed me with a higher honor and made me the Queen's Iron Guard. Listening to his emotional narration, Dany complained in her heart. Back then you licked your face, and came to me to become Viserys' oath-sworn knight. You were the one who requested to become my Kingsguard that time. Back then, I was only trying to get Jogo and the others to become my Blood Brotherhood guards. Knight Yora did not know that a certain someone was still pretending to be obedient after getting a bargain, so he continued, great nobles often hire free riders to patrol their territories. Compared to the lifelong loyalty of oath-sworn knights, mercenary knights are more flexible and cheaper. Bear Island is not small, so I can't afford oath-sworn knights. I also have a few free riders who patrol the forest under me. At this point he sighed emotionally and said dejectedly, I'm bankrupt. I can't even pay the salary of the cook and the harpist. When Lyneth heard that I had the idea of pawning those jewelry for money to keep Lyneth's jewelry, singers and cooks, my hired riders caught a few civilians who were poaching. According to tradition, they could only choose between having their hands chopped off or being sent to the Great Wall to join the Night Watchmen. But, for money I finally gave up my honor completely. I sold them to the Tyrosh slave merchant. This went against the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Slaves are not allowed to exist under the faith of the seven gods. You were sent into exile? That's a little harsh. I can first fine you as a warning to others and warn you not to do it again, Dany said. It's more honorable than exile, but it's also more cruel than exile. I committed a capital crime and will be beheaded. According to the traditions of the ancestors, Ed Stark will judge me personally. After listening to my last confession, he will also have to personally use ice to chop off my head. Dany looked at the sketch of the Westeros that Cora had just drawn on the stone slab and said, Winterfell is a little far from Bear Island. Did you escape? About 1,000 kilometers. If I keep changing horses and galloping, I can reach the seaside in 2 days and reach Bear Island on the 3rd day. But 3 days is enough for me to escape with Lyneth and her jewelry. If I remember correctly, you're the only son of the Mormont family. Cora nodded. Yes, I'm my father's only son. I also have an aunt, but her 5 children are all daughters. Your father is wearing a black robe? Yes. You once participated in the War of the Usurpers as Ed Stark's guard. Dany asked again. I also participated in the Battle of the Trident River, he said softly. His voice was like a breeze that brushed past his hair, with caution and a hint of pride. You risked your life for Winterfell for so many years, accompanying him as a traitor and helping him quell the rebellion. In the end, because of a few poachers, he wants to cut off the head of the only male descendant of the Mormont family? Dany's tone was complicated. Although it was a question, it was straightforward. Stark is such a person. Cora was still indignant. Obviously he felt that his lord was too harsh on him. After a while, the knight sighed again and said, this is one of his rare charms. He's fair and just, strict to benefit himself and strict to others. Haha, it should be strict to benefit himself and lenient to others, that counts as a person's charm, right? Cora's matter was unimaginable in any dynasty of the Great Celestial Empire. This was beyond the scope of being impartial. Bao Qingtian also had a moment of harmony outside the law. Otherwise, how could the 7 heroes and 5 righteous men have survived? It could only be said that Ed Stark lived too comfortably and was too inflexible. Dany couldn't help but think to herself, is it so easy to defend one's country in this world? The House of Stark's position as the king of the northern region is still as stable as a mountain. But how did Targaryen lose his country? Could it be that the father of this body, Mad King Aerys, is even more scheming than Ed? The heavens have pity on them. They, who have no political skills, can maintain the kingdom for hundreds or thousands of years while doing their best. When the last kings of the great celestial empire know about this, they will probably be so envious that they will drool. In fact, only the people of the northern region are inflexible. Families like Lannister, Tyrell, and Martell are not inferior to any of the famous kings of the great celestial empire. Well, you continue. She felt that she still had a lot to learn. This world was too different from the Eastern survival rules she was familiar with. She could only adapt and change. At least the dragon must be strong enough that it can't be killed by crossbows. It seems that there is no dragon that can't be killed by crossbows? Should I let the Megalosaurus learn from the Westeros Knights and get a full body armor to wear? If it was a naked duel, just the current little Colossa could find 10 centaur warriors who could kill Cora. But if he wore armor, none of her blood guards would be a match for him. Dany's imagination ran wild, but Cora continued, I told myself that as long as Linny's and I were truly in love, honor, identity, hometown, title, family, and so on, nothing was important. I took her and fled to Lys. That big ship was worth a little money and we lived a rich life for half a year. When she heard the word true love, Dany knew that Cora was going to have a tragedy. Sure enough, his fierce bear-like eyes turned red and watery. His bearded square face twisted into a word, bitter. I could only be a mercenary. Other than helping people to fight, I had no other survival skills. That day, I received a mission to leave Lys and go to the Norn River thousands of miles away to fight for territory with the Braavosi people. His tone became inexplicably sorrowful. I gave her the deposit. She took the gold coins and her own jewelry and moved into the chamber of the Prince of Trade, Tego Molan, the day after I left. So miserable. When Dany looked at Cora now, she felt that the word bitter on his big face had turned into the word miserable. In the original plot, Dany, who was loved by him and gave the latter half of her life, had always been a good person to him. This, if Cora Mormont stood up and shouted, "Who dares to be more miserable than me?" Dany thought hard. It seemed that only the future Theon could say, "Maybe I can reach the bottom of your pants." Actually, she was too involved to see clearly. She forgot that there was someone who was 10 times more miserable than Cora Mormont. That was her own self. Chapter 31. Before Dany Rise, the Princess of Dragonstone Island, was born, her elder brother and father died one after another. After becoming the last princess, she caused her mother to have a difficult labor when she was born. After that, she lived a difficult life for 13 years until she was sold as a slave to the centaurs. Fortunately, Drogo the old driver treated her well. However, the god of death soon found her again. Her elder brother was killed by her husband, and her husband and son were sacrificed by the witch to the devil the other side of the Light King Lalo. That was only the first half of her miserable life. During those few years of torment in Slave Bay, while she unlocked the slave chains of others, she put a shackle on her own neck. After suffering for a few years, she finally fought her way back to the Westeros. Only then did she realize that she was not the child of prophecy at all, but a ladder to help the true child of prophecy reach the top. Her loyal followers died tragically one by one, and those who survived all had evil intentions. Mormont, who loved her, died tragically, and the one she loved betrayed her. The dragon, who was treated like a child, also became a big gift for the winner of the power game. It seemed that the two most miserable people were together. Bad luck on top of bad luck? Alright, Dany, who was now a different person, did not think that she was unlucky. Except when she had just transmigrated. She did not allow herself to be unlucky. When she met someone else, it was only other people who were unlucky. Linny's is the daughter of the Heidel family, right? Dany recalled for a while and tried to say, I remember that the captain of the late King's Kingsguard, the legendary White Bull, was also a Heidel, right? Yes, Sir Jello Heidel is Linny's granduncle. That's the Heidel family. Won't she bring shame to her family by doing that? She said in disbelief. I've already brought shame to my family. I'm a person without honor. He said painfully. She can go back to her family. Did she go back? She said. It is said that she is now Prince Chuiji's favorite concubine. Even the first wife is wary of her. Cora felt as if there was a walnut stuck in his throat. It was extremely difficult for him to speak. But Dany had to let him continue to suffer. She asked, Have you ever looked for her again? Did you go to Lys after you returned from the Norn? The pain in Cora's eyes intensified. This tower-like man seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. The Prince of Trade is rich and powerful. I was still on my way to Reese when he personally intercepted me. He wants to kill you? She asked hesitantly. This was an insurmountable hurdle. Danny didn't need to know all of Cora's secrets, but if she didn't make it clear, what would she do if she met Linny's again in the future? Would she still trust him then? He only used words. He told me to see the situation clearly. Don't make unnecessary struggles and make everyone look bad. But if I don't know what's good for me and harass them, it won't be long before I disappear from the western continent of Ursus. I'm not afraid of his threats. The knight emphasized solemnly. I just made sure that Linny's wasn't threatened in the slightest before I left on my own. Those two adulterers probably hooked up with each other behind your back, Danny thought. Do you still love her? She asked casually. Well, love and hate, Cora replied. He seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Your Highness, please allow me to take my leave. I'm a little tired. Wait a minute. She stopped him and asked directly, do you also have feelings for me beyond that of a ruler and vassal? Just like the original Danny Linny's, she couldn't reciprocate his love, but she didn't want to use him as a spare tire either. Everyone was open about it. If they could get together, they would get together. If they couldn't, they would go their separate ways. Without Cora, without the shackles of the Westeros, she completely relied on the centaurs and blended in with them. Sir Cora's expression was complicated. There was embarrassment at being seen through, but also joy that she could sense his feelings. He stopped in his tracks and smiled. The first time I saw you, I felt that she was somewhat similar to you, Danny Linny's. In fact, Cora was just expressing his feelings sincerely and subtly. He also had the strong love for Danny when he first met Linny's. But to Danny this answer was 0. You're completely done for, you know? I'm not like her at all. Even if Drogo is dead, I won't marry another man. She expressed her rejection without hesitation. Drogo was a complete stranger to her, but that dead man was also the best shield and an excuse to give a suitor the good guy card. Maybe after the Church of the Seven Gods knew about this, they would imitate the old example of Saint Baylor, and give Danny the title of Saint Danny? Cora also heard Danny's rejection and said, Your Highness, I'm your Kingsguard, the Queen's Iron Guard. After saying that, he bowed deeply and left with heavy steps. The Kingsguard gave up the right to inherit their fiefs and did not marry or have children for the rest of their lives. Serving the king was their only responsibility and glory. The next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, Danny rode on her little silver horse and carried a modified rattan basket on her back. The 3 dragons stretched out their snake-like necks and probed around her waist and shoulders, occasionally letting out coarse cries. The horses' hooves made a crisp clatter sound on the streets. The silent city was filled with a thin layer of fog. Danny seemed to have entered a dreamlike world. Khaleesi, are you going out of the city? Near the city gate, 2 centaur warriors came out of the city gate and greeted Danny while yawning. I want to tame the dragons. The plains outside are wider. She instructed the centaur to remove the city gate for her. It was a wooden door that was nailed together by a few tree trunks. Although the 3 dragons could already fly, Danny's requirements were stricter. Thinking of the dragons that were as stupid as fat cows in the TV series, she was worried about her future. It was difficult to change directions, slow movements, weak lower limbs, unsteady standing, crippled the moment it landed, wings as fragile as rags, scales that could not even block crossbows, long and brittle necks. With a lot of weaknesses, how could she dominate the world? Last night, she had melted all of Zhuji's gold medals and melted them into golden chains. At this time, she held the dragon in her arms and locked his 2 calves with a chain that was as thick as a pinky finger. There were only 3 chains and they were less than 10 centimeters long, adding about a pound of weight to each leg. Come Blackie, you're the big brother. Set an example for your brothers. Just like before, she held the dragon and threw it into the air. Whoosh 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 plop. Blackie flapped his wings hard, but before he could fly 10 meters he fell on the sand. Hiss! The black dragon turned his head and stared at Danny, letting out an aggrieved hiss. Crawl back on your own. She did not raise her head and continued to shackle the white dragon. Whoosh whoosh plop. The white dragon was not as good as Blackie, it almost drew a parabola and fell to the ground. Hiss, hiss boom, the white dragon angrily spat out a thin red flame into the sky. Don't waste your energy, come back and continue. Danny yelled. The white dragon did not listen. It spun in circles mindlessly, flapping its wings as it spat out dragon flames. Danny was very angry. She walked over and flicked his little head. Hiss! The white dragon roared at Danny. He seemed to be angry too. Unlike the black dragon, Danny could not use her consciousness to comfort the white dragon and the green dragon. They could not accept her words and movements, so the training process was very troublesome. In desperation, Danny could only bend down and hold the white dragon's body, let it stand up straight, and walked back to the rattan basket step by step. She could not carry him. After the first time there would be a second time. The reason why she let them walk back on their own was mainly to train the strength of their lower limbs and the dragon's sense of balance on land. After a few days of interaction, Danny found that dragons had a natural sense of space, but when they landed on the ground they were not as stable as ducks. Ducks only had 2 legs, but dragons had a pair of wings that acted as front claws. Even walking was difficult, let alone running fast. Danny did not expect them to be able to run faster than horses, but without nimble running speed, once they landed, the dragons who lost their momentum would be easily surrounded, trapped, and injured. The dragon's wings could never be trained to the point where they could block the dragon-slaying crossbow, and their wingspan was so big, maybe the vital parts of the body could dodge the crossbow, but the wings would be too easy to hit. If they had no choice but to land in the enemy's formation, they would not have the ability to break through quickly. After training to fly with weights for the whole morning, Danny did not untie the chains at noon. She just carried them to find food. There were horse people who specialized in helping the dragons find prey. In the morning, a Fanta and a group of old horse people were herding the horses while paying attention to the small animals in the sand and hills. They were really very small. Big Black's first head prey was a palm-sized scorpion. Boom! A thin dragon flame burned the scorpion, and in a moment there was only a pinch of black ash left on the sand. Don't burn it, it's so small we can't make ends meet. She touched Big Black's head and said. Big Black was always in the dragon spirit state, so she and Big Black were almost telepathic. Calixi, there's another poisonous scorpion here. A Fanta stood on the sand dune and shouted. This time Big Black was like a chicken pecking rice, his long snake neck was like black lightning, Danny's vision blurred, and the scorpion was in his mouth. Duo. The scorpion's tail stabbed at the corner of Big Black's mouth, making a dull sound. Danny saw a poisonous needle with a faint purple light pierce into the soft flesh of his mouth several times. Are you poisoned? Are you unwell? Danny hurriedly asked. She had heard from Ma Min that this red scorpion could paralyze a horse with a single sting. Ma Min did not dare to eat the horse's meat at all, so Danny had people smoke it into jerky and feed it to the dragons. This was because Cora told her that in the hundreds of years of Megalosaurus history of Targaryen, there had never been a case of a dragon being poisoned. Dragons were made of flames and there was magma under their skin, Cora said. Dragons had muscles and bones, so it was definitely not magma under their skin, but the temperature must be very high. At this time, stroking the scales of the young dragon was like a hot hand warmer. The temperature of their blood should be even higher. After a while, the black dragon did not send any thoughts of physical discomfort. Danny was completely relieved. Chapter 32. After 5 leisurely days, the group of knights that Danny had sent to the Third White City had returned. Although Adger looked tired, he was very excited. He said, Calixi, I walked west for half a day and saw the mountains in the distance. Because you told us not to leave the plains, I only strolled around the periphery. There were sparse forests and endless mountains, with antelopes and elk roaming in between. I hunted a deer with a bow and was going to bring it back for you, but the weather was too hot, and maggots grew in half a day after entering the red sand plains. Half a day's ride. Danny looked thoughtful. Scouts don't have to worry about horsepower. 3 horses per person. About 100 kilometers in half a day. This distance is a bit awkward. It's neither far nor near, but the food problem of the dragons is mostly solved. She could take the dragons to the western mountains to hunt. Did you see any traces of human existence? She asked. Ago didn't know how to estimate time. After some thought, he said vaguely, we left before the sun rose. When the sky became hot, but before the sun rose to its highest point, we encountered collapsed stone houses. The houses were low and there weren't many of them. Now they are half submerged in the wind and sand. Danny nodded. It should be a village in White City. Without a wall, the wind and time were about to erase their traces. Cora interrupted, Your Highness, if I'm not wrong, after passing through the western mountains, we will enter Slaver's Bay. Sir, we've discussed this problem before. Danny looked at him seriously and said, I won't leave here before the current life can no longer be maintained. Yes, Cora replied. What about you? She looked at Ricardo. No traces of humans or large animals. The further south we go, even the devil's grass becomes sparse. Ricardo's lips were cracked, and his skin was dark red. It was obvious that he must have had a hard time these days. At least we know that the southern environment is harsh. We can focus more on developing the western mountains, Danny comforted. Calixi, the south isn't completely worthless. Look at this. He untied the long charcoal hanging from the saddle and said excitedly, Calixi, guess what this is? Isn't this charcoal used to filter muddy water? Danny took the stick in surprise. Oh, this is so heavy. No, it's so light. She uttered two contradictory words in a row. From afar, it looked like a piece of grayish-black charcoal, but it was much heavier than charcoal in his hand. Taking a closer look, it had a metallic luster and the texture of black iron, but it was much lighter than an iron rod. Suddenly, the name of a weapon flashed through Danny's mind. It was the dragon bone bow that she had fished out from Zhuji's crematorium. These are dragon bones? Primitive dragon bones that had not been processed, but how was this possible? Could it be that you found a dragon corpse? She asked in shock. You guessed it. Ricardo was very surprised. Seeing the shock on Danny's face, he was very proud. It's a dragon corpse. Only a skeleton bigger than a stone house is left. Most of it was buried by the wind and sand. But that corpse is too big and the sand can't completely bury it. I think it's bigger than the Black Death Balerion. Impossible. Before Danny could react, Yora Mormont shook his head in denial as if he had been insulted. You haven't seen Balerion. Other than the old legends, I also saw its skull at the King's Landing. Its mouth was so big that a horse could be stuffed in. Haha, I personally rode through the mouth of that dragon skull. Ricardo laughed as if he had won. I bought it? Oh, the 7 gods above. Danny opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, that must be the megalosaurus that fell on the Red Plains during the ancient Valeglia period. The Black Death Balerion is the biggest dragon of the Targaryen family. Not to mention the significance of the megalosaurus to the people of Valeglia, the dragon corpse has always been the most precious treasure. Why didn't the people of Valeglia recover it? Yora asked in confusion. I thought of a possibility. A glint flashed in Danny's eyes as she said faintly, he is the 6th megalosaurus to escape the great cataclysm of ancient Valeglia. The Targaryen family was originally one of the dragon kings of Valeglia's Freedom Fortress. Before the volcanic eruption destroyed the land of Long Summer where Valeglia was located, the virgin girl of the Targaryen family, Dany C., received a prophecy in a dragon dream. Ancient Valeglia was about to be destroyed. The current head of the family, who was also Dany C.'s father, believed his daughter's prophecy. Ignoring the mockery of Valeglia's nobles, he sold all the castles, manors and shops in Valeglia and led his entire family and the 5 dragons to leave the land of Long Summer by boat. During the Great Cataclysm, the dragons and Valeglia all died in the hot magma that spewed out from the Earth's core. Even the Megalosaurus could not withstand the high temperature and poisonous smoke of the magma. As a result, only the Targaryen family had the Megalosaurus left in the world, and the Targaryens became the last dragon king. Now that she heard Ricardo's description of the size of the dragon's corpse, she immediately thought, could there be a Megalosaurus that escaped from the Great Cataclysm? He was heavily injured and struggled to fly to the Red Wasteland. Not long after, he died in pain, leaving behind a huge creature for future generations to pay homage to? After listening to Danny's guess, Sir Yora nodded in agreement and sighed. As long as there is enough food, the dragon's body will continue to grow. Because Balerion reached the limit of his growth, he naturally died of old age. As a result, there is almost no Megalosaurus that is larger than him unless. There is one more thing. The Red Wasteland is next to Slave Bay, and to the west of Slave Bay is the land of Long Summer. Ancient Valeglia is at the mouth of Slave Bay, so the distance is very close. The place where the dragon's corpse fell was a little far from the Third White City, close to 300 kilometers. Another 200 kilometers to the south would be the sea. Dany let the 2 Blood Brotherhood guards rest for 3 days. Then she left the maid and Khalasar in White Cloud City. She personally led Yora and 30 centaur warriors, each riding 3 horses. They set off at 4 or 5 in the morning, and arrived at the Third White City at 8 in the morning before the sun had driven away the last bit of shade. When they passed by the second Devil City, Danny purposely stopped to take a look. There was a circle of 2-meter-long iron spears outside the White City walls, like the guards of the White City. The tips of the spears were propped with pale white skulls. As the wind passed through, the skulls made a crisp cracking sound as if they were smacking their lips. No wonder her Blood Brotherhood guards were shocked. Even Danny felt a chill down her spine when she saw it. Fortunately, the air in the Red Wasteland was dry and dehydrated. After hundreds of years, the iron spears had only developed a layer of reddish-brown rust, and had not completely rotted into rust powder. It's really a little strange. Danny turned to ask Ago. Do the centaurs have such a custom? No. The Blood Brotherhood guard said uncertainly. Calixi, every call has different habits and they do things differently. This kind of thing doesn't go against our tradition, Affin interrupted. Yeah, the old man came along too. He was in charge of taking care of the horses for the next few days. Maybe the residents of this city resisted too fiercely, and caused a lot of casualties to the Khals Khalasar, Chola said softly. Before leaving he suggested, even if the centaurs don't want to live in this city, we should send someone to clean it up. Maybe we can find some valuables like that opal bracelet. Jianghu shook his head when he heard that and shouted, we can't take the devil's things. Then last time I picked up the iron bracelet in another White City. I didn't even enter this city, Jianghu quickly explained. Our goal this time is to explore the dragon bones. Let's put everything else aside for now, Danny decided. Looking from outside the city, the third White City seemed to be a smaller replica of White Cloud City, but Danny, who had entered the city, keenly noticed the difference. Firstly, the density and height of the houses were not as high as White Cloud City, and secondly, there were no luxurious palaces in this city. There were originally 7 or 8 centaurs left in the third White City, and when Danny and the rest arrived, they had already prepared food. Yeah, 3 dragons flew above the city in advance, and the centaurs knew that Calixi was about to arrive when they saw the dragons. During lunch break, Danny went to the library that Jianghu mentioned. It was actually the office of the city lord. Similar to the parchment found in White Cloud City, the books could not be read and only a few scrolls could be read. Through one of the pictures, Danny could roughly determine the meaning of the existence of these white cities. The Silk Road of another world. Quirs, the pearl of the strait that connected the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea, its status was similar to the Suez Canal on Earth. Myrene, the largest and most prosperous city in Slaver's Bay, and also the world's largest slave trading market. At this time on the map, Myrene, White Cloud City, and Quirs were connected in a straight line. Compared to the long sea route, crossing the Red Wasteland reduced the journey by 70%, and the land was safer than the unpredictable sea. So for a period of time, the White City was very prosperous, just like the famous cities on the Silk Road of the Celestial Empire. So, there's an ancient road between Myrene and White Cloud City? Danny's fingers slid lightly on the map, her mind racing. If White Cloud City could not support the 3 dragons in the end, she could follow the Silk Road to the northwest, and finally build a city in the mountains near Myrene. She was sure that as long as she followed the path on the map, she would definitely come across the 4th and 5th White Cities. Maybe they would not be as grand as White Cities, but at least she would be able to find the small villages that were used for travelers to rest a few hundred years ago. Then she could carry out her plan to farm to the end. Entering the Red Wasteland did not seem to be a dead end, but an otherworldly paradise, arranged by God. No one paid attention to her and no one knew that she had dragons. Prophecies, deviant ghosts, Jon Snow, and games of power in the Westeros could all go to hell. When the Megalosaurus grew up, she would ride the Megalosaurus to the north, sweep through the Dothraki Sea, and be crowned as the only female called to unify the 8 barons. Then, with the 3 dragons and hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors, the world would be hers to roar, and the whole world would tremble under her strappy riding sandals. Qin Shi Huang, Genghis Khan, Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, they were all her, and they were all inferior to her. Thinking of the beauty, Danny could not help but giggle. Calixi, Calixi. What's wrong with you? Ago's shout woke her up from her dream. Why are you looking for me? She roared back in an unfriendly tone. Ago did not care about her attitude at all, and only widened his black almond-shaped eyes, shouting, It's getting dark. So be it. Oh, it's time to go. Danny understood this time. Their operation this time would be like when they crossed the wasteland traveling at night, Chapter 33. The last time the Blood Alliance guards received orders to explore the terrain and resources, they naturally couldn't travel at night. Although the weeping blood star in the sky dyed the sky red, it was completely impossible to rely on the faint red light to see the scenery in the distance. So, Ago and the others really had a hard time last time. This time it was different. The goal was clear and there was no need to check if there were people or large animals nearby. The weeping blood star of blood and fire hung above their heads. Without the old, weak women and children of Kalasa holding them back, Danny took the lead. The little silver horse galloped happily on the red sand, leaving a thin trail of red dust between the horse's hooves. Cora and her blood guards were 3 horses behind Danny, followed closely by 20 Dothraki roaring warriors. The rumbling of the horses' hooves spread far and wide. The sand lizard with reddish-brown scales poked its head out of the grass, as if feeling the tremors of the earth. Squawk, squawk boom, a sharp and rough cry suddenly sounded above their heads. The sand lizard the size of a wildcat was alerted and wanted to shrink back into the grass, but it was a string of dark red flames falling from the sky. The black smoke mixed with the smell of sulfur ignited the demon grass beside it. The sand lizard screeched and escaped from the sea of fire. The next moment, the sky darkened and it rose into the air without any support. The pain of being pierced by sharp teeth in its weak abdomen had not driven away the panic in its heart. With a boom, a ball of flames swept over and the sand lizard completely lost consciousness. Thud, thud, thud. The horses trampled over the demon grass, which was ignited by the dragon flames, quickly sank into the shallow red sand, leaving only wisps of white smoke swaying with the wind. Danny raised her head to look at the dragon whelps in the sky who were fighting for food. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. The centaurs had a very good sense of direction. They did not take any detours and found the dragon bones at midnight. Thinking about it, it was true that people with a bad sense of direction could not become Colossus scouts because the sea of Dothraki grass was even more difficult to identify than the Red Wasteland. The scouts were scattered in all directions, and the furthest they could go was a day or 2 away from Colossus. 7 gods, is this really the skeleton of a creature? Even though she had heard many times that Balerion could swallow a wild bull in 1 gulp, Danny could not help but exclaim when she saw the dragon bone the size of a destroyer. The bones that were exposed above the sand were grayish-white. The deeper one went into the ground, the darker the bones became. Originally, only a small part of the skull was exposed. Last time, in order to investigate the size of the dragon bone, Ricardo had dug up the sand that had buried the skull. If I were to completely dig up the sand, the project would be too big and it would take a lot of time. Danny climbed to the top of the 2-story Megalosaurus's head. Looking at the burial ground that had accumulated into a curved hill, she began to hesitate. Cora frowned as he looked at the huge skull and said, "Your Highness, what do you plan to do with this dragon skeleton? I'm afraid it's not realistic to transport them all back." Danny smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I did plan to transport it back. Not to mention how many gold coins the dragon bones can be exchanged for, just making it into a weapon. You've seen the power of the dragon bone bow. It's a great killing weapon that warriors must have. The Ma-Min do not have the technology to forge dragon bone weapons. Only the best Khal blacksmiths can mold dragon bones into weapons." Cora shook his head. "What do you think we should do? Leave it here and not care?" she asked. Cora rubbed his chin and suggested, "Choose some dragon bones that are easy to carry back. Bury the rest here. In the future, we can come back to retrieve them if needed. The skull is too big and difficult to handle. Take the bones from the wings." With Danny's order, the Ma-Min began to work in full swing. They dug along the Megalosaurus neck to its waist. They did not need to dig too deep, and it was enough to search for broken bones as much as possible. The bone that Ricardo brought back was a broken bone. The Megalosaurus seemed to be just as Danny had guessed, heavily injured and unable to fly. It fell from the sky halfway to the ground. This bone is so thin. No." A Ma-Min stopped digging and picked up a 40 centimeters long bone stick from the sand. He looked at it in confusion. Following the path of skull neck back wings, the Ma-Min dug a winding trench. The sand was soft and much easier than expected. The trench was 2 to 3 meters deep. When the sky was dyed a deep indigo color, they had already dug to the middle of the neck. "Calixi, there's a situation. It's not dragon bones. I dug up a human corpse." The Ma-Min shouted loudly. The faint trembling of his voice made one feel his fear. "This is not a human. It's a devil. A devil's corpse." A human should not be like this. Devil's corpse. The other Ma Min who were working came over to take a look and also shouted in fear. As the big boss, Danny obviously did not need to work. She had been training the little dragons at the side. Hearing the commotion from the pit, she quickly ran over and looked at the Ma Min in the pit. She shouted, "There's no devil. Devils would not dare to get close to the Megalosaurus. Even if it's a dragon corpse that has been dead for many years. That must be a human." At first she was still shouting loudly. But as the crowd opened up space and she saw the twisted corpse half buried in the brown sand, she was also shocked. That corpse was really too scary. It was a corpse that was curled up like a fetus in a mother's womb. It was not a pure skeleton. Its skin was like purplish-black devil scales that wrapped tightly around the bones. One could see the thumb-sized scales, that were as rough as old tree bark. They were densely packed and covered the entire body. The arms that were curled up in front of its chest. Was that really an arm and not the claws of some creature? 10 dagger-like fingers pointed at the sky, as if they were ready to attack at any moment, and were about to devour someone. The corpse was as thin as a bony child, while its sharp teeth and claws were 20 centimeters long. It was completely disproportionate. What was even scarier was that the eyeballs in the corpse's eye sockets had not decayed or been decomposed by bacteria. The dark purple eyeballs were also surrounded by black, asphalt-like mucus. It stared at the crowd viciously, like a living person. Its mouth that was almost opened 180 degrees seemed to be roaring a devil's curse. Fuck. After cursing in Earth's language, Danny immediately followed suit. 7 levels of hell. Sir Yura, you've seen a lot. Do you know what kind of people this is? She did not forget that this was a fantasy world. There were even children of the forest and giants. It was not strange for goblins and gnolls to appear. You should be a human. Yura was also digging in the pit. Hearing that, he walked to the side of the Ma Min who found the corpse first and took the pale white bone club from him. Your Highness, look. He raised the bone and shook it in front of Danny. Then he used the bone to make a few strokes on the left leg of the demon's corpse. The corpse is missing a calf. It's the one in my hand. According to your previous conjecture about the origin of the Megalosaurus, a Megalosaurus escaped from Valeglia during the cataclysm. Then, is it possible that it was driven away by a knight? The Megalosaurus was seriously injured and fell from the sky. The knight fell and broke his leg. Hence, the calf bone was separated from the corpse. Ago refuted. Look at how long the calf bone is. It doesn't match with the thin corpse at all. If the corpse is really a human, then he is also a dwarf. The calf bone that did not include the sole of the foot was over 40 centimeters. This meant that its owner must have been a tall and strong man when he was alive. And the curled corpse was probably no more than 1.2 meters tall. It is said that the ancient ruins of Valeglia from the land of long summer to the sea of smoke are still shrouded in the curse. Sir Yura stood up and looked at Danny with a serious gaze. From Valeglia to Slave Bay, there is clearly the great avenue of Valeglia left behind during the Fort of Liberty period. However, they would rather take a boat around the ruins of Valeglia and travel several times the distance. That road to Mat Eris is called the Great Avenue of the Demons. Wasn't Valeglia destroyed by a volcanic eruption? How is it related to the curse? Danny was confused. I don't know. Yura frowned and guessed. Maybe it's the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King from ancient Valeglia? As everyone knows, Valeglia is a civilization that has mastered dragon and blood magic. Haha. You just said that this Dragon King died horribly because of the curse. Danny pointed at the corpse of the demon in the pit and laughed. Aren't you contradicting yourself? If it's not a curse, why is there only one person in Valeglia and not a single dragon escaped? Dragons can fly. The magma of the underground fire is very scary, but if it can't burn the dragons, how can it kill all the dragons? Yura asked again and again. Maybe he was cursed and rode the dragon to Queers to seek help from the wizards. Ago interrupted. Ma Min was scared to death at first. Now that he saw Calixi and Yura arguing in front of the demon for a long time, the demon didn't do anything. Gradually their courage came back. The wizards of Queers are indeed famous, Yura said with a mocking tone. But the reason why they are famous is that they often use fake magic to deceive the world. Even the Westeros have those blue-lipped liars. Then, Ago thought for a while and pointed to the east. He might ride the dragon to the Shadowland on the other side of the Jade Sea. There are wizards and shadow binders everywhere. The witch who was burned to death by Calixi learned the way to communicate with the devil there. Why do you think he's going to seek help? Where can the magic skills be better than Veleglia's? Yura sneered. Whether he's planning to go to Asha to find the wizards, or he's lost his mind because of the underground fire and flew here randomly, it has nothing to do with us. Danny pointed at the demon-like corpse and ordered, "Don't touch it directly. Go look for tree trunks and weeds nearby and burn them on the spot. Veleglia believes in cremation, so I won't dishonor this senior dragon king." Ma Min immediately stopped digging, climbed up the pit, and went around to collect firewood. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Danny's 3 dragons breathed fire together and lit the firewood in the pit. Then dozens of people hid under the sun with the giant skeleton and continued to work in the evening. Well, Danny lived the most comfortably. She set up home in the mouth of the megalosaurus, and the thick skull completely blocked the sun. Lying on the clean jawbone, it was cool and comfortable and especially interesting. Chapter 34. Calixi, there's a situation. In the evening, the furnace that roasted the earth rolled below the horizon. The centaurs crawled out of their sleeping bags, ate some dried meat with milk and started digging again. First, they had to clean up the ashes left behind by the burning of the ancient dragon king's body. At first it was nothing. Whether it was the demon's body or the cursed dragon king of Veleglia, they were all charred black by the flames. Even if there was the virus that Danny was worried about, it was most likely roasted to death by the high temperature. After jumping into the pit, the centaurs saw that it was no different from Zhuji's cremation ruins. They were even bolder and directly used their hands to dig at the ashes. After a while, a centaur raised his arm that was covered in black soot. He held a palm-sized black metal plate with both hands and shouted to Danny, "Calixi, I found a piece of metal. I guess it's a relic left behind by the Dragon King." Cora took it and used sand to wash away the stains on it. He checked it carefully before handing it to Danny. "This is Veleglia steel. It has the dragon-shaped emblem and ancient Veleglia runes. Our previous guess should be correct. This metal plate should be like an identity card, like the hand-shaped brooch of the Hand of the King." The Prime Minister of the Westeros Kingdom was called the Hand of the King. The Hand of the King could design their own Prime Minister's emblem. It could be a brooch, a cloak pin, a necklace, but there would always be a small metal palm on the emblem. The metal plate was slightly heavy in her hand, barely covering Danny's small hand. It reminded her of the 6.5-inch Huawei phone that she had just gotten. It was about the same thickness and weight, but only 1/3 of the surface area of the phone. Veleglia steel was also a kind of steel. If it was brought to the laboratory for elemental analysis, it would be found to be no different from normal steel. However, during the forging process, it was added with the unique magic of the Veleglia civilization, making it almost indestructible. Right, weapons forged from Veleglia steel also had powerful anti-magic effects, such as killing deviant ghosts. Ignoring the thick material, the carvings on the iron plate were also very exquisite. On the front was a megalosaurus with wings that were about to take flight. The megalosaurus claws were holding a large sword that was shining with a cold light. It was very exquisite and very lifelike. One could feel the majesty of the megalosaurus face and distinguish the gemstones on the crossguard of the sword. There was a circle of runes around the megalosaurus. Danny could read the most authentic Veleglia language, but she could not understand any of the runes. Danny also couldn't understand the other side of the iron plate. A mountain peak was carved on it, which was different from the rough technique on the front side. Gently stroking the mountain pattern, he could clearly feel the convex and concave engravings. There seemed to be wisps of smoke at the top of the mountain. The engraving was too rough. Danny was not sure if it was black smoke or a big tree. If the pattern on the front is really the family emblem, the megalosaurus is holding a sword. The megalosaurus might be hinting at the Dragon King himself. Everyone looked carefully. There might be a Veleglia steel two-handed sword buried in the sand. Danny was very excited and encouraged the people in the pit. It turned out that she was too optimistic. The moon was high in the sky. The horsemen dug through the sand nearby, 4 or 5 meters deep. Water seeped out, but they found nothing. Chola shook his head and sighed. In that situation, it was hard to escape from Veleglia. He didn't have time to go home and get the family sword. If the sword that Megalosaurus is holding is real, the weight and volume of the sword must not lose to Stark's family sword ice. It often entered the dragon's dream, the dragon's spirit, and merged with the black dragon's soul. Danny could clearly feel that the dragon not only had the 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, but also more than 6 senses and 7 senses. Her dragon did not understand the small universe. Just as birds could use the Earth's magnetic field to determine their direction, dragons had similar means. For example, Danny once tried to leave the dragons in White Cloud City. Then, she rode her little silver horse in a random direction for a few kilometers and finally found a bush to hide in. In the end, the 3 dragons were able to accurately find her. At that time, she deliberately cut off the dragon's dream state. Danny could receive the 7 senses and 8 senses from the black dragon, but she did not know what they were and could not analyze and use them. After asking several times and leaving a distance of 2 kilometers, she let Big Black fly back and try again. Danny was sweating all over and finally reluctantly confirmed that he might have really remembered. "Hey Sir Yora, did the Targaryen of more than 100 years ago have the means to help dragons increase their intelligence? My dragon is too stupid." In the early morning on the way back, Danny complained to him. "It's okay if it's stupid as long as it obediently listens to me, it's fine. But dragons are naturally unruly. The black dragon is okay, but even I can't control the green dragon and the white dragon. It's too difficult to communicate. I don't know. Bear Island is too far from the center of power. I'm not familiar with the dignitaries other than Stark." The big bear shook his head. "You're the official son-in-law of the Hathar family, and the Hathar family controls the City of Knowledge," Danny reminded him. In any case, Jorah Mormont had been a guest of the Hathar family for a few years. He should have been to the City of Knowledge a few times, and at least met a few knowledgeable doctors in the City of Knowledge. Well, there were also grades for a bachelor. Apprentice, bachelor, doctor, and grand scholar. The bachelor's grade was judged according to the depth and breadth of knowledge they grasped. At that time, I had no interest in the bachelor and the City of Knowledge at all. In fact, I have no interest in them now. They did not encounter any accidents along the way. 2 days later they returned to White Cloud City with the dragon bones. In the days that followed, Danny carried the dragons out of the city to exercise in the morning and evening when it was cool. In the morning and afternoon when the sun was hot, she began to give the 3 dragons cultural lessons. Their bodies grew bigger and bigger, from a thin cat to a big Pekingese, and now there was a trend of becoming a mongrel. The bigger their bodies, the more food they ate every day. The sand lizards, scorpions, and sand snakes on the red sand plain could no longer satisfy them. So Danny used food to tempt them to learn. The process was very difficult. In the math class, she demonstrated elementary school math to the black dragon in the dragon dream state. In the language class, she opened her mouth wide and made sounds while telling it the meaning in the soul connection state. There was also physical education. Danny used a wooden stick to hit their scales. In the beginning, the scales of the baby dragons cracked like hard eggshells. White smoke seeped out of the dragon's skin, and before the blood dripped down, it was burned to ashes. Because the black dragon was connected to her soul, she kept comforting and encouraging the little dragon in the spirit sea. Although the black dragon roared angrily, it could still cooperate with her. The white dragon and the green dragon were not so obedient. A month after they were born, Danny completely lost the dragon spirit connection with Little White and Little Green. Chapter 35. After complaining to Jorah many times that the little dragon was disobedient, he suggested that the 2 children should simply drop out of school and just focus on teaching the big black dragon. As long as the black dragon was strong enough, Danny could subdue and control the white dragon and the green dragon through him. Well, Jorah also thought that Danny's teaching would help the little dragon grow. He told Danny that in the history of the Targaryen family, dragons were not invincible, and there had been many dragon slayings. The most famous is undoubtedly the death of Miracis. Back then your ancestor Aegon, with the help of his 2 sisters, conquered the other 6 countries except Dorne. But in the process of attacking Dorne's prison gate, because of a moment of carelessness, Queen Rhaenys Megalosaurus was shot in the eye by a crossbow arrow, and Megalosaurus Miracis fell to the ground and died on the spot. Jorah looked at the 3 little dragons flying in the sky looking for prey and sighed. The eyes, which are so narrow, can be hit, and the body and wings will often be attacked. No matter how you look at it, they're still too young. Danny accepted part of Jorah's suggestion, and she did not completely give up on Little White and Little Green. In fact, in the face of such a situation, as long as one was a student of the Great Celestial Empire, they would know what to do. Yes, classes, fast classes, slow classes and rocket classes. Little Black was a top student, one dragon in the rocket class, and the other two were naughty and bad students. Being able to get a graduation certificate was enough to make Danny's mother happy. She was busy training the dragons and her Khalasar was not idle. The old man and the woman took turns to plunder the wealth buried by the years of the three white cities. The young and strong men went hunting in the mountains in the west in batches, and in addition to the warriors' own food, they also brought back smoked bacon. Yora, at Danny's request, taught the Ma Min children the way of knights. To put it bluntly, the Dothraki roaring warriors were light cavalry. Light cavalry's poor ability to attack, even the military illiterate Danny knew. The Westeros knights in full armor undoubtedly had more impact in survival on the battlefield. The reason why the Ma Min only wore a sleeveless leather vest and fought with their lives was not really because they were brave as they said. It was mainly because they were poor in all aspects. Their civilization level and social system were very poor. They had no financial resources to buy armor, no ability to produce steel, and no technology to forge armor. In the Sea of Grass, the value of a set of armor far exceeded the value of a roaring warrior's life. But now it was different. The centaurs had Danny. She would certainly bring a more advanced system to the Dothraki, greatly increasing the centaurs' productivity. In the future, the centaurs would have the ability to produce a large number of knights, and in the future, Danny would also need a large number of loyal knights. After staying in White Cloud City for 3 months, Danny happily raised the turnip the size of a child's fist in her hand and announced to the people around her, "The first batch of food is about to ripen. We don't have to worry about famine anymore." This world was really weird. A 2-year-old turnip bore fruit in 3 months. Although it was a little small, it was still in such a hot environment. However, when she thought about the strange scene of the peach trees blooming on one side of the orchard and the peach trees dropping fruit on the other side, she understood. Isn't this eternal summer? In the eternal summer, the poor would eat until they were full. In the cold winter, the nobles would also starve to death. The centaurs did not give her any face and did not cheer loudly. Instead, Adger walked out and said loudly, "Calixi, we are centaurs and centaurs are not cowardly farmers. I think we should give up on this city and go to the mountains in the west to hunt. We have too many people, and the main rations for nomads' lambs and fat cattle have been killed long ago. Only horses with very low meat yield are left. The uncertainty of hunting is too high. We need a stable source of food and we need this safe and rich city." Danny glared at him and said, "There is no one else in the Red Plains. Where is the danger coming from?" Her blood riders were unconvinced. "Report." With a long shout, a handsome horse galloped to the side of the farmland. "Report, report Calixi, there's someone entering our city." The warrior on the horse shouted excitedly. Adger was slapped in the face by reality. "It's all your fault." Danny glared at him again and asked the knight, "Who's coming? How many people are there?" "3 people. The centaur warrior had a strange expression. "They call themselves dragon seekers and even asked me if this was White Cloud City, and if there was a Targaryen girl who hatched a dragon." "What?" In shock, Danny blurted out a sentence in English. "How is that possible? Are you sure they were asking about White Cloud City?" She asked hurriedly. "Yes, that's what the Shadow Binding Knight said." Shadow Binding Knight. Danny was shocked again. Although she named this city White Cloud City, she had always thought that no outsiders would come here, so she did not hang a White Cloud City signboard at the city gate. Also, "Where's my dragon?" She looked at the sky and asked the people beside her, "White dragon and green dragon, did they fly back?" No. The centaurs shook their heads. The black dragon was in the rocket class, so his studies were even more important. He spent most of his time beside Danny. At this moment he was standing on the little silver horse's saddle, flapping his wings and looking at the people around him with his deep red eyes. Little White and Little Green, the 2 mischievous wild children, couldn't do well in cultural studies, so they could only become sports students. Yep, Danny reduced their training, and the extra time was given to them to hunt outside. If they didn't study hard, they should go out and work to earn money, to support themselves. Could it be that they met my dragon outside? Danny rubbed her chin as she pondered. But even if they saw a dragon, how would they know it was a Targaryen? Calixi, not only do they know that you are a Targaryen, they even shouted out the name Danny Rise. It must be that Shadow Binding Knight. The wizards of the Shadowlands know prophecy magic. Everyone knows that. The centaur shouted. Yep, everyone knows that. Ago nodded seriously. Everyone knows that. The centaur maid Jiki also spoke up. Here they go again. Danny secretly rolled her eyes in her heart and said to Ago, go and call Ricardo and Jogo here. Right, call Sir Yora as well. At this moment, Yora was teaching the children swordsmanship in the square. During this period, Danny herself would go and learn from time to time. After a few months, she, who only trained in basic swordsmanship, had actually raised her attributes by a large margin. Character: Danny Rise Targaryen, 15 years old. Physique: weak skills. Extremely weak, very weak. Still a weak chicken. Choi Luo, come with me to meet the guests. She turned her head and looked at the messenger knight, asking, you didn't let them into the city, right? No, Calixi, you said that outsiders can only enter the city with your permission, Ma Min hurriedly said. Danny was stunned. Did she say this order? But thinking about it carefully, it seemed like she really did say it. On the second day of entering White City, she said it when she asked people to stuff stones into the city gate. It had been so long that she had forgotten. She didn't expect Ma Min to strictly follow her orders. Alas, although the centaurs were straightforward and always contradicted her regardless of the occasion, in terms of loyalty and execution, there was really nothing to be picky about. While riding on the street, Danny was thinking about something. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the city gate. The wooden gate was hung high, and she led Choi Luo and a dozen other roaring warriors through the cramped city gate to the outside of the city gate. As soon as they were out of the city gate, Danny's heart skipped a beat. Not to mention the three people, their mounts were camels. She was not a strategist, nor an elite politician, but she was quick-witted and understood almost instantly. The Red Wasteland was a dangerous place for the centaurs, but for others, it was just a slightly more difficult path. The Red Wasteland was not a dangerous place, which also meant that it was no longer a protective barrier for her little Colossa. This place was not safe. Why was it so difficult for the centaurs to cross the Red Wasteland? Danny and her team had gone through a lot of trouble on their way south. If she hadn't watched Bear Grylls' survival program, she would have ended up like the original Danny, dying along the way. Why was it like this? It was actually very simple. The centaurs' mode of transportation was wrong. Just like muscle-type off-road vehicles and road vehicles, they have different uses. If you mix them up, if you use an off-road vehicle to commute to work, you can buy a new car with a year's worth of fuel. If you drive a BMW to challenge the wilderness where there are no man-made roads, you will probably die the moment you leave the road. The grassland horses that centaurs rode were strong and powerful. Their charging power, speed, and endurance were all first class. The Dothraki people had existed for thousands of years, and grassland horses had also been cultivated for thousands of years. The Dothraki people walked on the grassy plains of the Dothraki Sea and the Norn River. Their war horses were also born for such an environment. But they were ultimately just war horses suitable for grassland. Their resistance to heat and drought was too poor, and they could not adapt to the environment of the Red Wasteland. So Danny could not control them too much. She could not squeeze the centaur's stamina. Everyone in the Colossa had a horse to ride, but they could only travel 100 kilometers a day. Camels were also known as the boat of the desert. Crossing the wasteland overgrown with demon grass was like taking a stroll in their own courtyard. I am the dragon breeder, Danny Rise of the Targaryen family. Welcome, guests from afar. The weather outside is hot, let's enter the city. Danny did not even ask for their identities. She directly invited them after they introduced themselves. The three camel riders were also very polite. They skillfully untied the Arabian headscarves wrapped around their heads. After they were fully equipped, they introduced themselves one by one. The man on the left with white skin, blue lips, and shriveled cheeks said in rough Dothraki, Great Mother of Dragons, Khaleesi of the Great Sea of Grass, I am the Arch-Wizard of Queers, Kaya Bilai. He was talking to Danny, but his eyes were blazing as he looked at Blackie, who was sitting cross-legged on top of her head. The bald, fat man in the middle was also very white. His skin was milky white, whiter than Danny's white skin. One side of his nose, which was bigger than Jackie Chan's, was embedded with a thumb-sized green jade. He spoke in Valeglia, which was popular in the Free Cities. Princess of Targaryen, thank you for your invitation. Your kindness is as conspicuous as your beauty. I am Zaro Zanvan Dassus, one of the 13 princes of Queers. This fellow spoke of his admiration for Danny, but he looked at her as if he was evaluating the value of goods. But compared to the other two, Danny was more willing to deal with him, because he was the only one who did not have power beyond the mortal realm. Chapter 36. The third person was a shadow-binding knight from Asha. She wore a wooden mask and spoke fluently in the common language of the Seven Kingdoms. Hello, Mother of Dragons. I am a shadow-binding knight from the Shadowlands Kuei. The red-painted wooden mask covered her eyes and facial expression. Danny was unable to hear her inner thoughts from her calm voice. Danny nodded and got the centaurs to make way. She and the guests went ahead and they followed behind. Just as they passed through the city gate, Danny saw Sir Yora and her blood guards coming together. So, on the way to the palace, she introduced them to each other again. You came to find the dragon. Yora asked the question that had been buried in Danny's heart. But how did you know that there are dragons here? The stars in the sky guided us, Kuei said briefly. Stars. Yora was confused. That's it. The male wizard pointed at the red comet that was still hanging in the sky. It had been 3 months, but the comet had not completely disappeared. It was just much dimmer than before. Perhaps not long after, when people raised their heads, they would be puzzled to find that it had completely disappeared. Weeping Blood Star? It keeps changing its direction. How can it guide you? Also, does its appearance have anything to do with dragons? Yura asked. To mortals like you, it's just a comet that's rarely seen in 1,000 years. However, we who possess mystical powers can personally feel the tremendous changes in the world, the male sorcerer said in a faint voice as he stared at Big Black. Isn't that too exaggerated? It's not like there have never been dragons before. Although everyone has always said that dragons have been extinct for more than 100 years, that's only in Westeros. Taimin said that there are legends of sea dragons and ice dragons in the depths of the Sunset Sea. Even the Megalosaurus has news of them from hidden places in the world. Yura thought that the male wizard was boasting and was probably trying to deceive his princess. The male wizard's strange blue lips were clearly mocking. He did not even bother to answer the question of mortals. Tsk. This is a city full of sand and decay, completely unworthy of the honorable mother of dragons. The merchant, Queers, whose head was as round as a boiled egg, whipped the camel's buttocks and hurried to Danny's side. Khaleesi, you were born to wear the most luxurious jewels, wear the most exquisite gowns made of Myrish silk, be surrounded by servants, and live in a magnificent palace closest to the gods, he said in an exaggerated tone. Only Queers at the center of the world could satisfy all of this. And it just so happens that I have the ability and the most sincere heart to provide you with these services. Leave this wretched place and follow me to Queers. Ha, Mr. Dassus, you are a noble and generous gentleman, but I still have a large group of people to take care of. Danny smiled and declined politely. Ha ha ha. Zaro, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was filled with pride and superiority. Khaleesi, you really should have gone to Qualls. This barren land has polluted your vision. Even the smallest room in the corner of my house can easily accommodate all of your subordinates. In fact, the kings and nobles from all over the world who come to Queers to visit me have more servants than you, and I once received 35 noble guests at one time. Well, it was easy to understand. Any toilet in my house is bigger than your entire house, and my house has 35 toilets. Danny wanted to say, I have 3 cities. Sigh, you might not know, but Khal Drogo is already dead. She sighed. Of course we know, Zaro immediately said. The most powerful horse king has died, and there are a few more Khals in the Sea of Grass. The entire Urso continent knows. Danny was stunned. She was surprised by the strange speed at which information spread in this world. Actually, she would not be so shocked if she had seen the crazy abilities of the messenger crows with her own eyes. The problem is, the usurper has not let up on his pursuit of me. He even dared to poison me in the Holy Horse King city. Without the Khal's protection, what if he sends more people after I leave this place? Khaleesi, don't worry. The one who usurped your father's throne, Robert Baratheon, has been dead for almost half a year. Then, Zaro began to tell her the news from the land of the setting sun, similar to the plot of the TV series that Danny had seen. The old man drank Lancel spiked wine while hunting, and was knocked to death by a wild boar in a daze. How great he was when he was alive, how cowardly he was when he died. Yes, Lancel Lannister, Queen Cersei's cousin, who was also a self-motivated self-defense rod. As for the old man, when he was young he was a complete mess. His warhammer could be ranked third in the Ice and Fire Weapons Manual, second only to the modified Magic Mountain and the Daybreak swordsman Arthur Dane who wielded the great sword Dawn. Red Viper, Horse King Drogo, and the Sea King's first court swordsman, Cilio, were all one level below the old man. Riga and the White Bull were one level below. Yura Mormont, who was beside Danny, was a little embarrassed. He was probably 1 or 2 levels below the White Bull. This was not to flatter the old man. In the Ice and Fire book, he was the only one who had maxed out both his strength and dexterity talents. Skills could be trained, but talent determined a person's upper limit. Let's not talk about his battle record of beating Riga to death when he was young. Let's talk about the last battle of the old man's life. Yes, it was the time when he was knocked to death by a wild boar. At that time he drank a few bags of spiked wine and could not dodge in time. The wild boar's tusks pierced Ha, cutting a half-meter long wound from his lower abdomen all the way up. If it were not for the ribs in his chest, he would have been broken into 2. The intestines and internal organs in his fat belly were like feces that had been held in for a few days. They flowed all over the floor with a walala sound. If it were a normal person, Ha would have fallen to the ground after being kicked, but the old man fought back. Even with such a serious injury, he used the spear in his hand to kill the wild boar hanging on his chest. He was brave to the extreme. After the battle, he hung on for a few days, leaving a will and reminiscing about the past with his good friend Druid. Only then did he die with the help of poppy milk. But such a brave warrior was cheated on countless times by his wife, the Sex Queen. None of his 3 sons were his. Yes, Cersei's and her brothers. Cersei did not want to give birth to her husband's children. Even in bed. Every time the old man came to her when he was drunk, she deliberately made it look like they had sex. In fact, she did not even touch his hand. The first time Cersei was pregnant with the old man's child, she seemed to have deliberately aborted it. After Ide became the prime minister, under the hints of a few people with ulterior motives, he quickly realized that his good friend was raising someone else's child. Then he let the Sex Queen know that he knew. When the Sex Queen knew that he knew, she made the first move. She had one of her lovers, her cousin Lancel, poison the old man's wine. The old man died tragically under the tusks of a wild boar, just as described. Of course, Zero did not tell Dany the details. He only said that there were rumors that Robert was killed by Cersei. So, you don't have to worry about the usurper anymore, he comforted Dany. In Qualls, under my protection, no one can hurt you. Dany nodded and followed his words. How far is it from here to Qualls? How many days did it take to get here by camel? About 1,000 miles. It took us about a week to get here. Dany estimated that their speed was about the same as her Khalasar's southbound speed. The only difference was that the camel could travel another 1,000 miles in this environment, while her Khalasar was on the verge of collapse after traveling only 500 miles. They chatted as they came to the front of the palace. A group of old people and children in the square looked at the 3 guests on the camel in surprise. Dany prepared water and hummus for the guests to quench their thirst. She also left 3 bedrooms near the garden empty for them to rest in. At night, she held a bonfire party in the square. There was roast horse meat dipped in plum sauce, mushroom and smoked venison stew, butter beets, turnip stew and saved wine. It was almost the best food that her Khalasar could bring out. The 3 guests from Qualls also took out red wine, sausages and caviar from the bags hanging on the camel's back. Dany even took out her 3 dragons that were the size of hunting dogs for them to see, and even let them touch the baby dragons. She and Cora had been observing their reactions to the dragons. Kashi's movements were full of reverence, and the wizard's eyes could not hide his desire. The merchant Zero's eyes seemed to sparkle as he expressed his surprise at the high temperature of the dragons to Dany. All in all, the guests were very satisfied with Dany's hospitality that night. Finally, when they were sent back to their rooms to rest, Dany told Zero that she would seriously consider the possibility of going to Qualls. What do you think? Dany did not go to bed immediately. She called Cora, the Blood Riders, a few old people, and 3 maids together for a meeting on whether to go to Qualls. Unlike the other Khals who treated the old as useless burdens, Dany valued the old people who could live to 60 years old in the cruel environment of the Sea of Grasses. Apart from Watson's slight misjudgment, the Wrangler Effendi and the old blacksmith Solomon had brought her great surprises. Effendi, for example, was a master at raising horses. The Red Waste was a desolate place, but there were no fewer horses. In a few months there were more than a dozen newborn ponies. In modern society, the world-famous horse racing clubs would probably fight over him. Solomon was a green-haired, green-eyed foreign bannerman. The Dothraki had no blacksmiths and relied on foreign slaves to repair their weapons. When Drogo's father asked Khal for a gift, the Prince of Trade gave the imprisoned Solomon as a gift to the centaurs. Well, after Valeglia was destroyed in the Cataclysm, Khal's blacksmithing skills were the best in the world. Chapter 37. Whether or not to go to Queers was actually like whether or not to lead Khalasar south back then. It seemed like the future was unpredictable and could not be decided easily, but there was no other choice. Your Highness, it is clear that they are here to search for the dragon. They also care about your dragon beyond interest. If one of them intends to take it by force, it will be more dangerous for you to stay here, Korra said after thinking for a moment. As long as it is a trading city-state, no matter if it is an ordinary merchant or a trading prince, they value profit over righteousness and have no sense of honor. However, there is one thing that everyone trusts. Korra's eyes flashed. That is the foundation for them to settle down and establish their lives. It is also the foundation for trading city-states to exist in the world. Trust. To put it simply, on the sea or on the road in the wilderness, any merchant can turn into a bandit and use force to seize what they want. However, in a trading city, they will skillfully use deceit, extortion, enticement and other means to profit, but they will never forcefully take the other party's property. Seeing Danny's thoughtful expression, he smiled and said, "The greater the merchant, the more sinister and gentle their methods are. However, this world is vast and information flows smoothly. If Zero and the other two sent you an invitation, theoretically, they also bear the responsibility of protecting your safety. It is not that they are noble, but their credibility in the hearts of other merchants is far more valuable than any benefits in front of them. Your Highness, you have been wandering in the various city-states of the Western continent for a long time. You should have a deeper understanding of this." Danny nodded. The usurper's bounty on the Targaryen siblings had never stopped, but every trading prince and governor who had entertained them did not chop off their heads and sell them for money. The benefits were not equal. However, there were only 3 dragons in the world. It was enough for anyone to voluntarily throw away their honor and credibility. Even the popular rights of guests in the 7 kingdoms have been trampled on, right? She said. Korra seemed to be stunned by her words. He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Other than the legendary rat chef who trampled on the rights of guests. The stupidest, craziest, and most ignorant person would not take the initiative to destroy the rights of guests. Haha, in 2 years when news of Robb Stark's death comes, you will not be so surprised." "Who is the rat chef?" she asked. Chef Rat is a night watcher. He works as a chef in Long Night Castle. He held a grudge against the king of Casterly Rock at the time, and when the king of Undulls led his son and vassals on a tour of the wall, the Night's Watch entertained them. One night, the rat cook found an opportunity to assassinate the king's son. Then he made a large pie with onion, carrots, mushrooms and other condiments. He sprinkled it with pepper and salt, paired it with bacon and dark red Dornish wine. He presented it to the king, who ate his son's meat pie, exclaimed that it was delicious, and asked the cook to bring another one. Even the gods couldn't stand it anymore. They turned the chef into a white mouse that was as fat as a sow. From then on, he could only eat his own children. The rat chef has been wandering around Long Night Castle, driven by a hunger that can never be satisfied, constantly devouring his own offspring. Under the dim light, Korra's blurry face had an indescribable gloom. Danny's 2 centaur maids huddled together, their almond-shaped eyes filled with panic as they looked around, as if looking for a white mouse that would appear out of nowhere. "Ahem, a great bedtime story, but isn't this a little too weak?" Danny coughed a few times and said, "This is true." "In the north, even children know about it," Korra said unhappily. "The first half of the story should be true, but the punishment of the gods at the end." Danny shook her head and asked him, "Which god do you think punished the rat chef?" Korra immediately said, "The gods are the gods. Of course, all the gods can't stand the rat chef's behavior of trampling on the guests' rights. Haha, the north, especially the area around the wall, is the territory of the old gods, and the Undulls believe in the 7 gods. Perhaps the humans will accept the reality of the 7 gods and the old gods coexisting because of political harmony. But the doctrine of the 7 gods only recognizes itself as the only god. If it is true, Why would it cooperate with the old gods to punish a human? Korra sighed and said helplessly, Your Highness, the purpose of this story is to warn the world. A person has the right to revenge, but the gods will never forgive killing the guests under their roof and trampling on the guests' rights. Whether or not the gods exist, or which god punished the rat chef is not important. What's important is that we have to understand the principle of respecting the sacred rights of guests through this story, he concluded in the tone of educating naughty children. Sigh, the one who doesn't understand is you, Big Bear. Because the meaning of this story was too obvious, the authenticity of the story was greatly reduced. This story made smart people understand one thing. Using others' trust in the guest's rights, one could easily and freely take revenge, but the gods would never punish him for it. The rat chef's ending might be tragic, but the one who punished him would only be the sad king, not the gods. To the rat chef, he was a commoner who was even sent to the wall. He had almost lost the chance to take revenge forever, not to mention that the target of his revenge was a king. The guest's rights meant nothing to such a person. However, there were some things that she could only think in her heart. If she really said it out loud, others would definitely look at her differently. I didn't expect Your Highness to be such a person. It was as if she had already done something. So, Danny just asked, You suggest we go to Quills? Korra nodded and said seriously, Quills is a big city that connects the eastern and western worlds. There are things you need there, such as ships and sailors. If we find that the people of Quills are up to no good, we can immediately leave by ship. Robert Baratheon is dead. Do you really not have any thoughts? He stared at her as if he wanted to see through the violet fog in front of him and go straight to the depths of her heart. Let the other ghosts be the king of the 7 kingdoms. Dany complained in her heart, but did not show it on her face. Instead, she showed a look of desire and said, I have a chance? The Westeros was Korra's hometown. He was willing to be a spy for Robert in order to go home. There was no doubt that between Theon Bella and Dany, the balance in his heart was greatly tilted towards Dany. However, if he knew that Dany had no intention of returning to the 7 kingdoms, the other side of the balance would no longer be loyalty to the King's Landing and the current king, but the temptation to go home. Homesickness and love were existences on the same level. Besides, someone had already given the poor knight the good guy card. I can't receive any information here, and I can't judge the current situation of the 7 kingdoms. The only thing is that even if the usurper is dead, he still has 2 sons and the queen is Lannister. At the very least, Theon Bella and Lannister will obstruct your return. Ed Stark treats Robert like a brother and he won't support you. Irene of the Valley and Tully of the Trident River are in-laws with Stark and they also, Korra said with a troubled expression. He did not know that none of the queen's sons were Theon Bella, nor did he know that Ed had been imprisoned by the queen. Perhaps he had already been beheaded by the new King Joffrey. In the past few years, the political situation of the Westeros was even more unpredictable than the storms on the sea. Kars was still too far away from the King's Landing, and the information delay was high. Sigh, Your Highness, let's avoid the Westeros for now and wait for the dragon to grow up. Korra gave an old and wise suggestion. Dany nodded. In fact, Yora had always been cautious and realistic. What do you suggest? She looked at the centaurs who had been watching the show for a long time. Calixi, you are my blood, I will go wherever you want me to go. Jianghu said impatiently as he scratched the bald top of the moon gate. The centaurs did not want to go far away from the grasslands. They believed that the seawater was poisonous and should be avoided. However, their stupid brains could not think of a better suggestion, so they could only be anxious and helpless. Seeing that the other 2 Bloodridge guards had the same attitude, Dany asked the old man's representative, Afanti Solomon, what do you think? Why don't we sneak out of here tonight and go to the mountains in the west? Afanti gave a rather brainless suggestion. Old Khal immediately shook his head and advised, if we lie to the people of Kars, then we will no longer be their friends and guests, but their enemies. Has anyone thought about how they found this place? Prophecy, the Binding Knights can prophesy. Jackie shouted in fear. Eerie corrected her, it's constellation leading the way for them. I heard it from that Bluebeak wizard this afternoon. They can find us even if we go to the west. Doria nodded. Kaluo, from tomorrow onwards you have to guard my dragon at all times. Dany made up her mind and said to her Megalosaurus guard. Khaleesi, as long as I'm alive, no one can steal your dragon. Kaluo said with a firm expression. Everyone reached a consensus in the meeting. Early the next morning, Dany told the 3 guests of her decision. Kaluo's expression was still unreadable. The wizard and the merchant expressed their joy and welcome. They both solemnly promised that in Kars, Danny and her Khalasar would be under their protection. In the morning, Danny sent knights to inform the herdsmen of the other two white cities to bring Khalasar's horse team to White Cloud City. The hunters in the mountains in the west were also notified. Thus, 4 days later, Danny's Khalasar set off again. Their target was Kars in the southwest. Of course, Danny didn't do nothing during those 4 days. She arranged for Ago to lead 3 horses, bring enough food and water, and set off for Kars first. Zero wrote a letter to Ago. When Ago reached Kars, he only needed to give the letter to his butler, and a group of servants would lead the camel team to the Red Wasteland. The camel team would bring a large amount of food and water. More importantly, Khalasar wouldn't have to worry about horses anymore. When the camels arrived, the centaurs could switch to more comfortable camels. Chapter 38. Adger did not care about the horses. 3 days later, they encountered a village affiliated with Quill's city. Before Danny and the others had even set off, 300 camels loaded with supplies had already set off for White Cloud City. The Khalasar traveled for 4 days straight. 70 to 80 horses had died, and the team had almost run out of water and milk. Finally, they met the scouts of the Camel Brigade. Just like that, the 1,000-kilometer relay race was finally completed. Danny was relieved and began to focus on her own problems. The sorceress Mealy and the prophecy of the Dragon Seeker had made Danny completely understand that other than dragons, this world really did have magic and witchcraft. She wanted to ask Kashi for advice. As for why it was not a wizard, well, the merchant Zero had been bad-mouthing the wizards to Danny these days. The wizards did have a period of prosperity. At that time, even the Dragon King of Valeglia looked at them differently. When the other 2 guests were not present, Zero whispered to Danny, "But today is different. Those blue-lipped fellows are like the weak veterans in the taverns of the docks. They only know how to brag about their past bravery, completely forgetting that strength and skills have long since left them. They hide in the Hall of Dust, read decaying scrolls, and drink the water of the night shadow until their lips turn blue, hinting that they have terrifying power. But compared to their predecessors, they are just empty shells." "What about Kashi?" she asked again. "That woman?" The merchant's eyes flashed with awe. He mumbled, "She comes from Asha of the Shadowlands. As the saying goes, it is better to swallow a poisonous scorpion than to believe in the Shadow Child. Her power will only make her more dangerous. Khaleesi don't believe her." Just like that, Danny also figured out who had prophesied her existence. It was not the wizard Kaya who had been talking to her about metaphysics, but Kashi, who was so low-key that people ignored her existence. That woman was not simple. Looking for an opportunity, Danny moved her camel closer to the woman wearing the wooden lacquer mask. She whispered, "Miss Kashi, do you know anything about prophecies?" Since there was a camel to ride, Danny naturally wanted to free her little silver horse. Not only was Kueishi wearing a wooden mask, but she was also wearing an Arabian scarf. Her head was turned towards Danny, and her eyes and expression were completely unreadable. "Danny Leezy, Miss, is not popular in Asia summer," she said in a clear voice. "Okay, Master Kueishi." Danny took advantage of the situation. "Can you predict whether I can have another child in the future?" "Sigh, my poor leg, he. That witch called Millie cursed me, saying that my womb can no longer give birth to life." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she sadly turned her head away. Kueishi paused and finally said something that made Danny cheer in her heart. "Please let go of the sadness of the past. There are more important things waiting for you in the future. As for children, I can't predict such things." "What? You haven't even seen me, and yet you know that I've hatched a dragon. Why are you still in White Cloud City?" Danny did not seem to want others to see her red eyes. She pulled the scarf around her neck and wrapped it around her head a few times. Kueishi said, "Prophecy is a kind of elusive magic. When the blood-sobbing star appeared, I felt that the power of magic was quickly recovering, like a tide sweeping across the city on the embankment. So, I opened my eyes and tried to see the world clearly, the most fundamental world. In the end, I saw you training a dragon in the wilderness. So, do you understand now?" "I don't quite understand," Danny answered honestly. "Mortals fear and vilify magic and witchcraft. In fact, it's a kind of wisdom that ordinary people are not qualified to learn." In essence, it's as simple as seeing the eastern horizon dyed crimson and knowing that the sun is about to rise. I understand now. Kuei looked at Danny as if to ask if she understood now. Maybe I'm just an ordinary person who's not qualified to learn that kind of wisdom. Danny smiled bitterly. She still did not understand. Ahaha, ordinary people can set off a magic tide in the world again? Kuei actually laughed. Then she explained for the third time, I saw the eastern sky dyed red, so I knew that the sun was about to rise. If I can't see it or if I don't look, then I don't know anything. The so-called prophecy is just the information that the world shows to me. Then I go and look and I know. As for whether you can have children in the future, the information elements related to it have never appeared. It can't be summed up and it can't be guessed, so I don't know. This time Danny roughly understood. Prophecies were a bit like big data analysis, but in addition to the information collected by the prophets themselves to summarize, the pan-world consciousness would also send them vague information in the dark. The dragon brought magic to the world and its influence was too great. It was like a turbulent tide, so Kuei could clearly see the waves, and then see the initiator of the magic on the waves, Danny and her dragon. And the matter of children might have a great impact on the future, but at this time the waves had not yet set off. In front of Kuei the sea was calm. Unless there was a stronger existence that could see through the sea and see the turbulent undercurrent of the ocean abyss. For example, the Green Prophet. Can you teach me about magic? Danny looked at Kuei expectantly and asked. Yes, you can come with me to Asha. There is all the knowledge you need there. Kuei quickly replied with a, I was waiting for you to say that tone. Danny hesitated and suddenly realized, no one would be good to you for no reason unless they loved you. Obviously Kuei would never love her, so who did she love? Her dragon. I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, born of the storm. Reviving the dynasty of House Targaryen is my responsibility and mission. My goal is the West, the Westeros of the West. I can't go in the opposite direction. At this moment she was not fighting alone. Murongfu was with her. When Murongfu said that he wanted to revive the Yen Kingdom, who would not believe him? Naturally Kuei believed him. And so, she returned to her previous silent state. It seemed that if Danny did not go to Asha, she would ignore her. Since Kuei's method did not work, Danny had to look for Beitai. Your Excellency Great Wizard, I heard that magic spells are a special language outside of the language of communication? This time she did not hesitate to ask when the others were not around. When everyone was about to rest after dinner, she asked directly. The Great Wizard Hayapuli liked to talk to Danny. His falcon could pluck the red lotus on the mountain peak, Kuei said coldly. All the shapeshifters went to Asha? Korra was surprised and relieved at the same time, as if he was sighing with emotion. It's good that all the monsters are gone. Danny was not calm. She clearly remembered that the Game of Thrones clearly said that shapeshifters were exclusive to the old gods. How could there be shapeshifters outside the Westeros? Chapter 39. I heard that only the believers of the old gods in the northern Westeros can become shapeshifters. Does Yeshaya have weirwood too? You believe in the old gods too? Danny asked. Danny, do you know what the old gods are and what shapeshifters are? Kuei asked. Danny looked at Yora. Is the old god a tree with a human face on it? That's the heart tree. The old gods are the collective name of many ancient gods, Yora said slowly. The old gods are a religion that believes that everything has a spirit. Shapeshifters who are believers can awaken the spirit of nature and become one with spiritual animals. Kuei said to Danny. An old shapeshifter who was seeking wisdom told me this. He came from outside the Great Wall of the Sunset Continent. Savages from beyond the Great Wall? Yora exclaimed. How did they go to Yeshaya, which is tens of thousands of miles away? The savages you mentioned are also intelligent people. They have the desire to seek wisdom and civilization. But when he left the Great Wall, he felt a deep sense of despair because you people are so jealous of shapeshifters. So, he came to the Temple of Mystics, Yeshaya in the Land of Shadows. Kuei said slowly, her wooden mask facing Danny. Danny, the Westeros of Undulls can't tolerate you, and your dragon. This sentence floated into Danny's ears, but no one else reacted. Secret sound transmission? Danny was shocked. For the next few days, Danny was anxious and did not dare to be alone with Kuei. she asked Yora and the wizard. Wizards and magicians could not make physical attacks like making fireballs or throwing icicles. They could only hurt people indirectly through spells, shadows, and blood. She was afraid that Kuei-shi would secretly cast a shadow-binding spell on her, so she asked the maids to take turns sleeping with her at night. However, Danny seemed to be overthinking. After that night, Kuei-shi did not talk to her again, nor did she try to find a chance to be alone with her. When they left the Red Wasteland and entered Queer's territory, Danny couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Wizard, do you know ancient Valeglia's spells? Do you want to learn?" Although Kuei-shi did not take the initiative to talk to her, she had never rejected her either. The world is dangerous. I don't want to be hurt by evil sorcerers anymore. Danny sighed sadly. I don't know Valeglia's spell because it's useless to me, but if you want, you can go to Asha. There should be someone there who can teach you. Kuei-shi said faintly, there are rumors circulating in the Shadowlands that the descendants of the ancient Valeglia blood shamans are still active in a certain place. It's too far. I want to go to the Westeros to be a queen. Danny shook her head. At noon the next day, Danny saw Queers, who had been described by Zero as the City of Heaven. Clang. On the sandstone city wall, which was the same color as the Red Wasteland, there was the sound of a gong being struck. Targaryen, the Storm-born, the mother of dragons, Danny Liz, come. Someone shouted towards the city. Even Danny, who was half a mile away from the city gate, could hear the shout. Before she could ask Zero what was going on, woo woo woo, there was another long and loud sound of a bugle horn. Looking up, there was a circle of black men with shiny skin standing on the 10-meter-high city wall. Their upper bodies were exposed from the battlements, and their muscular bodies were coiled around a strange bugle horn that looked like a giant bronze snake. Da-da-da-da. A group of camel riders ran out of the city in an orderly manner. The camels were covered with colorful blankets, and there was an extremely gorgeous saddle between the humps. The rubies and garnets embedded on the saddle shone brightly under the sun. The riders on the camels were also well equipped. They were all wearing red bronze scale armor, and their heads were covered with bronze teeth and long black feathers. Danny could not tell what kind of animal they were imitating. As if specially prepared to welcome Danny, there were no outsiders at the city gate facing the Red Wasteland. 2 rows of camel riders started from the city gate in an orderly manner and stretched out for a full 200 meters. Ho ho ho. The riders raised the shiny bronze spears in their hands and shouted in unison. The tips of the spears were tied with colorful ribbons. As the riders raised their arms, the ribbons floated like clouds. The people of Queers did not shout, "Welcome Mother of Dragons" to Queers, or anything like that. They only used the most enthusiastic actions to welcome the guest. Danny rode the camel and walked side by side with Zero at the front. Korra, the Blood Brotherhood, the wizard, and Kushi followed closely behind. When they got close to the city wall, Danny found that there were all kinds of animals carved on the red rock wall. Snakes that slithered and crawled, kites that spread their wings, fish that glided and swam, wolves that howled at the moon on the hills, and even zebras and elephants. But when Danny got close to the city gate, the solid bronze wooden gate that was just closed opened with a creak. Queers had 3 city walls. After passing through the gate on the outer wall, a group of children immediately ran over. They carried baskets of flowers and smiled as they followed Danny's camel. They threw colorful petals at her, and Danny kept returning the sweetest smile. In fact, she had been complaining about the strange customs of the people of Queers. The children only wore golden sandals on their feet and nothing else on their bodies. However, they were not naked. Their bodies were covered with colorful drawings. The middle wall was 12 meters tall and made of gray granite. There were also many carvings on it, but they were not of wild beasts. Instead, they were vivid and lifelike war scenes. Warriors crossed swords, contradictions struck each other, arrows rained down below the city, heroes were fighting, babies were being slaughtered, and burning crematoria. The iron and solid wooden gate opened wide, and the clamor and cheers were like a flood that suddenly rushed towards Danny, who had just entered the city gate. Those were the cheers and shouts of countless people. There was a long street between the middle wall and the inner wall. The street was filled with colorful buildings. There were dreamy rose-colored stone buildings, violet towers, bronze arches inlaid with green jade. The balconies of these buildings were filled with people of Queers. The women wore toka robes that exposed one side of their breasts, while the men preferred silk skirts with beads. The fair-skinned people of Queers were either throwing red rose petals, waving colorful scarves in their hands, or shouting at Danny, "Dang! Dang! Dang!" The bell on the city tower rang. Danny suddenly let out a strange smile. It was time to play the Undead Overture. She was the Arthas who was receiving the cheers of her people while rushing to the palace to kill her father. The inner wall was 15 meters tall and made of black marble. There were scenes of men and women making love on the wall. Well, they were commonly known as erotic paintings. Part of the customs of the people of Queers could be seen from this. As Danny approached, the gate of the inner city, which was inlaid with golden eyes, slowly opened like the mouth of a giant beast. Only the pedestrians on the street stopped and looked at Danny and her group with curiosity. There was no special welcoming ceremony in the inner city. Danny saw the miraculous towers of this world. The tall spires were as dense as a jungle. There was an animal-shaped fountain in every square they walked past. Under the noon sun, there was a small rainbow hanging in the sky. It was beautiful. The merchant Kaya said proudly to Danny, "Queers is the greatest city in history. It is the center of the world, the gateway between the north and the south, the bridge between the east and the west. It is ancient and has surpassed the memory of people. It makes all the cities in the world ugly and pale in comparison." This bragging. I don't believe it. When ancient Valeglia was still around, you would dare to say such things to the Dragon King. Yes, I have been to the 9 free trade cities except for Volantis. None of them deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as the Pearl of this Strait. Danny complimented happily. She could not help but notice the statues placed on both sides of the arcades. The ancient heroes of the city stood majestically on white marble pillars. It was as if they were waiting for the day when the Dothraki would come and take them to Horse King City to be placed on the Avenue of the Gods together with the thousands of stone statues. After passing through the arcades, the Khalasar stopped in front of a market. This was the intersection of a few streets. Danny had to decide which road to take next and which house to visit. The market was located in a huge building with many openings. The checkered ceiling was the home of thousands of colorful birds. Lush trees and flowers grew on the platform above the shop. Inside the shop there was a dazzling array of goods. Exquisite creations from all over the world were gathered here. "Oh, Danny Rise, my unparalleled beauty, no matter what you like, just open your mouth and I will immediately bring it to you," the merchant said exaggeratedly. "All of Queers is hers. She has no need for these little things." The blue-lipped Haya Bodhi shouted from the other side. "Listen to me, Khaleesi. Come with me to the Hall of Immortality. There, you will drink truth and wisdom." "Aha, what can your Hall of Dust provide for her?" Zaro said proudly to the great wizard. "The 13th Tycoon will give her a crown made of black jade and flamestone." Danny's face immediately lit up with joy. She tactfully rejected the male wizard and said, "Lord Haya, you know my background and understand my desire. The Garden of Liang may be good, but it is not a place for long-term love. I won't hide it. I long to return to the King's Landing's Red Keep. That is where I belong. You better not have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, one day I will lead 100,000 Dothraki roaring warriors to ransack this city." She was determined, but she had to make the people of Queers believe that she was not a threat or ambition to this city. Haya's blue lips curled up as if he was smiling elegantly. In fact, he was mocking Danny's naivety in believing the shameless merchant. "Just you wait. One day you will come to me on your own accord. Khaleesi, you have wisdom beyond your age. Please accept my gift. We will talk another day." He handed over a jar of ointment and nodded to Danny. "On the way to Queers, you showed your desire for mysterious power. This jar of holy oil can help you see the spirit of the air." After Danny took the gift, he rode his camel and left in another direction. "Your Majesty, you have made the wisest choice." The merchant looked at the wizard's departing figure and said in a low voice, "There is a saying in Queers, a wizard's house is bones and lies. We are all jackals of the same tribe. Why laugh like a crow laughing at a pig?" You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.